afternoon. This is the Senate Judiciary Committee. It's January 25, 2023, and we have a quorum present. We have one item on our agenda this afternoon, Senate File 73, Senator Port's bill. I'll make a few opening notes here for all of us. We're going to go until our regularly scheduled time today. I am anticipating that before we adjourn for today, that I will entertain a motion to move the bill out of committee to its next stop without recommendation, and by agreement with the chief author before the bill reaches the floor of the bill and see it back here in Judiciary again. As those of you who've been collecting stuff in the back, this is a big bill. So there's a lot of information that we're going to have to review and vet, and we do take those responsibilities seriously, and we cannot do it in the time that was allotted prior to today or in today's hearing. So we'll circle back on that. At this point, I think what we'll do is go into the presentation from Senator Port. Then we will have counsel walk us through the bill. Then we will take public testimony or testimony for and against the bill. And then anticipating we'll have some time after that for discussion. And then we'll just take it from there. So why don't we go ahead and start? Senator Port, welcome.
Mr. Chairman. Mr. Chairman, before we begin, could I ask a process question?
Of course.
Mr. Chairman, I noticed that in the announcement for this particular meeting to hear this bill, Senate rules requires us to give the public 72 hours or 3 days notice, and in this case it was 49 hours. Basically 2 days and 1 hour. And I'm a little concerned that it appears as though it's kind of a rush job. And quite honestly, we have those rules for a reason. And it's both for Senate researchers and members to keep up with the pace. But more importantly, it's for the public to have proper notice so they would have an opportunity to get a hold of their senators or maybe even seek testimony. And I simply have to raise this protest that the 3 days were not followed. And I hope that we can recognize Senate rules in the future. I know that we do have provisions that when time is of essence at the end of a legislative session, things get rather crowded, and oftentimes a 3-day notice just simply can't be required. But nevertheless, we try to do that. With 4 months remaining in this legislative session, I think we could have done better.
Senator Limmer, thank you for the reminder. We've had this colloquy in past years from different chairs at the time, but your highlight is a welcome reminder. As I say, we will be seeing this bill again, so there'll be plenty of opportunity for public input along the way. Thank you. Senator Port, let's adopt your author's amendment first, then you can discuss your bill in the shape in which you'd like it to be. Senator Umu Verbatim.
I'd like to move that author's amendment.
Senator Umu Verbatim moves the adoption of the A2 author's amendment. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion prevails. The amendment's adopted. Senator Port.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and members. I am really pleased to be here with you to present Senate File 73, the Adult Use Cannabis Legalization Bill. I will flag that I am supposed to be in Energy Committee right now, and they are meeting right next door and have told me they will come pull me out if they need me for a vote. But I have a very able co-author who will help make sure your work is not interrupted. The prohibition of cannabis is a failed system that has not achieved the desired goals and has had incredible costs for our communities, especially for communities of color. We have an opportunity today to start the process to undo some of the harm that has been done and to create a system of regulation that works for Minnesota consumers and businesses while ensuring an opportunity in this new market for communities that have been affected by prohibition. Our main goals are to legalize, regulate, and expunge. and we are working to ensure that this bill does just that. This bill establishes an Office of Cannabis Management to oversee the regulation of cannabis and cannabis projects and transfers the medical cannabis program to the new office. It establishes a cannabis advisory council, requires studies and reports, sets up a statewide monitoring system. The bill also creates an approval process for various cannabis products, hemp-derived consumer products, establishes plant propagation standards and agricultural best practices and environmental standards. Additionally, the bill provides legal limits for adult use cannabis products, establishes 14 categories of licenses, and regulates fees and legal framework. We establish a social equity program to ensure communities most harmed by prohibition have an opportunity to engage in the industry, provide grower grants, and invest in a substance use disorder advisory council. Senate File 73 sets the tax rate for cannabis products, provides business development grant programs, sets up an automatic expungement program, as well as an expungement panel for higher level offenses, and puts in temporary regulation changes needed for the products we legalized last year. We also provide guidelines around testing, packaging, labeling, and advertising. The bill is comprehensive and will absolutely have changes over the coming months before we see it on the floor. Over the next month or so, this bill will have 18 committee stops, so you will all be as familiar with it as I am. We hope that through this process, we can work together with each other and with stakeholders to get to a final product that works best for Minnesotans. We will have many opportunities, especially on the floor, to debate the merits of legalizing cannabis, and I hope that our work in committee centers around creating the best bill with the provisions that work for Minnesota. We wanted to start this bill here in Judiciary and Public Safety Committee because we strongly believe that there can be no legalization without expungement. The harm of incarceration has been borne primarily by communities of color, especially Black men, even though in study after study, Black people use cannabis at rates roughly similar to white people. The disproportionate rates of arrest, prosecution, and incarceration in the Black community have had far-reaching effects on employment opportunities, housing, education, family stability, and wealth building, just to name a few. We have a responsibility to right this wrong and expunge all records for crimes that would now be legal under the new bill. Senator Verbaeten and I are committed to ensuring that this piece is the central tenet of this bill. Thus, we are here in front of you all first. I will pass it to my co-author to talk a little bit more about the expungement piece and then ask council to do their walkthrough. Thank you for your time and thoughtful conversation today. We look forward to working with you.
Thank you, Senator Port. Senator Verbaeten.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, members of the committee. I'd like to start by echoing Senator Port's remarks that Minnesotans are ready for us to legalize cannabis. And this bill creates a regulated marketplace that is much safer than the current underground illicit marketplace. It will allow adults to safely and responsibly use cannabis. I'd like to talk a little bit more about expungement. We know that in this bill, if we legalize cannabis, we have a responsibility to clear the records of those who were sentenced for things that will no longer be crimes. And the racial disparities on this are very clear. Black Minnesotans and white Minnesotans consume cannabis at very similar rates, yet Black Minnesotans are 5 times more likely to be arrested for possessing cannabis. This is an opportunity for us to right those wrongs. When we look at expungement, it's very important for us to be proactive as policymakers. We can't place that burden on the folks who need this. We know those folks are primarily people of color who have been impacted by this current prohibition. That burden is really on us as policymakers to initiate expungement, and that's exactly what this bill does. The bill will automatically expunge petty misdemeanor cannabis convictions, and it also establishes the Cannabis Expungement Board to review those higher charges, felonies, for expungement or for resentencing. But again, this board will get to work right away, and it is on us to initiate that action so that individuals are not, placed with another burden of asking folks to start that expungement process on their behalf. And lastly, it's just so important that the benefits of legalizing cannabis are going towards those who were harmed most by cannabis prohibition. That is why the Office of Cannabis Management will include a division of social equity. It's why this board will prioritize licenses of micro businesses and social equity applicants. Those would be folks who are residents of neighborhoods that experience disproportionately large amounts of cannabis enforcement and neighborhoods with high rates of poverty. We want them to participate in this growing industry before anyone else. This bill is an opportunity for us to repair harm, and Senator Port and I know that the Judiciary Committee in particular has very high standards, and we're committed to meeting those, to getting this right, and to getting this done. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Uma Verbaeten. I'm just going to make a quick note. I suspect there might be a lot of people watching or participating in these proceedings that haven't seen a legislative hearing before, so I want to make sure I note that the author's amendment that was adopted earlier, that's something that we do as a matter of course and courtesy to the chief author of the bill at the first committee stop, so that the bill is in the shape that the chief author would like it to be in for our consideration. Then as the process moves on, if we adopt any other amendments, there's no such deference. We make our own decisions as members as to whether or not we want to support any changes in the proposal before us. I'm also going to note now that we're going to have the Senate Counsel walk us through the bill. Senate Counsel is a nonpartisan office that provides legal advice to all of the committee members here on both sides of the political aisle, and has done a lot of work in preparing for this particular hearing, and I will note that he's going to concentrate not only on the overall bill, but concentrate on the parts of the bill that are within the jurisdiction of the Judiciary and Public Safety and Civil Law Committee, which is this committee. So that comprises a lot of the bill, but that's what we'll be focusing our attention on. So Ken Backus, our Senate Counsel, why don't you go ahead and make your presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members. So I guess I'll start with just a little bit of thing on the jurisdiction. The Judiciary and Public Safety Committee has jurisdiction over the threshold issue of making possession, consumption, and sale of cannabis products legal. From a criminal law perspective, the committee also has jurisdiction over the entirety of Articles 4, which is the changes to criminal penalties article, 5, which are the expungement provisions, and 8, which is the rescheduling of marijuana. In addition, the committee has jurisdiction in whole or in part over certain other criminal or public-related provisions. From a civil law perspective, the committee has jurisdiction over certain provisions related to data practices, civil penalties, and civil remedies. And I'll point these out as we go through the bill. The bulk of the bill's provisions relating to the new Office of Cannabis Management, which we can call OCM for purposes of the overview, and the office's oversight of the newly authorized legal cannabis industry, licensing, regulation, all of those things, as well as many of the bill's other provisions, are primarily within the jurisdictions of other Senate committees. There is a comprehensive section-by-section summary in your packets that was prepared by the entire Office of Senate Counsel. So in case you're interested in items that are not within the committee's jurisdiction and thus not part of this overview, or you just want a better understanding of the bill's bigger picture, you can certainly refer to that document. There's also a document in your packets that lists the provisions of the bill that are within this committee's jurisdiction. That document is entitled Senate File 73, Cannabis Legalization and Regulation, Judiciary and Public Safety Committee, January 25, 2023. You can use that to zero in on areas that interest you, and please feel free to ask questions about these areas, since this overview is meant to be essentially a big picture rather than an overly detailed one. With that, I'll begin the bill, starting with Article 1, which is entitled Regulation of Adult Use Cannabis. That begins on page 2 of the bill. This article establishes the OCM to oversee the regulation of cannabis flower, cannabis products, including lower potency cannabinoid products, and hemp-derived consumer products. And it specifies licensure categories for these businesses and requirements and procedures for licensure and operation. The bulk of this article involves the powers and duties given to the OCM to oversee this new industry, including significant number of licensing provisions, which, as I said, most of which are basically out of this committee's jurisdiction. All of these provisions in Article 1, though, are codified in a new statutory chapter of law, Chapter 342. So then, in terms of these sections that are within this committee's jurisdiction, I'll begin with Section 1 on page 2. This is the definition sections, and it defines key terms used in the bill. Section 2 on page 13 establishes the OCM and details its powers, duties, and guiding principles. The office is required to oversee the regulation of the production and sale of cannabis flower, cannabinoid products, and hemp-derived consumer products. Of note to this committee, and among a large number of other powers and duties, the office is tasked with promoting public safety, eliminating the illicit market for cannabis, preventing unauthorized access to cannabis by persons under 21 years old, overseeing the collection of fingerprints and conducting of criminal background studies on licensees and OCM employees, and imposing and collecting civil and administrative penalties. Section 3, which begins on page 16, establishes the Cannabis Advisory Council, whose membership includes some individuals with specified public safety backgrounds, among others, to review and keep abreast of specified issues relating to cannabis and to advise the OCM accordingly. Section 4, beginning on page 18, directs the OCM to conduct multiple studies and issue reports, including annual legislative reports on various issues relating to adult use cannabis, including those with certain public safety aspects. That's on page 18. Section 9, which begins on page 24, is a very important section. This is the section that provides legal limitations on the use, possession, and transportation of cannabis and cannabis products and establishes civil penalties for violations. This section provides that a person aged 21 or older may use, possess, or transport cannabis paraphernalia, possess or transport up to 2 ounces of cannabis flower in a public place, may possess up to 5 pounds of cannabis flower in the person's residence, may possess or transport up to 8 grams of cannabis concentrate, may possess or transport edible products infused with up to 800 milligrams of THC, may give away to a person aged 21 or older cannabis flower and cannabinoid products in an amount that is legal to possess in public, may use cannabis flower and cannabinoid products in private areas, and may cultivate within one's residence up to 8 cannabis plants, of which 4 or fewer may be mature flowering ones. The section goes on to prohibit, with certain exceptions relating to the medical program, using cannabis flower or cannabinoid products if a person is under 21 years of age, or is in a place where smoking is prohibited under the Clean Air Indoor Air Act, in state correctional facilities, in public schools and related areas, and in motor vehicles. Operating a motor vehicle is prohibited under the influence of these items, as is giving these items to a person under the age of 21 years, or as promotional gifts. The section also prohibits the use of a volatile solvent to extract cannabis concentrate, and prohibits the sale of cannabis flower or cannabinoid products or the importation of hemp-derived products without an appropriate license, and then again establishes non-criminal financial penalties for violations. Section 14, which begins on page 31, provides for a national criminal history check for license applicants. Also includes a requirement that license applicants include a diagram of their premises, including a security drawing and the applicant's security plan. Beginning on page 36, section 17 gives the OCM broad powers to inspect cannabis businesses and records and permits the office to assess administrative penalties of up to $10,000 per violation. This section also addresses data issues. Section 19, beginning on page 41, provides for a national criminal history check for all licensed applicants and prospective employees. It establishes disqualifications for certain criminal offenses that last either for the person's lifetime or for 1, 5, or 10 years following discharge of sentence. But it also permits an applicant to apply for and receive a set-aside of the prohibitions relating to convictions. Section 20, which begins on page 44, requires cannabis businesses to maintain and follow security plans. And security plans are also addressed elsewhere for the licensees, but I'll just mention it here. It also prohibits businesses from sharing consumer data with federal government entities except by court order. Page 60, section 28, provides that it isn't a defense in any civil or criminal action for a cannabis wholesaler to assert that it relied on product label information or other information provided by an out-of-state manufacturer. Section 51 on page 96 authorizes patient registrants in the medical program to bring an action for damages for certain violations. Section 54 on page 100 authorizes the OCM's Division of Cannabis Medical Cannabis to access all data collected in clinical trials funded by the division. Section 65 on page 120 provides that actions by a licensed cannabis business or its agents that are in compliance with the provisions of the article are considered lawful. And then the final section of that article on page 120, well, the final section for us at least, section 66 establishes a civil cause of action similar to the Dram Shop Act. Article 2, I'll skip over mostly. It's on page 121. It provides the tax structure for the retail sale of recreational cannabis under the bill. Similarly, Article 3 is entitled Business Development. It begins on page 142. I'll skip over that, but I'll note that it establishes grant programs to support cannabis businesses. Article 4 is an important article for us. It is the criminal penalties. And before I go on, I'll point out a couple of things. There are 3 documents in members' packets, and I think it's been distributed to the audience. There's a chart called marijuana sales. There's a chart called marijuana possession. Those 2 charts I prepared to give the committee and others an idea of what current penalties are for marijuana or cannabis possession and sale. There's also another chart in there. It's entitled Possession, Cultivation, and Sale and Use of Cannabis under Senate File 73 compared to current law. That is, what its title implies. It hopefully, to the degree a person or the committee wants to get into the specifics of the criminal law changes, I think those charts are intended to help you with that. Back to the overview then, sections 1 to 7 of Article 4, which is page 150 to 155, what these sections 1 to 7 do is they amend the existing 2nd through 5th degree controlled substance crimes, both sale and possession, to either remove marijuana entirely from the provision or to modify how it's treated. Sections 8 to 10 establish new penalties for the possession, sale, and cultivation of cannabis. Section 8, which begins on page 155, addresses possession and establishes petty misdemeanor, misdemeanor, gross misdemeanor, and felony crimes for possession in excess of the amounts that would be legal under the bill. It also establishes a misdemeanor penalty for using cannabis flower or cannabinoid products while driving. And it also permits local units of government to establish petty misdemeanor ordinances prohibiting the use of cannabis in public places other than those where public use is authorized in the bill. Section 9 on page 157 addresses sales of cannabis, and it also establishes petty misdemeanor, misdemeanor, gross misdemeanor, and felony crimes for selling without a license. Of note here, the upper tier penalties do require some type of aggravating factor, such as sale to a minor, sale in a school or park zone, or it being a repeat offense. The section also establishes a petty misdemeanor offense for a first-time sale by a minor. Section 10, which begins on page 159, establishes gross misdemeanor and felony crimes for cultivating cannabis plants without a license and in excess of the amounts that would be legal under the bill. Sections 11 and 12 on pages 159 to 161 provide protections relating to potential revocations for individuals who are either on supervised release or probation and who lawfully use cannabis under the bill. Sections 13 and 15, page 161, 163, make conforming changes. On page 162, section 14 prohibits the administrative forfeiture of property associated with cannabis offenses. And then section 16 on page 163 directs the Commissioner of Public Safety to design and implement a 2-year pilot project to determine the efficacy of oral fluid roadside testing to determine the presence of a controlled or intoxicating substance in drivers. Before I move on, I'll just point out briefly, the A2 amendment does amend this article as well. What it does basically is it takes some of the cannabis-related definitions out of the new crimes and instead moves them to the beginning of Chapter 152, so they don't have to be repeated multiple times. It's kind of a technical change. The other change is that the first-degree possession crime is now being amended in the article, in the amendment, and it would strike the possession of 500 or more cannabis plants. The other possession threshold is left intact, but so the article amends both first and second degree possession to strike specific references to plants. And again, plants are basically covered in the cultivation crime. Article 5 then is expungement. Sections 1 to 3 are conforming changes. That's pages 164 to 166. Section 5, which begins on page 166, provides for automatic expungement for individuals who, regarding a past cannabis case, either received a stay of adjudication under section 152.18, which is lower level drug possession cases for basically first-time offenders, or who was convicted of a petty misdemeanor or a misdemeanor for either possessing or giving away a small amount of marijuana, or for possessing a low level of marijuana in a motor vehicle, or whose charges were dismissed prior to a probable cause determination or where proceedings were resolved in the individual's favor. Section 5 on page 168 establishes the Cannabis Expungement Board to review past charges for possession of marijuana, charges that don't qualify under Section 4, and determine whether the person committed an act that would no longer be a crime under the bill, or if the crime is a felony, that would no longer be a felony under the bill. And then to determine whether the person's conviction should be vacated, charges be dismissed, records be expunged, or whether the person should be resentenced to a lesser offense. The board's required to notify the judiciary of these determinations. Now, this doesn't apply to crimes involving dangerous weapons, bodily harm, or where elements of assault are present. It specifies the requirements of the board relating to reviews and determinations. Expungements are presumed to be in the public interest unless there is clear and convincing evidence that an expungement or resentencing to a lesser offense would create a risk to public safety. Upon receiving notification from the board that a reviewed case qualifies for an order of expungement or resentencing to a lesser offense, a court must essentially comply. The board must complete its work by June 30, 2028. Article 6 is entitled Miscellaneous Provisions. It begins on page 174. This article makes a number of conforming, albeit substantive, changes to various existing laws to accommodate the legalization decisions being made in the bill. In terms of this committee's jurisdiction, sections 1 and 2 on page 174 to 178, which authorize the governor to enter into compacts with Indian tribes regarding medical cannabis and adult use cannabis. These sections provide that acts performed pursuant to a compact are immune from civil or criminal prosecution. Sections 3 and 4 on page 178 add cross-references to the Data Practices Act, Chapter 13, for data maintained by the OCM and the Cannabis Expungement Board. Section 7 on page 180 authorizes the Department of Health to engage in research and data collection activities. Section 17 on page 184 provides exceptions to the bill's limitations on cannabis testing by providing that existing drug and alcohol testing requirements continue to apply to peace officers, firefighters, and other listed professions. Section 20 on page 189 makes conforming changes clarifying that privacy, confidentiality, and privilege provisions in the workplace drug and alcohol statute continue to apply for cannabis testing. Section 23 on page 191 prohibits the Commission of Human Services from considering a conviction for possession of marijuana that has been expunged or from considering any information relating to a record that has been expunged when determining if a person is disqualified under a background study. Section 24 on page 193 modifies the information the court administrator must periodically report to the Commissioner of Human Services. On pages 195 to 200, sections 26, 28, 32, and 33 allow a person with a drug offense conviction to continue to be eligible for public assistance if the conviction is related to cannabis, marijuana, or THC. Sections 34 to 45 on page 200 to 207 add protections relating to cannabis possession and use for persons in the medical cannabis program or those who legally use cannabis under the bill. These are protections relating to firearm possession and use. It also provides, and this is on section 43 on page 206, that a medical program enrollee may not possess a pistol in public after medical cannabis use if the person knows that the use has the capacity to cause impairment. And then finally, for this article on page 207, there's a repealer section that, among other things, repeals section 152.027, subdivisions 3 and 4, which establish penalties for possession of low levels of marijuana in motor vehicles or for the possession or giving away for no remuneration of a small amount of marijuana. Article 7 on page 208 is entitled Temporary Regulation of Certain Products. It directs the Department of Health to temporarily regulate products containing hemp-derived cannabinoids, including products that contain CBD and edible products that contain up to 5 milligrams of THC per serving. Of note for this committee, Section 3, Subdivision 7 on page 216 provides gross misdemeanor penalties for falsifying or altering testing results or labeling information, for making false material statements to the Commissioner, and for selling non-compliant products. Article 8 is entitled Scheduling of Marijuana. It begins on page 218 and continues to 239, and it moves marijuana and THC from being listed as Schedule 1 substances to being listed as Schedule 3 controlled substances. The final article is appropriations. It begins on page 239 and continues to 243. It appropriates the money for the bill. Of note for this committee, Section 1, Subdivision 3 on page 239 appropriates money for the Cannabis Expungement Board under Article 5. Subdivision 5 on page 240 reduces the appropriation to Department of Corrections. Subdivision 14 on page 242 appropriates money to the BCA. And Subdivision 18 on page 243 appropriates money to the Supreme Court. The A2 author's amendment essentially deleted this entire article and then reinserts it with all the appropriation and reduction amounts blank. And Mr. Chair, that's the entire article for this committee.
All right, committee members, take a breath. We've got a lot to cover today and whenever we get it back. So what we're going to do now is ask Senator Port to facilitate the presentation of some testifiers. That will be part of her presentation, and then we will go to other public testimony. We do have a list of individuals that have contacted us ahead of time that were interested in testifying. So, Senator Port.
Thank you, Chair Latz. Just to make one comment on the last piece that Mr. Bacchus spoke about, the zeroing out of all of the appropriations. That is because we do not have a fiscal note for this year yet. It is in process, and we will be getting it, and we will be back in your committee and in front of all of the other committees with the appropriate numbers in those pieces. But I wanted to let folks know that is. We didn't want to debate numbers that we knew were incorrect, so we will be back with you when we have the fiscal note for that piece. And as to testifiers, I believe Ms. Kaplan has our list just in with everyone else, so you can move through that list.
All right, thank you. So,
thank you, Mr. Chair.
We will call to the testifier table then. Layli Fatehi from Minnesota is ready, and if Munira Muhammad from the ACLU will also come forward. We can save some transit time here as folks are getting up and returning to their seats.
And Ms. Fatehi is just an expert that will be here for me as we're moving through the questions, so she doesn't need to testify at this point.
All right. Thank you, Senator Port. Then we'll ask Joan Barron to come forward as well from Sensible Change, Minnesota. And Ms. Muhammad from the ACLU, go ahead and identify yourself for the record if you would and proceed with your testimony.
Hello, Chair Latz and members of the Judiciary Committee. My name is Munira Muhammad. I'm the Policy Associate for the ACLU of Minnesota. That would be the American Civil Liberties Union. The ACLU is in support of Senate File 73. Cannabis laws desperately need reform due to stark racial disparities in marijuana possession and the fact that they haven't gotten better in Minnesota or nationwide. The numbers dealing with race and marijuana have been mentioned before, but still bear repeating again and again due to how egregious they are. Nationally, on average, a black person is 3.6 times more likely to be arrested for marijuana possession than a white person, even though black and white people equally use marijuana at similar rates. Here in Minnesota, it's an even bigger problem. A black person is 5.4 times more likely to be arrested than a white person, which is significantly worse than the national average. The disproportionate targeting and over-policing of black communities for a substance that's equally used among the population is a logical consequence of marijuana criminalization and the byproduct of the failed war on drugs. Being caught with even the smallest amount of marijuana can risk your housing status, employment opportunities, child custody determinations, immigration status, and eligibility for financial aid. It can and does ruin lives. Senate File 73 is a viable path towards responsibly legalizing marijuana use and possession for Minnesota adults. It has strong provisions that don't simply replace marijuana prohibition with onerous fines and fees that can disproportionately affect marginalized families. It also provides clemency or resentencing for certain marijuana convictions and expungement of past marijuana convictions. We sincerely hope that the legislature takes quick and urgent action on moving this issue forward. Full legalization would stop further arrests for possession, decrease prison populations, reduce the criminalization of black and brown communities in Minnesota and our legal system. Thank you to the chair for hearing me, and we support Senate File 73. Thank you to the members.
Thank you, Ms. Muhammad. If Angela Dawson will then come forward and take one of the seats at the testifier table. We will now hear from Joan Barron from Sensible Change, Minnesota.
Okay. Hi. Thank you. Thank you for letting me speak today. My name is Joan Barron, and I am in favor of HF 100. I have currently been enrolled in our state's medical cannabis program since 2016. Since then, I've been able to get off all of my opiates, that I am free for well over a year. So that's been a huge milestone for myself. I was prescribed opiates in 2002 after a traumatic fall. I damaged and entrapped my main motor and sensory nerve of my pelvis. The pain from this condition is unspeakable pain in the most private parts of one's body. I was prescribed everything from OxyContin to fentanyl patches to eventually methadone, which I was on close to 140 milligrams a day at one point. During those early years, my then teenage son, Adam, got into those medications and moved swiftly to heroin. As I was searching for any and all treatments for my condition, going to Mayo, traveling to France 3 times for surgery and ketamine infusions, San Francisco for specialized PT, I returned to my teenage son that I didn't even recognize anymore. He was somebody I didn't know. I didn't recognize myself, and there are many years that I don't even remember. It's a damn miracle I didn't lose my life like so many of my other fellow pain warriors. They either lost their life to overdoses or suicide. I was, for all practices and purposes, impaired every time I got into a car taking those medications. There were times I'd doze off at stoplights. I could not make morning appointments because I was too groggy from the medicines that I took the night before to help me sleep. I have friends that have been fender benders on opiates and other pharmaceutical drugs. I have a dear friend that totaled her car going into a ditch because she fell asleep under those medications. For me personally, I have never been like that on cannabis. I use cannabis responsibly, the same way my husband, who, by the way, has never tried cannabis nor wants to try cannabis, indulges in alcohol, and he does it safely. There are people using cannabis right now every single day in Minnesota, regardless of the legality of it. I have 3 grandchildren, 19, 16, and 12. Our family has been completely honest with them about what Grandma takes for pain medicine. I care deeply about the safety of others on our roads and our freeways. My family paid the ultimate sacrifice for the opioid epidemic. My son lost his battle in 2014. He was 29 years old. We watched him die a slow death for 15 years, relapsing over and over again. He overdosed on the same medication that got him addicted to heroin, my opiates. I wouldn't wish that on my worst enemy. I cannot turn back the time for us as badly as I wish I could, but I can keep speaking out about harm reduction. And that's what cannabis is to me and my family. There are thousands of Minnesotans still shut out by our medical program because of the high cost. We should all have the legal right to choose a safer medication to be able to grow cannabis for ourselves or purchase in a state-regulated dispensary. I want to do that for myself, and I want that for my fellow Minnesotans. In closing, I trust the vast majority of cannabis consumers the same way I do those who consume alcohol, that they will act responsibly when behind the wheel or drive on our roads. Thank you for letting me speak today.
Thank you, Ms. Barron. I don't see Angela Dawson present or approaching the testifier table, so we'll move on. Rihanna Buckles, come on forward, please, and also Ryan Hamilton. You can come forward and take a vacant chair as well. Ms. Buckles, please state your full name for the record and go ahead.
Thank you so much, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. My name is Rihanna Buckles, and I'm the Legislative and Coalitions Director for Americans for Prosperity here in Minnesota. I am here to testify on behalf of the cannabis legalization bill and express AFP's support for the bill's passage. Americans for Prosperity believes in a dignified approach to public policy, advocating for bottom-up solutions that help every individual achieve their potential. We also believe in second chances and empowering individuals to use their experiences to make a positive impact for themselves and their community. Senate File 73 is a great example of a transformational measure that will right the long overdue wrongs of the war on drugs and uphold constitutional rights for individuals impacted far and wide by prohibition. While we enthusiastically support the expungement measures, we also believe that the bill could go farther in removing barriers for those who have past criminal records related to low-risk offenses. So, for example, we'd like to see provisions that bar large classes of individuals with various types of criminal records from the new industry be more narrowly tailored to only prohibit those who pose a unique risk in these employment and ownership roles. So such a unique risk might be someone with a criminal record that might be more likely to divert the legal cannabis products from the legal market into the gray or black markets that we do expect will still exist post-legalization for some time. We would also like to see some of the criminal penalties in the bill be changed to civil penalties. It's our opinion that these well-intended provisions should not create additional barriers in the unique situations that we face in the course of creating a new industry. It's our hope that dismantling cannabis prohibition will help reduce the number of individuals who encounter the judicial system and not be plagued by criminal records that could hinder their future opportunities. We are pleased at the progress made in this bill and look forward to supporting it on its journey through passage. This will be a monumental step forward in several aspects of our state, and we thank Senator Port for shepherding this legislation through and taking into consideration all of the various stakeholders and individuals impacted by this legislation. Thank you.
Thank you for your testimony. I'm going to ask everyone who has suggestions for how to, in their view, improve the bill. If you would just submit those in writing to our committee with just a brief itemization, and if you have page and line numbers of the bill that you can refer us to, that'd be helpful so we can kind of track what your ideas are and think about how we want to approach that as a committee. Thank you. Are you Mr. Hamilton?
Yes, sir.
Mr. Ryan Hamilton, and if Heather Backus will go ahead and approach and have a seat as well. Thank you. Go ahead, Mr. Hamilton.
Chair Latch and members of the committee, my name is Ryan Hamilton. I'm here on behalf of the Minnesota Catholic Conference, the public policy voice of the Catholic Church in Minnesota. In 2014, Pope Francis said, attempts, however limited, to legalize so-called recreational drugs are not only highly questionable from a legislative standpoint, they fail to produce the desired effects. So why aren't our predecessor states realizing the desired effects? We think the problem is that most voters who support legalization actually want decriminalization, but state legislatures are giving them commercialization. Decriminalization is defined as legislation in which an act or omission, formerly criminal, is made non-criminal and without punitive sanctions. Commercialization is defined as the process of managing or running something principally for financial gain. The commercialization of recreational drugs doesn't benefit the common good. I urge anyone who supports legalization out of a desire for racial justice to look deeper into what Senate File 27, as currently written, really is. It's a commercialization bill, with a few decriminalization provisions sprinkled in. Minnesotans should ask, what are the desired effects that we wish to gain from marijuana legalization? If reversing the harm caused by the war on drugs is the goal, then we would be wise to take notice of the effects that cannabis commercialization is having on minority communities in other states. A quick Google search revealed the following. In a 2020 report, the California Department of Justice said there is a 27% decline in felony cannabis arrests after the first year of broad legalization. That's good. That's what we want. But according to the breakdown of demographic data, Hispanics counted for nearly 42% of those arrests, while whites were at 21%. In October 2022, the Washington Post reported that 1 year after legalization, commercialization, Black adults accounted for nearly 60% of the marijuana-related cases pending in Virginia's district and circuit courts, despite Black people accounting for only 20% of that state's population. In December 2022, NPR reported that Missouri courts had to ask their state lawmakers for a supplemental budget of $2.5 million to pay overtime for 500 court clerks to go through files. This is because their felony expungement program in Missouri required a court clerk to manually pull records to see if the felony was actually for marijuana, possession of marijuana. In January 2022, the LA Times reported that when Californians voted to legalize recreational cannabis in 2016, one promise was the creation of a pathway for clearing marijuana-related convictions. But despite a 2018 law intended to speed up and automate the process, tens of thousands of Californians are still stuck with convictions on their records. The Minnesota Catholic Conference stands in solidarity with those seeking to clear their records so they can fully participate in our economy. But there's a better way to right the wrongs of prohibition than full commercialization of cannabis. And to continue to suggest otherwise is really an affront to the ideals of justice. One of the most troubling realities about Senate File 27, as currently written, is that it makes expungements, sentencing reform, and the allocation of resources to disadvantaged communities, it makes those good things contingent upon the normalization of a drug and the drug industry that has proven itself to undermine those same communities. As members of the Judiciary Committee, you are uniquely situated to reject that false dichotomy. Legalization measures that are based on commercialization have not produced the racial, social, and criminal justice outcomes that Minnesotans of goodwill are seeking. We urge you to pivot to a new bill that gives marijuana decriminalization the standalone focus and attention that it deserves. If we want to be unique, let's be the first state to actually get that right. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hamilton. We'll now hear from Heather Bacchus, who appears to have someone else with her as well. And while they're beginning to testify, if Colette Guyot-Hempel is here, and come on forward as well. Thank you. Ms. Bacchus.
Mr. Chair, members, my name is Heather Bacchus, and this is my husband, Randy. We're here as private citizens on behalf of parents of precious youth in Minnesota that deserve better. I'm the mom of a 21-year-old son, pictured there, who died by suicide after becoming psychotic from using high-potency THC products. His habit began at 15, looking for social acceptance. Although illegal here in Minnesota, it was easily accessible. At 16, our son Randy was diagnosed with cannabis use disorder, suffering from anxiety, depression, and attended wilderness therapy. At 18, he moved to a legal use state, Colorado. Misled by an industry that profits from addiction, he believed that THC was good for him
In reality, it damaged his adolescent brain. Eventually, his use led to cannabis-induced psychosis, suicidal ideation, and completed suicide. Sadly, he took his life in July of 2021. According to NEDA, 35.7% of 12th graders have said they used marijuana. Daily use among 8th and 10th graders has increased since 2017. Research suggests that high-potency daily marijuana use may increase the chance of developing psychosis by 5 times, and those who use marijuana are 7.5 times more likely to complete suicide. Since legalization in Colorado, the number of suicides testing positive for THC has tripled more, and more youth die by suicide with THC in their system than with alcohol. 3 factors contribute to marijuana dependence: depression, anxiety, suicidal ideation, and psychosis. The age of onset of use, the frequency, and the potency. How are you going to keep high-potency products away from adolescents to keep them safe? There are more than 20,000 studies documenting the dangers of cannabis that Minnesota and the industry have decided to ignore to profit from addiction. Read medical journals, research the real dangers of this drug. This is not the weak weed you grew up with. Today's THC, cannabis, marijuana is much more potent, with levels up to 95% in THC concentrates. It's no longer just a flower, it is a designer synthetic drug backed by an industry looking to profit off addiction. It is unsafe for public. Have courage and make decisions with your heart and your mind regarding the future of our society. Stop thinking along political lines influenced by money. Our son is gone. I'm not here on his behalf. I'm here on behalf of your kids, grandkids, and our precious youth of today. Continue to decriminalize, expunge past criminal records, and educate people on the real dangers of today's marijuana, but do not legalize and commercialize this psychoactive drug. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Backus, and I'm sure I speak on behalf of all the committee members to express our sorrow for your loss. Thank you for your heartfelt testimony.
Good afternoon.
If John House-Layden could come forward and take a chair, and Ms. Guyot-Hempel, go ahead and proceed with your testimony.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair and Senate committee members. My name is Colette Guyot-Hempel, and I am here on behalf of Minnesota residents and live in Brooklyn Park. Thank you for allowing us to speak. I oppose legalizing marijuana and all THC products because of the harm they do. These products are linked to a number of health and criminal concerns for children and adults alike. Did you know that 1 in 6 that try marijuana before age 26 will become addicts? And 1 in 10 of the people older than 26 will be an addict. Psychotic episodes are directly linked to the usage, and those with psychotic illnesses are greatly impacted by secondhand smoke, whether it's at a concert, a park, or anywhere else. They were right. Both of the last 2 speakers were correct in the damages that this drug does. Secondhand smoke may permanently cause brain damage and birth defects and loss of IQ by as much as 8 points. That's half a standard deviation on the IQ test. And that doesn't matter what race you are. Our children are already facing an educational gap. Do they really need marijuana in their lives? Secondhand, primary, any use? Food insecurities as well as housing issues are frequent for drug users. The apartment buildings they share with other residents smell their marijuana. Other residents are affected by it going through the walls, and the THC is there. It's in the air. The National Safety Board says that 50% of all car accidents are related to drug usage. The majority of them are no longer alcohol, but marijuana and THC products. 3 kids in Clara City were on a school bus and killed by a high marijuana user that was an undocumented, illegal person. She was served, found guilty, said she didn't do it, was deported, and then was back in Minnesota just a couple years after being deported. She claims she's done nothing wrong. 3 families do not have their children, and this was about a decade ago. Have we not learned that this drug is dangerous? Gun violence is frequently related to drug usage, whether it's the criminal theft to support their addiction, the domestic abuse goes up higher with those states that have legalized marijuana. Brooklyn Park Police Chief Bruley spoke after a teenager was killed by a ghost gun, saying that the majority of gun usage in Brooklyn Park is related to drugs. Think about that. This is a drug. It is a federal Schedule I drug, the same as LSD, cocaine, methamphetamines, meth, crack, ecstasy. These drugs are not safe for anyone's usage. You want to decriminalize it, that's one thing. But this drug has negative impacts on more people. I have worked for 25 years in a public school with special ed kids, and I can tell you the impulsivity, the aggressiveness of drug-related fetal alcohol and other drugs used before a child was born has a negative impact on those children for life. Parents that use drugs have a tendency to purchase the drugs over food, over housing. These kind of impacts are permanent on these kids. There is no fixing it. 5 years later, these kids have grown up in it. It impacts their ability to empower them for education and for lifelong choices. I challenge you that if you're going to pass this bill, then we need DARE programs in the middle school and the senior highs so that these kids learn that just because it's legal doesn't mean it's a good thing to do. And who are you going to try to recoup costs for the addictions? Colorado, for every $1 they get in tax money, they spend $5 to fix the problems that marijuana causes. What a waste of money. We could provide housing, we could provide broadband for across the state. We could do a whole lot better things with taxpayer dollars than support legalizing a drug that causes so much damage to families. I respectfully join the others that have said that they oppose marijuana. My heart goes out to those people that suffer because I've seen it directly in 25 years of direct service to students. This is a negative bill, and saying that we've lost the war means that we shouldn't consequence people for bad behavior is appalling. But then again, that's how some of this goes. But it is a sad state of events to think that legalizing a drug because you cannot fight it enough is the way to go. I do have some articles that support the comments that I've made that I would like to submit for future reference and for this committee to see in the future before they make a recommendation to the state. Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am, for your testimony, and we'll have a staff person get those articles from you. Thank you very much. If Kevin Torgerson and Jeff Potts will come down, you're next in line to testify. But first, we're going to hear from John Housladen from the Minnesota Trucking Association. Go ahead, sir.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, members. I am John Housladen, President of the Minnesota Trucking Association. Legalizing recreational cannabis will make Minnesota roadways less safe, leading to more crashes, more injuries, and more fatalities. On Minnesota roadways, let's think about this. Speeds are up, law enforcement is understaffed, and there is no reliable roadside test to assess impairment. So answer, how can putting more cannabis impaired drivers on the roadway really make this situation better? You have a handout in front of you, the legalization of marijuana in Colorado, the impact dated September 21, very recent data. And I want to cite 3 statistics that show the sad truth regarding the impact of legalizing cannabis on roadway safety, and this can be found on page 2. Since recreational marijuana was legalized in 2013, traffic deaths where drivers tested positive for marijuana have increased 138%. Traffic deaths involving drivers who tested positive for marijuana have more than doubled, and the percentage of all Colorado traffic deaths involving drivers who tested positive for marijuana increased from 11% to 20%. And in speaking with the Colorado State Patrol, which I did, there is strong anecdotal evidence that marijuana impairment is underreported. So if you think about it, if a stop is made, an impairment is detected, and a blood alcohol breath sample exceeds the legal limit, the marijuana inquiry is functionally dropped. That data is never captured because you have proof of impairment and you follow down that road and don't have to do all the other things to prove that. Strong anecdotal evidence that is underreported. We think the bill is deficient in a number of other ways. The proposed roadside testing pilot uses existing technology that only indicates the presence of cannabis, not level of impairment. To truly protect Minnesotans and preserve workplace and roadway safety, we must be able to measure impairment. The bill appropriates only minimal money to the State Patrol, and this is fascinating, $0 to local law enforcement. And the dollars that are appropriated are a diversion from the Trunk Highway Fund, effectively trading fixing potholes for enforcing pot violations. Potholes for pot. And think about this, roadside law enforcement cannot identify or differentiate the difference between hemp in its raw form and marijuana in its raw form. So how does a law enforcement officer with a load determine if it is actually legal or not? And we look at, again, the report from Colorado about the black market and this myth that it drives it away. In this report, they seized 5.54 tons of marijuana, a loosely bound product. That's a lot of truckloads. Cannabis couriers and transporters are not subject to motor vehicle record checks before being qualified to transport marijuana. We think they should be. And despite the attempts to clarify what testing, discipline, and discharge employers may undertake, this bill creates fertile ground for numerous wrongful discharge lawsuits. Employers need affirmative protection against such suits when following federal and state law and their own written policies. We believe employers subject to federal DOT drug and alcohol testing, such as truck drivers, should be able to extend the same testing to all the company employees to ensure equitable treatment across the workforce. And we also believe the ongoing reporting requirements lack any meaningful tracking of workforce impacts, such as labor participation and productivity, and are really not specific enough when capturing data regarding marijuana-related highway and workplace accidents. Finally, enacting Senate File 73 into law, it will not make it legal for persons to consume cannabis and drive a commercial vehicle. However, it will raise the likelihood that persons will consume cannabis and generate a positive drug test due to confusion and misinformation. And if they have that positive result, they will be relieved of duty and the odds of that person ever driving truck again are very low. It could exacerbate an already significant truck driver shortage. And think about this, the bill doesn't address this fact, but it will similarly impact all other DOT-regulated workforces. Airline pilots, railroad engineers, barge captains, transit drivers, all will be imperiled by legalization of this drug and its expansion. The best crafted bill can't overcome new traffic safety and workforce risks created by legalizing cannabis, and thus we urge you to vote no on Senate File 73. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. House-Lawton. And again, I'll ask those who have specific proposals for changes in the bill, please send those to us itemized as best you can, and identify the version of the bill that you're making reference to also, because even after today, with the author's amendment, there's going to be a first engrossment, which will change the page and line numbers for reference points. So just make sure you identify which version of the bill you're proposing to change as well. Thank you. We now have Kevin Torgerson, Olmsted County Sheriff, on behalf of the Minnesota Sheriff's Association, and Jeff Potts from the Minnesota Chiefs of Police Association, the Executive Director. Go ahead and proceed with your testimony. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members. I am Kevin Torgerson, Olmsted County Sheriff's Office, representing the Minnesota Sheriff's Association. Most of the Senate File 73 indicates effective dates from July and August of 2023 or January of 2024. In Article 4, Section 16, this bill authorizes an oral fluid preliminary testing pilot project for public safety beginning August of 2023 until July of 2025. We ask you to give public safety the time to complete this project before full marijuana legalization. Similarly, Article 1, Section 4, lines 20.31 and 221.10 in this bill authorizes the study and development of the effects and costs to public safety related to training more drug recognition experts, called DREs, and the retirement and replacement of current drug detection dogs. For my agency alone, that will cost us $40,000 at a minimum. It only makes sense to delay the effective dates of this bill, if passed, until public safety at all levels is adequately funded and trained to keep Minnesota safe. For nearly 20 years, we have cut the number of fatalities on our roadways nearly in half. When our states legalized marijuana, the number of traffic fatalities when other states legalized marijuana, the number of traffic fatalities have increased where one or more drivers was marijuana impaired. I'm saddened to think that the increased loss of life on our roads is considered collateral damage for those who wish to put a foreign substance in their body. We hope saving lives would be the goal of everyone in this legislature. Just recently, the Minnesota Poison Control Center noted a significant increase in ER visits of children ages 0 to 5 who had consumed THC-infused edibles. It's been stated repeatedly that marijuana is safe and it's not a gateway drug, yet treatment centers continue to advise of clients who started their addiction pathway with marijuana. The entire Article 4, Section 8 should be assessed lower weights for possession in public and the home. Today's marijuana is not your father or grandfather's marijuana that was grown in a ditch. No one needs that much marijuana in their home or on the street for personal use, and God forbid, I ask you, do you expect to prevent youth access anywhere with that much in plain view? Lastly, in Article 4, Section 9, Titled 152.02 or 0264, Cannabis Sales Crimes, Subdivision 3, Sale in the Second Degree, allows for a person to possess and sell up to 2 ounces of marijuana, up to 8 grams of cannabis concentrate, or edible products infused with no more than 800 milligrams of THC in a school zone, park zone, a public housing zone, or a drug treatment facility. Shouldn't these areas be zero tolerance? If we are going to do our best to prevent youth access, then no amount of drug should be allowed to be possessed and sold in these sensitive areas. Sales in a school zone should be a felony, not a gross misdemeanor. Please work with us to keep Minnesota safe, and thank you.
Thank you, Sheriff. Chief Potts.
All right, Mr. Chair, Chair Latz, members, my name is Jeff Potts. I'm the Executive Director for the Minnesota Chiefs of Police Association, previously the police chief in the city of Bloomington. I'm here today to testify with concerns of Senate File 73 as currently drafted on behalf of the Minnesota Chiefs Association. Our association collectively represents over 300 police chiefs from across Minnesota. And Mr. Chair, understanding that the bill will come back here today for further discussion, we'll keep these comments fairly brief today, and we'll work on a letter that outlines those concerns, but look forward to another opportunity in the future. As the legislature debates the legalization of cannabis, it is important to remember that local governments and local law enforcement will be impacted by the law that ultimately passes. It is important to prioritize a tight legal market and regulatory structure to not further expand an existing illicit market. Unfortunately, this bill does not do this for a variety of reasons that are within this committee's jurisdiction. I'll just mention a couple. Number one, the significant amount of cannabis an individual can legally possess and grow in their home. This will not reinforce a tight regulatory structure through consistent retail outlets. This will create a dramatic increase in enforcement efforts by local law enforcement to address an already flourishing illicit market. Number two, the bill does not allow for the use of cannabis while operating a motor vehicle. While this is an important prohibition, it is extremely difficult to enforce as there is no commercially viable roadside test at this time. Because of the lack of a test and the complications around it, the prohibition could be strengthened with a zero tolerance policy that other states have passed and possibly prevent negative interactions with law enforcement. Mr. Chair and members of the committee, we are willing to work with the author and members of the committee to make this bill better and safer for everyone involved. We will, again, work on a letter to address those concerns, those specific concerns. And Mr. Chair and committee members, I appreciate your time here today.
Thank you, Chief Potts. Peter Coyle from the Outdoor Advertising Association, come on down, and also Alex Hassel from the League of Minnesota Cities.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Thank you for the opportunity to speak briefly with you today. I understand the bill is going to come back, Mr. Chairman, so I'll keep my comments brief as well. I represent the Minnesota Outdoor Advertising Association, which is comprised of approximately a dozen family-owned and national Main Street advertising companies. We're the billboard companies. We employ Minnesotans across the state, and we advertise legal products. This bill proposes a legal product and a new business opportunity for Minnesota. The outcome of that bill will be your decision to make. I want to comment specifically on Article 1, Section 58. And I've shared my comments with the author, and I appreciate the fact that she's willing to work with us on the concerns that we've identified. But very briefly, it's this. While the bill expressly authorizes a broad variety of advertising mediums to promote the availability of marijuana, assuming the product is legalized, it includes an absolute prohibition on the use of outdoor advertising. And it makes no sense to us that the legislature, should it choose to adopt the bill, would create a legal product, create a new commercial stream of commerce, if you will, but at the same time ban a form of advertising that's well accepted, maybe is used by many of you as part of your own business or political work, and we don't see any reason why the legislature would include that prohibition in the bill. Having said that, Mr. Chairman, I understand that further conversations are going to occur around the bill, and I'll withhold any further comments until that time. I appreciate the chance to speak with you today.
Thank you, Mr. Coyle. And in your future submissions, if you could identify any parallel laws with regard to alcohol and cigarettes and advertising, that'd be helpful for our analysis.
Be happy to do that.
By the way, I will note, and we're getting toward the end of our list of testifiers, but we will allow questions from members of the committee, and so those of you who have testified, if you're able to stick around to answer any questions that members of the committee have, that would be helpful. Thanks. Ms. Hassel from the League of Minnesota Cities, and then if David Bernstein or Charles Siegel want to testify from the DWI Task Force, you can come on forward. Ms. Hassel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and members of the committee. My name is Alex Hassel. I'm here on behalf of the League of Minnesota Cities, representing 837 cities across the state. I want to respect the jurisdiction of this committee and how this bill relates to public safety, but I do want to provide the context that our comments on these sections really connect to the larger need for a partnership between the state and cities regarding the regulation and oversight of some of these pieces. Just for some background, cities have spent a considerable amount of time this past year working to put reasonable regulations in place for the THC edible products that were passed last session under a very narrow regulatory framework, with many implementing local licenses or temporary moratoriums as we seek more guidance and oversight by the state. What we have found is a significant amount of non-compliant products on the market, and really the way that it has been effectively managed is through local licensing. And I know that local licensing will be discussed in other committees, but really just want to share that it is an enforcement tool that allows local governments to respond quickly to issues that can arise from retailers. Local involvement will be critical in ensuring that cannabis and cannabis products are sold in compliance with the law. Specifically, some of the pieces under the jurisdiction of this committee, we ask that local law enforcement be authorized to conduct compliance checks, as they do with liquor and tobacco. Compliance checks statewide will be a huge task for this new board, and to make sure that these checks happen, it is important to include local governments in that process. These checks are an important tool to ensure that retailers are acting in accordance with the law and not selling to those who are under the legal age. While certainly not all retailers are bad actors, some unfortunately do fail to maintain compliance. This history allows licensing authorities to ensure that they provide licenses to responsible retailers that do not have a history of noncompliance. Additionally, under this bill, all inspections would be handled by the state, and if public safety issues arise locally, it creates a response timeline of 30 days for the state to complete any necessary inspections. We're glad to see that the state will be taking an active role in enforcement, but 30 days is far too long for local communities to have to wait for the state to have capacity to enforce the regulations. We ask that cities share in some of this responsibility by authorizing those local compliance checks. This is just one example of where local governments fit into this discussion, and as you've heard from local law enforcement as well, there are significant impacts to public safety in the time and resources for law enforcement that they will have to spend on this issue, which we hope the committee considers. I will leave it at that, but I thank you for your time, and I appreciate Senator Port and her willingness to work with us on this legislation. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hassel. David Bernstein from the Minnesota DWI Task Force, and if Oliver Steinberg will come on down in preparation for your testimony as well. Thank you. Mr. Bernstein.
Thank you, Chair Latz, members of the committee. My name is David Bernstein, and I'm the chair of Minnesota's DWI Task Force. For those who are unfamiliar, we are a volunteer organization. We are nonprofit, unfunded, unaffiliated. Our goal is to eliminate impaired driving on Minnesota's roadways. We have a big diversity of perspectives from individuals across the criminal justice system. The DWI Task Force is not taking a position on the cannabis legalization bill, Senate File 73, which is much broader in scope and beyond our purview. But there are some important highway safety considerations that need to be addressed in this bill. And we have drafted proposals. We've met with Senator Latz. We've also met with Representative Stevenson in the House. And I welcome Senator Port's invitation to meet as well to discuss some of these. I do want to emphasize a lot of this bill addresses use and possession, which is not what the DWI Task Force is addressing. We are addressing impaired driving. And that is a concern when it comes to marijuana use. There are plenty of studies which support that marijuana has the capacity to impair a person's ability to operate a motor vehicle, not only independently, but also in conjunction with other substances such as alcohol or even prescription drugs. Alcohol is a legal substance, but it is still illegal to drive under the influence or impaired. And the DWI Task Force's goal is to align DWI marijuana laws with the DWI alcohol laws. Part of that, it will be important to educate the public. There was a study released by AAA in December of 2022, just last month, which indicated that 94% of drivers believe that driving after drinking enough alcohol to be over the limit to be very dangerous. Only 65% believe that driving within 1 hour of using marijuana is dangerous. That's very concerning. 5% actually admitted to doing it within the past month. And while 5% is a low number, there are likely many more than actually admitted it. And any number higher than 0 is concerning. And so it will be important to educate the public and to do so through policies. One way that this committee can do so is with consistency in terms and its messaging. So for example, looking at Senate File 73, there are many places where the term cannabis is used. There are other places, such as the Scheduled Controlled Substances, where the term marijuana is used. That's going to create confusion amongst the public, but more importantly, that also creates ambiguous legal standards. And so it will be important for the legislature, if Senate File 73 is to pass, to consider a consistent term and for all the legal standards to be tailored and authored appropriately. The task force, as I mentioned, has drafted some proposals. They are in writing. I'd be happy to meet with anyone who would like to discuss these further, and I look forward to hopefully meeting with Senator Port. But just to briefly outline again, the goal is to align DWI marijuana laws. So for example, a prohibition on underage use and driving, similar to the underage drinking and driving. Minnesota currently has an open bottle law, where if you have alcohol, it either needs to be unopened or kept in the trunk or trunk-like area. And the task force is proposing a consistent provision with respect to cannabis or marijuana. It's good public policy to make sure that if you transport marijuana, it should be kept unopened or in the trunk in order to avoid the potential of impaired driving. It's also important to note that it's not a defense if impairment is derived from hemp, edible cannabinoid products, or medical cannabis. Impairment is impairment, and that's what we're focused on when it comes to public safety and highway safety. So again, the DWI task force is not looking at criminalizing use, but we are looking at the focus on impaired driving and making sure we keep highways safe. Again, I'm happy to meet with anyone to discuss the proposals and send the written proposals to you, and I look forward to additional conversations. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bernstein. Oliver Steinberg.
Thank you, Chairman Latz, members. My name is Oliver Steinberg. I'm a resident of St. Paul. I am a member of and leader of some of the drug reform activity in this state, but I'm speaking today only on my own behalf as a citizen, taxpayer, and parent. And I thank you for the opportunity. Now, there's 3 reasons why I am encouraged by Senate File 73, because it's past time to end the cannabis prohibition. And there are 3 compelling reasons that your committee should consider. First is to rectify long-standing corrosive injustice. Second is to enhance and improve public safety. And third is to restore respect for more worthy laws and for the institutions that our society depends on for civic order and liberty under law. Now, the anti-legalization zealots are trying to deflect the debate or confuse it with the alleged hazards to health and public safety attributed by them to cannabis consumption. And I respect that and their point of view. But it's not just science we have to learn from, but also history. And what we've got to realize is that our approach to the use of this substance and others has not worked. And there's a far greater harm to public health and civic safety from the law than from the leaf. We've got to remember the unintended consequences of alcohol prohibition, the violent clandestine markets, criminal gangs, corruption, contaminated products, overcrowded courts and prisons, Titanic-sized tax evasion, and cynical disrespect for laws in general. And the war on drugs is repeating that folly. The anti-cannabis legislation was overtly racist in its origins, and it's been indisputably discriminatory as implemented. It forms the keystone of the so-called New Jim Crow, ostensibly a colorblind law that perpetuates historic patterns of racial caste oppression. So we've tried for decades draconian laws, saturation anti-drug propaganda, mass incarceration, high-tech surveillance, police state paranoia, and we've succeeded perhaps in terrorizing or intimidating citizens, in canceling civil liberties, in blighting both urban and rural communities without eradicating the outlawed substance. Prohibition fails, even on its own terms. And what about public safety? During the Al Capone bootlegging era, 20,000 lives were rubbed out in just 14 years. After alcohol prohibition was repealed in 1933, for 10 consecutive years, the rate of murders and assaults by firearms in this country declined until about half the original level. And that is the reason so compelling that you must tackle this problem of ending cannabis prohibition. I will distribute for your committee a page full of news items from our state of young people, mostly, getting killed because they're trying to buy or sell cannabis in the illicit marketplace. And that's one of the charges of this bill, is to curtail the illicit market, to put the gangs out of business, make our youth safe. Indeed, there are risks and dangers associated with cannabis consumption, and education is essential. I advocate it. But there's a whole lot quicker and more destructive damage to a young person's brain from a bullet than from a blunt. So let's put the gangs out of business by taking the business out of the gangs. Curtailing the illicit market depends on this. You've got to provide legal products as low in price and as high in quality as the unregulated market can supply. That means don't impose excessive regulations driving up unnecessarily business overhead costs. Don't permit corporate concentration to monopolize a market and charge artificially inflated prices. And the best way to ensure against this is done in Senate File 73, and that is allowing a home grow option. And finally, don't overtax the industry. Those rules will, when we finally end federal prohibition, really put a crimp in the black market and make all of us safer. So, in conclusion, I would say that the bill could be improved. There are many parts of it that are sort of like a Rube Goldberg cartoon in the complications of how they impose regulations. The entire licensing scheme seems to me to violate Article 13, Section 7 of the Minnesota Constitution, which says that any person may sell or peddle the product of a farm or garden occupied and cultivated by him without obtaining a license, therefore. Very plain English. And apparently this bill doesn't take that into account. I think it should. Then, ultimately, over the past 10 years, the people of 14 states have voted to end cannabis prohibition. The legislatures of another 7 states have decided to take this step. 4 territories, including the District of Columbia, also have ended prohibition. This is what the American people want. This is notable. None of those jurisdictions have reversed that decision or rescinded their law. They don't go back because legalization, which isn't perfect, works. And we need to learn that lesson. And I encourage you to consider, study, and adopt a bill along the lines such as proposed here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Steinberg. We did receive a note from one other person that sought to testify, and I'll give a few minutes also if there's anyone else that wishes to add a few remarks. I want to leave some time here for the committee members to ask questions as well. So is Thomas Evanstead present? Mr. Evanstead, come on down. Go ahead and state your name for the record.
Thank you.
Testimony.
Good afternoon, Chair Latz, Senator Port. I want to thank also Rep. Stevenson regarding this bill, the legalization of recreational cannabis in Minnesota. My name is Thomas Evenstad, Evenstad, and I'm with Public Safety Minnesota, and I testify today in very much support of this bill. On September 6, 1988, U.S. Administrative Law Judge Francis Young declared, quote, marijuana in its natural form is one of the safest therapeutic substances known to man, unquote. No human in 5,000 years of consuming cannabis has fatally overdosed. It is impossible to consume enough cannabis to kill even the lab rats, the animals that they've tested to try to determine cannabis's lethality. The empirical evidence from rec legal states citing NORML's research, all verifiable, is that the highways and the roads are not more dangerous post-legalization, but rather it's the opposite. They're safer. Most experts, including myself, attribute the reduction in DUI-related deaths to increased cannabis and reduced alcohol consumption for drivers on the roads in states that have legalized cannabis. Many recreational cannabis users like myself choose to consume cannabis instead of alcohol after experiencing the damage that alcohol causes as opposed to the health benefits of cannabis. I lost my own nephew, 25-year-old Matthew Thomas Campagnoni, to a woman, a drunk driver he was trying to save. I urge the bill's authors to add the Illinois provision prohibiting law enforcement from using the I smell weed ruse that allows them to toss anyone's vehicle, whether they actually do smell weed or not, for the confiscation and the seizure gravy train that they've enjoyed forever and they are fighting so hard to keep. This bill will not address racial disparity or profiling, racial profiling without it. SB 2939 is the legislation amending the Illinois Vehicle Code. And then personally, I want to say that 40 years ago, at age 17, I was made a cannabis criminal by the state of Minnesota. I will never forget having to be in the Hennepin County Courthouse with my parents and dealing with the prosecutors of the state. And I do remember the name of the judge, Pamela Alexander, African-American judge, and I had a 152-18 40 years ago. So I'm greatly looking forward to having that expunged. And I want to briefly touch on prohibition. The reason that we're here is because cannabis is illegal. One of the testifiers talked about cannabis, marijuana, the terms. I urge the committee to use cannabis solely because marijuana is a racist term. If you look at the history, I implore everybody involved in this bill to read The Emperor Wears No Clothes by Jack Herer, H-E-R-E-R, widely considered the most knowledgeable person about cannabis in the world ever. In 1937, Henry Anslinger, who was the U.S. drug czar, this is critically important because it touches right here in Minnesota. And again, I'll be brief and I thank you, Chair. Anslinger testified before Congress saying, quote, marijuana is the most violence-causing drug in the history of mankind, unquote. This, along with Anslinger's outrageous racist statements and beliefs, was made to the Southern-dominated Congressional Committee and is now an embarrassment to read in its entirety. For example, Anslinger kept a Gore file, culled almost entirely from Hearst, the magnet Hearst with the publications and other sensational tabloids, e.g. stories of axe murders where one of the participants reportedly smoked a joint 4 days before committing the crime. Anslinger pushed on Congress as a factual statement that about 50% of all violent crimes committed in the United States were committed by Spaniards, Mexican Americans, Latinos, Filipinos, African Americans, and Greeks, and that these crimes could be traced directly back to marijuana. Not one of Anslinger marijuana Gore files of the 30s is believed to be true by scholars who have painstakingly checked the facts. In fact, FBI statistics, had Anslinger bothered to check, showed that at least 65 to 75% of all murders in the U.S. were then, and they still are, alcohol-related. Alcohol is legal. As an example of his racist statements, Anslinger read into the U.S. Congressional Record testimony without objection stories about coloreds, quote unquote, with big lips, luring white women with jazz music and marijuana. He read an account of 2 black students at the University of Minnesota doing this to a white co-ed, quote, with the result of pregnancy, unquote. The congressmen of 1937 gasped at this and the fact that this drug seemingly caused white women to touch or even look at a quote-unquote Negro. And I'll finish with this. Virtually no one in America, other than a handful of rich industrialists and their hired cops, knew that the chief potential competitor, hemp, was being outlawed under the name marijuana. That's right. Marijuana was most likely just a pretext for hemp prohibition and economic suppression. So I urge the committee, when you look at the history, if you study the racist history of cannabis prohibition and the use of the term marijuana, it comes right back to our own University of Minnesota. And finally, my sister was this gateway argument that we hear about. Cannabis can be a gateway. And the reason it would be a gateway is because people have to go to the black market, to criminals by definition, to obtain cannabis. At 16 in Edina, 45 years ago, my only sister went to obtain some cannabis, a joint. She wound up being raped and pimped from New York to Los Angeles because the gateway was the gangs that have the harder drugs that strung her out and they human trafficked her from coast to coast. So I do challenge Senator Limmer today, who I've emailed repeatedly and called repeatedly to your office, and you have never responded to my overtures to actually get a public safety bill that works. MSOP for violent criminals, the Minnesota Violent Offender Program. Thank you, everybody, and God bless.
Thank you, Mr. Evanstead. We're going to go until 2:45 today, and we do have to make sure we're out of the room by then for the next committee that will be coming in. I want to leave some time for committee members to ask questions as well. Before I do that, is there anyone else in the audience that would like to make some brief remarks relating to this? Yes, come on forward, please. Go ahead and tell us your name and
my name is Bridget Pinder. I am a hemp farmer and cannabis company owner here in Minnesota. We've been farming since 2018. We have 18 acres west in a rural area. This year we got to invite the local sheriffs from Stearns County out to our farm because they had some questions about how do we tell the difference between hemp and cannabis. And so it was a really fun interaction that we got to have with the sheriffs, educating them about that you really can't tell the difference, as we've heard. And the other thing that I got to talk to with them about was the roadside impairment that we hear a lot about. And my question to them was, how do we test for opioids? How do we test for opioid impairment? There's no test for you to blow into or anything like that, like there is for alcohol, to test for opioids. So we talked about, how they do their roadside testing and of people that are impaired from anything, from sleep deprivation, from opioids, from things like that, so that as a cannabis community, we're putting it out there that would be the same type of test that they would do for cannabis impairment, since cannabis stays in our system for up to 30 days. So it's nice that farmers like us and people in the cannabis industry can have cooperation with the sheriffs and things like that in our areas. So I just wanted to touch on that a little bit. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Is there anyone else who wants to come forward and make some remarks at this time? I don't see anyone else in the audience, so thank you for all of the public testimony. Let's open it up now to the members of the committee. If there are any questions for the chief author, Senator Port, who's coming forward, or anyone else who testified, or other comments. Senator Limmer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Since we're just at the tail end of testifiers, I did want to raise an issue that Minkoji brought up regarding certain data practice issues in the current bill. And I see that Mr. Matt Elling is here. I have an amendment, but I am not going to introduce it today. This is more a gathering of information and better to understand the bill. But I would like to have Mr. Ealing just give a very, very brief description of their concerns regarding certain data practice issues that they've raised.
Sure. Is Matt Ailing here? Come on forward, if you would, give us a few minutes of your perspective. And I think we've received some information also here in the committee as well. So go ahead.
Thank you, Chair Latz. My name is Matt Ealing. I'm with the Minnesota Coalition on government information. Thank you, Senators and Senator Port. We've submitted information to yourself as well. First of all, I just want to say we've been working on this since HF 100 was introduced in the House. We've worked with Representative Stevenson, who took a couple of our amendments. Representative Scott, rather, also brought forward an amendment that was adopted, and those are in the A2 amendment that was adopted by this committee. So we'd like to thank everybody that's worked on this, and it's been a bipartisan work on the data provision so far. So thanks for that. The remaining work that we see came out of discussions in House Judiciary. So there's data regarding applicants that is, for the most part, classified as not public at the applicant stage, and that follows the standard state licensing framework in 1341. We feel that's not a good fit for the kind of business that's being regulated here, because the 1341 framework is more about individual license holders, police officers, attorneys, et cetera. And we feel this should be more similar to point of sale licensing for alcohol in terms of how the applicant data is treated. And most of that is done at the local level where the application data is almost all public. So if there's a bar moving into your community, you can find out at the application stage who owns it, basically what their business plans are, et cetera. But you wouldn't be able to do that in the cannabis point of sale context. So I think there's more work to be done there, as well as trying to figure out clarity around some of the data that the government entity that regulates these businesses conducts, such as the data in regard to scoring of the applicants. So, and it's a big bill, so I'm sure there's other data issues that are out there, but those are two that we've highlighted, and we're certainly willing to work with folks going forward.
Thank you, Mr. Ealing, for your testimony.
Mr. Chair, if I may.
Senator Port.
Senator Limmer, thank you for bringing this up. This is an important piece of the work that we're doing on this bill, and if you'd like to have conversations about your amendment, we're still in conversations with Minnesota COGI. This is a piece we want to get right, so I appreciate your willingness to work on it.
Thank you. Any follow-up with Mr. Ealing on this topic? All right. Thank you. Senator Port, I have a question for you. Sure. This would be legalizing a smokable form of marijuana for general use, and there's some of us in the legislature that were very active in the clean indoor air and other cigarette-related use relating to secondhand smoke impacts. Can you give some idea how this bill approaches that and whether the public health folks involved in those efforts were involved in the formulation of this bill?
Absolutely. Thank you for the question, Chair Latz. This is something we take pretty seriously in this bill, and the Indoor Clean Air Act still applies to every aspect of this bill. Because marijuana is being legalized does not mean that you can smoke it in places where we currently prohibit smoking, and the work that we've done, important work we've done on the Indoor Clean Air Act. Local governments can also prohibit smoking and vaping just like they can currently. So that's another aspect of it. The one exception, I will say, the provisions that pertain to licensing for on-site consumption do not allow for smoking in those places. The one exception being for cannabis event licensing, which does have a provision that allows for the license to include smoking. But essentially all of the other provisions of the Indoor Clean Air Act are intact. We also have provisions in this bill to do education, particularly to young people, that will continue to talk about the harms of marijuana.
Just to clarify on that point.
Go ahead, please state your name so we have it for the public record.
My apologies. My name is Layli Fadahi. I'm the campaign manager for MN is Ready. We are the largest and most diverse coalition of cannabis policy stakeholders in the state, and we've been working to ensure that Minnesota not just legalizes adult use cannabis, but has a legalization framework that prioritizes safety, equity, and Minnesota first approach to the industry. Just wanted to provide the clarification to what Senator Port was saying about that exception with the cannabis event licensing. So what that provision allows is for local governments, should they choose to approve for smokable and vapable forms of consumption to be allowed at such an event, but as long as it is in a designated area for smoking and vaping, and it has to not be visible from any public place. And in instances where that is allowed, tobacco and alcohol must be prohibited.
So thank you. And one of the reasons I asked the question is that the studies are starting to be more evident. You know, for many years there was a prohibition, federal prohibition on even studying marijuana, researching it. But the information that I'm receiving is that marijuana secondhand smoke has 3 to 5 times more particulate matter in the secondhand smoke than regular cigarettes do. Clearly there's a psychoactive component to the smoke which is not present in tobacco cigarettes. And the harm to youth in particular in developing brains, from the information I'm gathering, is more concerning than for regular cigarettes. Is there anything special about this bill that would provide added protections under those circumstances, particularly for youth? I also know people who live in multifamily housing where even cigarette smoke is a bother, marijuana smoke can be even more pervasive and seems to be able to infiltrate more of the public and even private spaces in multifamily housing as well. So how does this bill approach that, if it does specifically?
All right, so as Senator Port was saying, the Indoor Clean Air Act would still apply in all of these instances. It does not eliminate the kind of nuisance type restrictions that are often, you know, apply in different housing situations. It prohibits the product from being utilized in, say, a vehicle in the way, you know, tobacco often will be. And there is a prohibition in the bill on flavored, you know, smokable and vapable products, since those are often targeted towards children. So in the drafting of the bill, there's been attention to not trying to make this more permissible in any way than would be the case for tobacco.
Was the public health community involved in any way in the drafting of this bill? Those who were involved in the Smoke-Free Coalition, for example, secondhand smoke folks?
That I don't know, Mr. Chair. I believe that these provisions of the bill were developed by staff. I'd be happy to inquire as to what that consultation looked like. But in general, the drafting of this bill has been put together with enormous volumes of research drawn across all of the other states that have legalization policy, and it's had pretty multidisciplinary involvement. But I'd be happy to find out specifically about the involvement of public health officials or professionals with knowledge of smoking.
Thank you. I would appreciate that. And if you could share with me any information you have on what other states have done specifically with regard to the ancillary impact of this use on youth and bystanders as well, that would be helpful. And I know the states where this was approved by referendum, there are probably very few guardrails in the referenda language, but where there was legislative action, there might be some more or something subsequent. Senator Port?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to also flag, after you raised this concern with me earlier today, I did send an email reaching out to a couple of those groups to ask for their insights on the bill and ways that we can strengthen and especially ensure for young children that they have the least impact possible from secondhand smoke.
Thank you. I know this, I don't think I'm the only one who's having some thoughts along these lines. You can walk into some apartment buildings or condo buildings, and if there's one person in one unit that's smoking marijuana, you can smell it all the way down the halls. It seems to be a little more permeating than regular cigarette smoke as well. And so it might be worth taking a look into how we approach those issues also. Any other members of the committee have questions for Senator Howe? Did you have your hand up earlier?
Not for Senator Porter, this testifier. I actually have a question for a previous testifier.
Thank you. Go ahead.
Mr. Hausladen.
Mr. Hausladen, come on up forward to the testifier table, please.
You know, as he's coming up, I've had to deal with a number of my constituents that have used CBD. And what they found is once they took the CBD, they lost their ability to drive truck, which was their livelihood. So I had to work through the federal waiver program to get these folks back into their behind the wheel and back to their livelihood. Mr. Hauslund, how does the legalization in Colorado affect the trucking industry's ability to hire drivers?
Mr. Chair, Senator Howell, thank you. Yes, I've been in contact with both the Colorado Motor Carriers Association and a Minnesota-based carrier that has operations in Minnesota and Colorado, and they say flat out their ability to recruit truck drivers has been dramatically hampered because they simply can't get people to pass the pre-employment drug tests, and I think that's an important point. As I said in my testimony, all DOT licensed and regulated industries, every mode of transportation must have pre-employment testing. And what we see happening is people who maybe are younger and they develop a cannabis lifestyle and have never thought that they want to be a pilot or an engineer or a truck driver and they want to, and now they apply and they just can't. They fail the test, they cannot become a truck driver. We have 8,000 truck driver shortage today. And as you all know, trucking is the lifeblood of the Minnesota's economy, and a supply chain is struggling. So I urge the committee to think about the long-term impacts of what this means in directly licensing of commercial truck drivers.
A follow-up, Mr. Chair. So help me understand, is it, because with the CBD it was a zero tolerance, is that the same for cannabis, all cannabis use?
Mr. Hauslund.
Mr. Chairman, Senator Howell, that is correct. Per federal regulation, there's zero tolerance for a Schedule I drug like cannabis, regardless of how you take it in. And again, our industry has struggled with CBD because there's so many of these products that have been advertised as being CBD, not having THC, and lo and behold, they do. And so someone is taking it unwittingly, thinking they're buying a legal product, and then all of a sudden it's in their system, they pop positive, and now they've just lost their livelihood. And I think one of the things to be concerned about, this debate about the black market and the legitimate market, is the assumption that the black market will go away, as we already cited. The existence of the black market is an economic-driven factor, and it is driven by essentially inferior product, diluted, bad product, bad content. So to believe that people will not buy product on the black market and then have careers like truck driving not impacted is really not accurate. It will happen.
Any other members have any questions at this time? Senator Kroon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Of all the testimony I heard today, one thing really piqued my curiosity, and that is in the A2 amendment, subdivision 15, I heard that there's a proposal here to divert funds from the Trunk Highway Fund. Do you have any idea what dollar amount we're talking about here?
Senator Port.
Mr. Chair, Senator Kroon, thank you. The A2, we deleted all of the dollar amounts. I do not have a dollar amount to give you. We have estimates based on last year's, but the dollar amounts plus the locations that they will come from have not been finalized. So I cannot tell you, and I'm not willing to get into a hypothetical debate. We have not even finalized for sure that any will come from the Trunk Highway Fund.
Senator Kroon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate that answer. I'm just, it's a very sensitive subject for people in my district who have to live with Highway 65 every single day. And there's dire and urgent needs in our trunk highway system. I would hate to see any funds diverted from that fund to this endeavor. That's a comment. Mr. Chair, if I may have another question, please.
Yes, Senator Kroon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. For this question, I'm just all reference to page 80, lines 26 and 27. And it looks to me like the licensing for the existing medical cannabis licensees is going to expire under this bill. And I guess my question, what happens to the companies currently operating under the existing medical cannabis law? Will they be able to operate in the same manner? And if the answer to that is no, I guess my follow-up would be, why not?
Sure. Mr. Chair, Senator, the licensing, my
Go
apologies.
ahead, I just have to announce it for the record so people know who's speaking, so go ahead.
My apologies. The licensing provisions in this bill are among the most complex part of it, and they are in the process of quite a number of conversations about their revisions. So I anticipate that before it hits the committee that has jurisdiction over those licensing provisions, the bill may well look different than it does now, and we'll be able to get you specific answers to that.
If I may just add to that, the intent is to ensure that the people who are currently in our medical cannabis, who are currently licensed to sell medical cannabis, are able to move into the new program. It is the fastest way, the most stable way, and the most responsive to our community members to slide them over. That is the intent.
Senator Kroon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the intent, but the new requirements in the medical cannabis are significantly different than the requirements in the old one. And I would have very serious concerns about the providers, the existing providers, not being able to operate in the same manner that they're able to operate now. And so I think that's something we really need to take a hard look at as this bill moves forward, because there may be some deficiencies out there for some people who might like to look forward to this new medical cannabis system, but there are many that like the existing system, and there's a lot of jobs out there that are at stake, some in my district as well. So that's a concern of mine too. And then for my...
Go ahead, Senator Kroon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The other broad concern I have over this is the vast grant system here in the name of social equity. And I think I'll save a lot of these questions for later, the second time this comes around. But there's, I guess, I don't know how many grant systems there are here. Seem to be various ones, and I'll just focus on the cannabis industry renewable grant for the sake of discussion, which is found on page 112. It seems to me to be a competitive grant process whereby taxpayer dollars will be given to a quote-unquote eligible organization, which in my reading could include for-profit businesses or quote-unquote community groups who want to make community investments in an eligible community, which means a community where social equity applicants reside. And then that is apparently where a disproportional impact of previous cannabis enforcement or something like that. I guess my question here is, what are community groups in that definition? I didn't see a definition for that. Could that just be a group of anybody?
Senator Port.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I appreciate the question. You might be right that community groups is not labeled in here.
I'd be happy to. Yes, Mr. Chair, Senator.
Ms. Fateh.
Thank you. This is comparable to other grant programs that are administered by DEED and other agencies where there is a process that DEED goes through to first select what the organization that would be receiving and then administering the grant would be. I think typically when I have seen this in other contexts, it has been nonprofit organizations, but they are subject to the auspices of deed, and, you know, there's a application process to become that entity that would then administer the grant. So you would need to demonstrate that you understand what the purpose of the grant program is, that you have the necessary infrastructure to be able to do it. Usually there are requirements for reporting back, and then if you don't, there are consequences to it. So I don't think the idea is for it to just be randomly distributed, and then we hope for the best.
So members, we have about 7 minutes left to use the room, and I've got 3 more members who want to ask questions. So Senator Kroon.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I've got many more questions, but I'll limit it to one final question here so other members can have an opportunity to ask questions. I'm searching in this grant process for some measure of accountability. We all know that there's been waste, fraud, and abuse lately in the news, and I'm looking to prevent that in this system. And all I can really find, and I'm hoping maybe you can direct me to somewhere where I'm missing, is for this one, let's say page 113, lines 6 through 10, which basically requires this new agency that's going to be created to send a list of awards given through this program to committee chairs and ranking members, minority members. Are there any other safeguards in place in this bill to prevent waste, fraud, and abuse of taxpayer dollars in these newly formed grant programs?
Senator Port.
Thank you, Chair Latz and Senator Kroon. First, to your last point on the community group definition, would be happy to work with you to figure out that language in a way that works most effectively. There are accountability measures in here. They are in, I believe, the miscellaneous section. And more formally in the studies section. Where there are specific studies that are required to be provided back each year regarding the programs and the grants that have gone out, who has qualified for them, how effective they have been, and tracking every dollar, essentially. So there is a piece in there. I would be happy to meet with you offline to discuss it further, but I appreciate your concern on this. It is something we wanted to be very clear about because this will be a significant investment. And we want to make sure that it is actually going to the communities that we are trying to target with these kinds of grants, and that it is used effectively in the way it's supposed to.
Senator Carlson.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, and I believe Ms. Leahy or Senator Port, I have 3 questions. I'm going to ask them all at the same time. And you can pick which ones you'd like to answer, if any. One is I'd like to know what the plan is for child safety containers. Is that something that is just a typical type of container, like for a drug? And also, I'd like to know if there's any hope for field testing that can determine the level of perhaps even influence that a person is under when they get stopped, and also what is the nature of employer being able to prohibit the use for those positions that may be safety related, something like that, warehouse worker or something like that. Thanks, Chair.
Mr. Chair, Senator Carlson, I'd be happy to answer all 3 of those. So when it comes to the child safety containers, the bill defines it requires child-resistant packaging, and what child-resistant packaging is pegged to the regulations in the federal code. So the same ones that the FDA and others, utilize. And then when it comes to the field testing, the bill has a provision, I think it's Article 4, Section 16, that includes funding for a pilot for an oral test. Certainly can't be used for the purposes of prosecution of somebody that has been driving impaired, that would be, based on the field test as it is for everything but alcohol. But because we know that this is an issue a technology that people would like to see, it does include some funding so that we can begin to do some pilots of what that technology might be, because there are some promising ones that have been developed. And as for what an employer can do, so the bill basically brings cannabis and the way it's handled kind of into compliance with the way it is handled with alcohol, but then some additional measures on top of that. So, the same way under Minnesota law, an adult can responsibly use an adult use product on their personal time. If it doesn't have a nexus to their ability to do their job, that's fine, and the employer can't go after it. But if the position has a nexus to safety, so if you're a school bus driver, a bus driver, there are a bunch of different childcare worker, there are provisions in there that do allow the employer to prohibit your use. In those instances, of course, you can always be prohibited from being under the influence while doing your job. And then when it comes to things like, for example, federally, professions that have federal regulations on them, like the DOT licensing and things like that, those are within the jurisdiction of the federal government. The state is not going to curtail those.
Thank you.
All right.
One additional.
I got two more people
Yes,
want to
no.
ask questions, Senator Carlson.
Allow random testing?
Senator Port.
I'm sorry, can you repeat the question?
Does it allow random testing?
Senator Port.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Latz and Senator Carlson. It does not allow for random testing if you are not in one of those specific safety groups. So if just like we can't test you for alcohol, if you go into your job for no reason. If there is a level of impairment, perceived, then I think there are provisions that allow for it then, but not just random testing.
Thank you.
Senator Limmer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I don't know if we have enough time to go through a number of questions I might have.
Probably not, but keep in mind this bill will come back to us,
Right.
and when it comes back, we'll focus on our own jurisdiction and
Right.
not some of the broader questions that we've all raised that are.
This has been useful, Mr. Chairman, this hearing. My number one concern is the safety of our citizens. And placing a drug into the legal category for use, which has impairment, without the quality of determining intoxication, I don't know why we would do that. We've heard testimony today of a son being lost. We have record in other states that have gone down this path of increased traffic accidents, accidents with heavy equipment. There's all sorts of places. We've had police chiefs in previous committees ask, what if my officer on his day off uses the then legal substance on a Sunday afternoon, and he has to be required to be at work at 11 o'clock that very night and put a gun on his hip and then make judgment of whether or not to use that gun or not. We've heard about the cost of dogs that are trained to point at marijuana and other illicit drugs, and now all those dogs will have to be dismissed, and at $40,000 a piece in training, that's going to be a hit to the budget. So I have a long way to go before I accept this bill. But nevertheless, I'll hold my questions, Mr. Chairman. And I'd like to have perhaps a broader perspective from law enforcement on what they see in the future based on other states and what they've had to deal with. So thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll hold my questions.
Senator Howe, final question. Already answered.
No time.
Some other day.
We'll hold our questions. I'll get a shot at this tomorrow, too.
Thank you, Senator Howe. Don't aim too accurately. All right, the bill is now going to move to the Commerce Committee, and then it's going to be heard in many other committees along the way in the Senate, and will come back to us for more robust discussion, more focused on what's within our jurisdiction. So if you're on the other committees, when you see it, go ahead and be sure to try to get some of your questions answered then as well. At this point, I'm going to recognize Senator Pappas for a motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for the Senator Port for the excellent presentation, and thank you to all the witnesses that took the time to come here and share with us your experiences and your perspectives. I would like to move that Senate File Number 73 as amended be passed with no recommendation and be re-referred to the Commerce Committee.
Senator Pappas has made the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion prevails. There being nothing further before the committee at this time, we are adjourned. Thank you, members.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
gathering storm that all came to a head on June 7th, 2021, the day the evidence will show he killed Maggie and Paul. This has been a long, exhaustive investigation. And it's going to be a fairly long trial because it's complicated. It's a journey. There's a lot of aspects to this case. There's a lot of factors to this case. But like a lot of things that are complicated, when you start to put them all together, piece them together like a puzzle, all of a sudden the picture emerges and it's really simple. It's really simple. Once we get to the end of that journey, and you have a chance to deliberate, the evidence is going to be such that you're going to reach the inescapable conclusion that Alec murdered Maggie and Paul, that he was the storm, that the storm was coming for them, and the storm arrived on June 7th, 2021, just like the storms that are heading here right now, that they died as a result, beyond any reasonable doubt. Thank you.
For the defense.
Please report, Your Honor.
Yes, sir.
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, my name is Dick Harpootlian. I think I introduced myself to you all and the attorneys, the three other attorneys, Jim Griffin, Philip Barber, Margaret Fox. It is our honor to represent Alec Murdaugh, or Murdoch, depending on how you pronounce it. I say it's our honor because I submit to you what you have heard from the Attorney General as facts are not. They're his theories, his conjecture. Now stand up. This is Alec Murdaugh. And Alec was the loving father of Paul and the loving husband of Maggie. You're not going to hear a single witness say that their relationship, Maggie and Alex's relationship, were anything other than loving. You're going to hear about how they went to a baseball game the weekend before. You're going to hear about their relationship. You're going to see texts and emails indicating a loving relationship. Paul, the apple of his eye. You're going to see a video somewhere between 7:30 and 8 o'clock the night of the murders, with Paul and Alec riding around looking at some trees they planted. It's a Snapchat that Paul sent to other people because the trees were not planted very well. They were cantilevering over. They're laughing. They're having a good time. That would be about an hour before the Attorney General says he slaughtered them. When I say he slaughtered them, when they were slaughtered, and no question, Paul Murdaugh was shot twice with buckshot, 12-gauge buckshot, once in the chest. And by the way, that shot would indicate it was in the chest and came out under his arm, like somebody that might have been holding up their hands. So when he says no defensive wounds, he perhaps is being held at shotgun. I mean, I can make the same sort of speculation that the Attorney General can, because that's all he's doing is speculating. What we do know is 12-gauge, fairly close range shot to the chest. He must have been turned because it comes out under his arm. There's wadding, if you're familiar with a shotgun, under his arm. The second shot ended up, and there's going to be some question about the direction of that shot, but ended up entering his skull cavity, and the gases from that shot literally exploded his head like a watermelon hit with a sledgehammer. All that was left was the front of his face. Everything else was gone. His brain exploded out of his head, hit the ceiling in the shed, and dropped to his feet. Horrendous, horrible, butchering. So to find Alec Murdaugh guilty of murdering his son, you're going to have to accept that within an hour of having a extraordinarily bonding, you can see it in the Snapchat, that he executes him in a brutal fashion. Not believable. Not believable. Now, Maggie is shot running. There's no defensive wounds because she's shot running, and after she falls to the ground and has one bullet that has hit her and probably traveled up and hit her brain, she's on the ground, and whoever the perpetrator was walked up, took that AR, and put one in the back of her head. Executed. Executed. Why? This is going to be interesting because we don't know why. He doesn't know why. He's got theories of this and theories of that. But why? Number one. Number two, what was it in that hour between when he's yucking it up with Paul? And let me say this to you. His record, he was interviewed. He comes home and finds, there's no question about this, they've got telemetry from his car. He left the house at 9:06, returns at 10:01 after seeing his mother who has dementia. Now remember, that day, his father, who is dying, is taken to the hospital. Mom's home alone with the housekeeper. Perfectly reasonable for him to want to go see her. And later than usual, because his father's not there. He's in the hospital. He dies 2 days later. His father dies 2 days later. So the question is, if he leaves at 9:06 and he's back at 10:01, he literally, and he can account, the cars and the cell phone records account for where he was between 9:06 and 10:01. Now the cell phone records, and you're going to hear this from their own experts, are incomplete. They're incomplete. And we're to submit one of the reasons they're incomplete. And by the way, how do they find Maggie's phone? Maggie's phone was thrown out on the side of the road about a quarter of a mile away from, a little bit more, maybe a half a mile, from the Moselle property, thrown out on the side of the road. They found it by using Find My iPhone. And the way they did that, they had to open it or have access. Who gave them the code to open the phone? Now, Murdaugh. And it's not destroyed, it's just thrown on the side of the phone. What you're also going to see is that Alec Murdaugh was calling that phone at 9:06. As he leaves the house, he did call her twice and texted her. And we also know that at 9:06, as he cranks his car, as the cell phone records show that, as the telemetry data shows the cell phone linking up with the car, that phone is being thrown on the side of the road almost a half a mile away. Now that is Houdini. That is magic. That is inexplicable. Now, I was making notes while the Attorney General was talking. But let me tell you what is more believable. The night he comes home and finds his wife and son butchered. And when I say butchered, you're going to see these photographs. When I see them now, after having seen them for the last 4 or 5 months, it still shocks me. It still is tough to look at. It still bothers me. And he comes home and finds his son laying in his own blood with his brain laying at his feet, shot to hell. He walks over, he checks to see if there's any life there, and although, he's seeing his brain laying outside his body, he knows there's nothing there. He goes over and tries to get a pulse out of Maggie. No pulse there. Calls 911. I want you to hear that 911 tape. It is a man hysterical, in grief, trying to figure out what's going on. And he tells the 911 operator that he's concerned, and he drives back up to the house. And by the way, you can't see, I've been out there, you can't see the shed where you might see the top of the shed. There are pine trees between the front porch or the porch on the house and the dog pens. And it's not a third of a mile, maybe by the way the crow flies, but it takes a little bit longer to drive down there. And this is not unusual for them to communicate by cell phone or text, even when they're all on the same property. It's 1,100 acres. Big property. They hunted it. So what I'm trying to say to you is that the Attorney General has given you his view. And again, you can't see the shed. And I'm going to ask the judge at some point during this trial to ask you, the jury, to be able to go to the scene so you can see it. You can understand the proportions. You can understand the details. Because the facts are what matter here. The facts. Let me give you another fact. You're going to hear their witnesses explain the catastrophic injuries to Paul. That his head literally exploded. And whoever shot him with that shotgun was probably no more than 3 feet away. Maybe closer, maybe a little further away. His head exploded. You would be covered in blood from head to foot. Head to foot. In blood. They seized his clothes that night. SLED did. And they well, first of all, you're going to see in the videos from the officers that arrived that night, there's no blood on him. They didn't find any blood on him. SLED's testing indicated 12 different places on his shirt and pants. No human blood detected. Period. Okay? You'll see pictures. White t-shirt, no blood on it. Those are facts. Those aren't theories. Those are facts. Another fact that is, I think, the reason we're here today. When you hear those questions on the videotape on the night, now he's found his wife and son brutally butchered. You can hear on the 911 tape, he is hysterical. He comes in and out. It's consistent. If any of you have ever, you got to use your experience as part of this deliberation process. Your human experience. If you've ever suffered the catastrophic loss of a friend or a family member, it's numbing. It's the minute you find out, or if you see them dead, it's numbing. You go into shock. So anything he said that night is in the context of just an hour or two before finding his wife and son butchered. He drove back up to the house while he was on 911 saying, I got to get a gun, that whoever did this might be out there. And he gets a gun. But what's fascinating about that is he gets a 12-gauge shotgun and he grabs some shells. These people hunt a lot. They have guns everywhere. He grabs some shells. He puts a 16-gauge, a 12-gauge, grabbed a 12-gauge shotgun, put a 12-gauge buckshot in, and then he put a 16-gauge buckshot in. That's how shook up he was. Guy hunted all his life, and he put a shell in that he couldn't fire a 16 gauge from a 12 gauge. Makes no sense. He was traumatized. GSR, their own expert at SLED said the amount of particles of GSR are consistent with him going up and picking that shotgun up. They want to talk about GSR? Again, if you fired a shotgun twice and a rifle 6 times, you'd be covered in GSR. Those are the facts. That's not his theory. The facts. Now let's talk a little bit about these ARs. Again, you're going to hear testimony. A lot of guns. They had a gun room. I don't live in Colleton County. I live in downtown Columbia. Ain't no gun rooms in downtown Columbia. But apparently if you live on 1,100 acres and you hunt deer, and you hunt whatever they were planting those sunflowers for, quail, I guess, a big one. You have a lot of guns. The truth is, in 2017, and you'll hear the testimony, that Alec bought 2 blackouts, one for Paul and one for Buster, his other son who's sitting out in the audience. And Paul had one, his stolen. He bought another one for Paul. Now, Paul was very irresponsible with guns, cars. He'd leave guns around. He'd leave guns in cars. He oftentimes left guns down at the dog pens in the feed room. Now, I can't tell you whether he was shot with his own weapon or not, or his mom was shot with his weapon or not. But I can tell you that they weren't shot by Alex. They don't have the guns. There's no way to tell conclusively without having the weapons what weapons those were fired by. And we'll be talking a little bit with the SWAT experts about that. The sort of overarching issue here is why murder on June 7th, 2021, why is it September of 2022 before they charge him? And I will tell you what happened that night. And this is a problem. He's questioned, and the questioning is pretty aggressive. You'll hear it. He's traumatized. They suspect him. They show up, he's got a shotgun. They suspect him. And the next morning, 2 people found butchered here in Colleton County, Moselle Road. The police announced, don't worry. There's no danger to y'all. There's nobody out there that could pose a danger to you. Because you see, they decided that night he did it. Without forensics, without cell phones, without any of that. And they've been pounding that square peg in the round hole for the last, well, since June of 2021, resulting in charges in September of 22. And so, if he felt, and he did, and you'll hear it, the accusatory fashion he's being interviewed in, he may not have dealt all the facts. But by the way, whether he'd been down to the dog pens that night or not, really didn't matter. Really doesn't matter. Because you're going to see cell phone activity that would be, let me put it to you this way. Paul's phone, 850. Maggie's phone, later than that, 854. Clearly, is still being used. At 9:06, he's up at the house getting in the car, cranking it up to drive over and see his mom. He says, a few hundred yards away, it's a little bit further than that. But the point of the matter is, he would have had to have executed both of them, got back up to the house, got the bloody clothes off, and by the way, they seized his clothes from that night. They'd never searched his house for any other clothes that we know of, although that night he gave permission and they got a search warrant. Go to my house. Go look through everything. Where are the bloody clothes? Where are the bloody clothes? And of course, I would tell you that they've woven this story together because they want everything to be consistent. What's important about that is the judge, and by the way, there's no eyewitness. There's no forensics tying him to the murder. When I say forensics, fingerprints, blood, whatever, tying him to shooting anybody that night. The cell phone records would indicate he would have had less than 10 minutes to kill him, get up to the house, get in the car and crank it up. He'd be covered in blood. Now, if they think he was beginning to establish an alibi, there's no evidence of that. The evidence is consistent with him seeing them earlier at the dog pen. And by the way, that audio they have of him and Maggie, they're talking about one of the dogs killing a chicken. And they were debating whether it was a guinea hen or a chicken. No animosity. Very normal discussion. Paul's very happy. And we know that Paul, after that, is texting back and forth with a girl about going to the movies. Nobody's down there threatening him. Daddy's not pulling out a shotgun and killing him. For, 10 minutes after that. So, big question. One shooter or two? Two guns, shotgun and an AR. And by the way, Maggie has no defensive wounds because she's running. What's she running from? And could you shoot? Typically she had a little shed right, probably 150 feet from the feed room on the other side of a wall. Perhaps she heard the shotgun blast and came around and saw somebody or two people, and whoever it was opened up. Was there enough time to kill Paul and then find the AR and then ambush Maggie? Much more likely there were two people, but again, we don't have to prove anything. Let me sort of share the framework in which you should examine this. You have agreed to follow the law, and here's the law. Here is the law. He didn't do it. He is presumed innocent. As you sit there right now, when you look at him, you have to believe he is innocent. He didn't do it. Now let me tell you, that's so difficult to do. I get it. And the way maybe the best way to explain it is this. This morning or yesterday, nobody really reads newspapers anymore, but if you're reading the newspaper, looking at the internet, and you read the police had arrested somebody for some heinous crime. The natural inclination of everybody, all of y'all, is to say, thank God they caught him or her. Thank God that person is in custody. And you did something that's so natural. We all do it. You presumed the police had arrested the person that committed the crime. You presumed him or her guilty. That is the natural thing to do. And you know what? That's fine for you to do. Any other day except today. Because you took an oath to follow the law. And the law is, he is innocent. He's presumed innocent. That is your presumption. Your mental framework is, he didn't do it. They've got to prove it to me beyond a reasonable doubt. Now, what's even more difficult, and this isn't a contest, this isn't a game, this isn't who wins and who loses. This is about justice. Oliver Wendell Holmes, one of the justices of the Supreme Court, once said, jury duty is the highest duty a citizen can perform for their country in peacetime. Because you are protecting us from them, from the state, from the government. That's the foundation of our Constitution, is that the individual has the right to be presumed innocent, has the right to a jury trial, has a right to have his or her peers sit in judgment of them. That's you. And the framework is you presume him innocent, and you cannot convict him until the state proves to you beyond a reasonable doubt of his guilt. And a reasonable doubt is the kind of doubt which would cause an ordinary person to hesitate to act in the more important decisions in their life. Now, what makes this even more complicated is there's no direct evidence. There's no eyewitness. There's no camera. There's no fingerprints. There's no forensics tying him to the crime. None. None. I say that without any fear of contradiction whatsoever. None. And what the judge is going to tell you is, to the extent the state relies on circumstantial evidence, the circumstances must be consistent with each other, and when taken together, point conclusively to the guilt of the accused beyond a reasonable doubt. If these circumstances merely portray the defendant's behavior as suspicious, the proof has failed. Now, this smoke they've created is about suspicion. I mean, if you show up at the scene and you got the wife especially dead, and a guy's got a shotgun. You know, it's pretty logical for the cops to jump to a conclusion. He did it. And the problem is that as they came to that conclusion, they have pounded that square peg in the round hole, and you're going to hear about it. They've ignored some witnesses. I mean, for instance, that blue tarp showed up with a blue tarp. That witness who said he showed up with a blue tarp was shown a blue rain jacket that he talked about. Said, that's not it. That's not what he brought here that morning. I mean, I talked to her. She said, no. It was a blue tarp. And what was it?
I object to him testifying, Your Honor. Objection sustained.
I would indicate.
Objection sustained. You may proceed.
I would tell you that the testimony you're going to hear is inconsistent with the Attorney General's represented to you, based on interviews done by people other than me. So, what I'm telling you is this, that as you sit here and listen, every time there's a witness that takes that witness stand that the state's put up there, you see, you judge the credibility, whether to believe a witness or not believe a witness, whether to believe one witness against many, many against one. You're going to have to evaluate the testimony you hear from this witness stand with a critical eye. Critical eye. I mean, if you've got uncontested scientific evidence, you accept it. I've got no problem with that. These cell phone records he keeps talking about, I would say you are not necessarily accurate to the extent they're lying. I will also tell you that there's going to be a bunch of people, and I will have been promised something or threatened with something that may take the witness stand and say something. But I tell you what they're not going to say. They're not going to say they saw him kill him. They're not going to say that they were involved in it. They're not going to say anything that would give you a comfort level in their testimony. Now, all of you have indicated that you will follow the law. And I say this one last time. He didn't do it. He didn't butcher his son and wife. And you need to put from your mind any suggestion that he did. You've been picked because you said you could be fair. You were picked because you said you could follow the law. You were picked because Alec Murdaugh believes that you can be fair. Now, if during this process over the next however long we're here, I say something or do something, which most certainly based on my career I will do, that irritates you or angers you, sometimes I'm a little rough. Don't hold that against Alec. Hold it against me. If I say something that offends you in some way, don't hold that against Alec. Hold it against me. Remember, as you sit there right now, in your mind, he didn't do it. He is innocent. He would require a verdict of not guilty from you. That's the law. That's your oath. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to send you to the jury room for a break while I discuss scheduling with everyone. Please do not discuss the case. As I mentioned to you earlier, you're not allowed to discuss the case at all until you've heard the entire case and you've heard the instructions of law. So please go to the jury room.
Okay, so that was the latest from the opening statements. There were were a variety of things that were said, and I want to get into exactly that from both sides. Let's start with what the prosecution had to say. There were a couple of things that they listed there, saying the circumstances of crime show malice, also saying that Murdaugh's wife, Maggie, and his son, Paul, had no defensive wounds. Prosecution also saying that Murdaugh was at the scene before the victims' phones went silent. And then we heard from the defense as well, saying things like the facts that the prosecution presented were not facts, but they were in fact theories. He also presented Murdaugh as a loving husband, as a loving father. He had him stand up. And at one point we saw that Alex Murdaugh got emotional as well while the defense was speaking. Defense also saying that you won't hear a witness say that they had anything but a loving relationship when talking about Maggie and Alex Murdaugh. He said that in regards to the different guns that were mentioned in the prosecution's opening statements, that the Murdaughs had a gun room, they were hunters. You also saw the family in the courtroom as well, including the oldest son, Buster Murdaugh, was there in court, sitting behind his dad. So the opening statements have just wrapped there right now as they sent the jury into the room for a break. So we will continue to keep an eye on this for you here on Live Now from Fox. Let's step away for a quick commercial break. We'll get to all of these other top stories on this busy Wednesday when we come back. And I realized that my mic was not activated there. I apologize for that. I want to show you some stories that we are continuing to follow here. The city of Oakley in California, we're following some news out of there where there's major police activity. You can see this tweet here as we're following those news. I want to give you a live look there that we are following as well. We're going to leave it up here for a second as we get to some other top stories for you here on Live Now from Fox. Okay, so we are continuing to keep our eyes on that story as well as a lot of other ones on this busy Wednesday. Thanks again for being with us here on Live Now from Fox. I'm Lexi Petrovich. We want to go out now live to Fox 5's Chris Welch as we bring you out to another story we are following, and it has been the recent developments of both the classified documents that have been found at President Biden's Delaware home and other places, as well as the most recent news that there have also been some documents with potentially classified markings found at the home of former Vice President Mike Pence. Let's bring in Fox 5's Chris Welch now to fill us in on the latest with this. Hi there, Chris.
Hey, Lexi. Well, the latest update we have from today, we are hearing now today from spokespeople, representatives from 3 former presidents, Obama, Clinton, and George W. Bush. All of them say that they did not have anything, they didn't keep anything from their time in office, but they also said they're not planning to do any more searches. So at this point, what we learned from the Vice President Mike Pence's office, Joe Biden's, and in the case of Donald Trump, they've all kept some type of documents, whether it was accidental, whether it was on purpose. That's the question that remains. But experts believe the cases are different.
The offices of former Presidents Barack Obama, George W. Bush, and Bill Clinton say there have been no instances of any sensitive documents having been found anywhere outside the National Archives since their periods in office. But representatives for those presidents all tell CNN they did not plan to conduct any additional searches of homes or offices.
The notion that spokespersons of former presidents have said, oh no, when we left office, we turned everything over to the archives. To me, that's absolutely worthless.
Mark Zaid is an attorney who represents federal clients in the intelligence community, and he himself has high-level security clearance.
Until we hear that boxes, desks, drawers, closets in each of their residences and offices were searched, then I don't think any actual public statement that they complied with the National Archives is meaningful at all.
But Zaid says he is fed up with what he calls the politicization of these recent news stories to fit a specific agenda.
You had the FBI raid Mar-a-Lago. You did not see any of that happen for President Joe Biden, who illegally did this.
President Trump had been working with National Archives and put those documents under lock and key that the FBI then broke through to go get those.
Zaid says those comments are disingenuous, and he says while the examples of Biden and Pence may end up being similar, the case of President Trump is very different.
Mishandling of classified documents should never be downplayed. It is something incredibly serious, but that is completely different from intentionally taking documents and claiming them to be yours when they're classified or national defense information, and then obstructing the investigation as part of it.
Now, another example of a president who did find documents over the years was President Jimmy Carter. Former President Jimmy Carter actually did find some type of classified documents many years ago, but he notified the National Archives and gave them back. Now, this would have been a little bit different back then because legally those records would have belonged to him because the Presidential Records Act that was formed to sort of regulate how presidents handle documents of this nature, that didn't come around and go into effect until 1981. So that would have been after Jimmy Carter's time in office. So that was kind of an interesting nugget that came out today.
Yeah, a lot of interesting things there. We really appreciate this report. Fox 5's Chris Welch bringing this latest update to us from New York. Thanks, Chris.
Thanks, Lexi.
Okay, and we do need to step away for one more commercial break. We still have a lot more to get to. Stick with us here on Live Now from Fox. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. I'm Lexi Petrovich. We want to switch things over to some weather that we are following. And today, it looks like snow has set to hit parts of the Northeast that have really mostly avoided the white stuff this winter. Parts of the Northeast, at least. Places like New York, Philly, and D.C. really haven't seen all that much snow. We want to go out now live to Fox's Austin Westfall, who is in New Jersey, joining us live to talk about how there's potentially an end to this snow drought. How are things looking there, Austin?
So it depends what part of the Northeast you're in, Lexi. Basically, right here in northern Jersey, they got a good amount of snow today. As you can see behind me, there's still some traces of the white stuff over my shoulder. Earlier today, it was much more prevalent. Fluffy snow was dropping from the sky for maybe an hour or two. At this point, a lot of the snow has turned into a light drizzle. We're expecting a little bit of rain later on. But ultimately, why this is interesting is because this is one of the first times we've heard of between 1 and 3 inches. That was what was expected to be dropped on northern Jersey today. At this point in the year, typically, the National Weather Service says this area should have seen around 6.5 inches of snow. So we are well behind normal. I want everyone to take a look at a map because there are a lot of larger cities in the Northeast that are seeing snow droughts as well. D.C., Baltimore, Philly, New York City, Boston, to this point, they've all seen much less snow than usual since September 1st. Boston is about 13 inches below what it's normally at. And as far as the other 4 cities, they've not seen any measurable snowfall at all. That's defined as 1/10 of an inch of snow. These cities have seen traces of snow. In fact, New York City did see a trace of snow today, but nothing that's enough to meet that 1/10 of an inch threshold. Now we have another map, New York City in particular. It's in record-breaking territory right now. It's been 323 days since the Big Apple last saw measurable snow. That's 9 days short of the all-time record. Here in Morristown, we were expecting, like I said, around an inch, up to 3 inches of snow. And New York City is just about an hour drive east of me. They did not get any of the wet stuff that we got here in northern Jersey. The forecasts right now, it looks like there is no additional chance of snow to be seen in the next several days in the New York City area, so it is very possible that the Big Apple's snowless record could be broken. And one last thing before I leave you, Lexi. We spoke with AAA earlier today, and they wanted to stress the importance, especially along the I-95 corridor. Many of these northeastern states, Pennsylvania, New York, many of the states in New England, they're stressing, just be careful when you're out there on the road today. Not only does the snow present a challenge, but in areas like here where it snows and then it rains, it creates this dangerous mix of slush. It can make for some slippery roadways. Even the ground beneath my feet is feeling a little slick right now. So just a reminder to stay vigilant if you're planning to hit the road today. Lexi?
Yeah, you can hear that ice underneath you there, Austin, and there's always that message telling people to be really careful if you have to go out at all. Are you still seeing a lot of drivers out, and are you seeing any slide-offs on the roadways or anything of that nature?
No, I haven't even heard of any emergency vehicles going past me at any point in the day. There have been snowplows, there have been salt trucks that have driven past me. You can see over my shoulder every once in a while, we got a truck driving by right now, but throughout the whole day, whether it was snowing, whether it was raining, whether it was just dry out here, the traffic has remained steady. It appears that the precipitation hasn't deterred people from getting out there. Certainly haven't seen any accidents, and from what I can tell from at least my immediate location, I haven't heard any emergency signals which would indicate that at least in this immediate area, it appears we're all clear.
Okay, that's some good news. Thanks so much. Fox's Austin Westfall live for us in Morristown, New Jersey. We appreciate that report, Austin.
Take care.
Okay, and we do want to take you out to another event that we are following right now that's happening live. We're going to bring you out to California following the arraignment of the suspect in the Half Moon Bay mass shooting that happened earlier this week. Let's listen in here live on Live Now from Fox.
We'll step up and we'll see that justice gets done.
Steve, any other charges, special enhancements that you're considering down the road?
Nothing beyond what we did now. We think we have charged this case based on the facts as we know them now. Again, it's always fluid. If something else were to develop, more will be learned. But at this point, we think our charging document adequately and thoroughly covers the conduct that day.
Steve, is there any say about the victims and when they were private gunman?
That would be going into his mental state. And we do know the answer to what your question is. I'm just tantalizing you by saying that, I guess. But the answer is we do know, but I don't want to go into those details at this point. The question was whether or not the suspect, the defendant, I would now call him, whether the defendant had targeted these people. And that is.
Okay, so what we're actually going to do, since it appears that they already are answering questions there in California, we want to take you out to that event from the beginning as it finishes live here on Live Now from Fox. Let's listen in right from the beginning here.
Start making the real noise and digging there.
Please identify yourself.
I will. I know that gig. Hi, I'm Steve Wagstaff, W-A-G-S-T-A-F-F-E, and I am the San Mateo County District Attorney. You saw what happened in court there today. For those of you who were there, those who were not, the private defender program, we do not have a public defender in this county. The private defender program was appointed. 2 lawyers were designated. John McDougall and Eric Hove, attorneys from the private defender program, will represent him. The case was put over to February 16th at 1:30. No plea was entered. It's to give them time to speak with their client, get the police reports from us, and at that point the case will proceed at the next court appearance. And that's what happened today. Again, there are copies of the charging document available to anybody who wants to see that. We did charge 7 counts of murder, 1 count of attempted murder. They are charged. You'll note that the attempted murder is count 5. We have charged these in the manner in which, the order which we believe that they occurred. But again, this investigation is 2 days old. There's an awful lot more to learn. And that's what the charging document has. That is the only document that is publicly available for you at this point. There have been many, many search warrants, etc. in the case. Those are sealed and not available, so you don't need to ask for them at this point. Other than that, I'm open to questions.
Explain why you asked for no bail.
Jesse?
Explain why you asked for no bail.
Yes, under California Constitution, anytime somebody is a danger to the community, the court has the right to hold them in bail on any charge. This is the highest number of charges, 7 counts of murder. We have not had in San Mateo County before a case with 1 instance of 7 murders at once. He is not a citizen of this country. There's plenty of motive to run. For that reason, it was, to me, a very straightforward and simple request for no bail.
Are you going to be seeking the death penalty?
We will make that decision. Under our charges, we charge the special circumstance of multiple murder. Multiple murder, what that means under California law is the defendant's punishment, if convicted on these charges, could be life without the possibility of parole or the death penalty. Making that decision on the death penalty is something that will take place over the course of the next many, many months. As we do, we have so much more to learn about this individual, about the victims and their families, and the harm that's been inflicted here. So we have a long way to go before we make that decision. But at this point, those are the 2 possible penalties.
What would you say to those grieving families?
The horror of what has occurred. I have in my career dealt with many, many, many families who have suffered horrible losses on that line. And so while I have not walked in their shoes, I certainly have learned of their shoes. And I would say to them that the one thing they can count on is that the San Mateo County District Attorney's Office will do everything in its power, working with the Sheriff's Office, to make sure that justice is done here and that the right outcome occurs. And we will be talking to them. Under Marcy's law, the Victims' Bill of Rights, victims' families have the right to convey to us what their opinion is on every step of the decision-making regarding penalty and punishment in this case. So we will be talking to them for their views. They matter to us greatly.
Based on the fact that he gave you a statement,
we'll go here.
Yeah, based on the fact that he gave you a statement about what he did in Half Moon Bay, can you tell us whether you think that he might plead guilty since he has already given you a statement?
He now had, the question was, for those who didn't hear it, is now that he's given us a complete statement, do I have any feeling that he might plead guilty? The answer is he had 2 attorneys appointed for him today. It will be a long road before that happens. That would be something that would surprise me greatly, but it's happened. I've had that happen in my career where somebody did that, and it could. At this point, we're treating it as my expectation is he will plead not guilty, and the system will go forward.
So he did give you all the charges. How much time would it take?
The penalty, if convicted of all the charges, would be life without parole or death.
Mr. Weston, he did give you guys a statement. Was there attorneys present for that? And how would you characterize it? Is it cooperative?
I would phrase it in this way. He was cooperative with the sheriff's detectives who did the interview. It was done through an interpreter, Mandarin interpreter, and my office was watching it from outside. But
he did not have an attorney.
He did not request an attorney and did not have one.
Do you have a possible
Motive? We do have a feeling on the motive at this point based on what he has told us. I'm not going into that.
You said he's not a citizen of the U.S.? Where is he from?
He is from China.
Was there an inflection point that this is a long simmering, I guess, feud with co-workers? Was there one incident that just sparked this, or was it just a build-up? Do you have any information about that?
We do have information, but again, I won't be going into those details at this point. You heard the defense attorneys have articulated to the court that they're concerned about the publicity up front. I am too. I want to make sure that for these crimes that occurred in San Mateo County, that a San Mateo County jury gets to hear it. We don't want to transfer to another part of the state. That's why from this point on, the sheriff's office will not be making public statements about the case. It will all go through my office, and we're going to do it very limited for the reason that we want to make sure that this man gets a fair trial, that the victims' families get justice through a fair trial, and that the case gets tried here in the community in which it was committed.
How long do you intend to pursue this?
Again, a detail I wouldn't go into at this point.
Did you leave a note inside the car?
I'm going to go down here first.
Did you leave a note inside the car?
There was a note inside the car. We're not revealing that at this point. I plan to learn everything I can about this man before I make that decision. And I want to learn everything about the victims and the impact that this has, how widespread the impact is on the victims' families. And at that point, with all the information, we have a process that we follow. Most DA's offices do, where we will go through a long process. We give the defense attorneys a chance to come in and present mitigation to us. We try to find out everything we can. We want to know mental illness, is that there? We have so many things we need to learn. And for me to say what I'm going to pursue now would be precipitous.
What kind of contact have you had with your surviving victims and other victims' families?
There have been, to my knowledge, this is dated by yesterday, we've been in contact with family members from 6 of the 8 victims. We are reaching out, and the coroner's office is working with us to reach out to all the victims' families. Yes, sir.
What tells us a little bit of the narrative of the day of the event? You can tell us what you know.
Well, we know a great deal, and that's part of what I'm not going to go into, other than to say, as you know, that there were 2 different sites in which this occurred. The first one was over there on San Mateo Road. The second one was over at the Concord business. The first one was a mushroom farm. And that the initial victims were 4, I believe. I'm looking at you, Sean, at any point if I have it wrong. But 4 victims at the first site, 3 victims at the second site of our 7 murder victims. But in terms of then going beyond it, time intervals, how he got over to the sheriff's substation where he was arrested, that we're going to leave for the future.
What's the report our victims' families getting?
We have victim services from both my office, the San Mateo County District Attorney's Office, as well as the FBI. FBI was out there that first night with their victim services people, providing also, and we're coordinating with them to be able to give them resources to provide for housing, to provide for counseling, to provide for funeral services. The state of California has a very good victim services support network. Governor Newsom made reference to it yesterday in his presentation out there about how the victim services he's provided more and more money to trying to help make sure that victims' families don't have to just wander without support.
Other than the FBI, are there any other federal agencies involved in this?
There have been some others. The U.S. Attorney's Office has reached out to me to offer any support that we need, and there have been some others that have provided assistance. Not to go into at this point. The FBI is the only one we're mentioning at this point.
So you touched on this a little bit, but can you put this in context in terms of what you've seen in your career, just how horrific this is?
Speak to the mic.
Anything like this?
The question is what I've seen over the course of my 46 years as a prosecutor. This is the by a large amount in San Mateo County, the single most victims of homicide in one course of conduct within a short time period. We have not had that before. I think the largest we had had before of one single action, not over a course of months, but over an action was 4. in San Bruno when there were 4 people executed there. So this one is in a category that is way beyond anything we've ever dealt with. I'm sorry that we have joined the list of counties around this country that have had to deal with this. Well, I always hoped that that would not be something that would occur in my career, but now that it's here, we'll step up and we'll see that justice gets done.
Steve, any other charges, special enhancements that you're considering down the road?
Nothing beyond what we did now. We think we have charged this case based on the facts as we know them now. Again, it's always fluid. If something else were to develop, more would be learned. But at this point, we think our charging document adequately and thoroughly covers the conduct that day.
Steve, what can you say about the victims and whether they were specifically targeted by the gunman?
That would be going into his mental state. And we do know the answer to what your question is. I'm just tantalizing you by saying that, I guess. But the answer is we do know, but I don't want to go into those details at this point. The question was whether or not the suspect, the defendant, I would now call him, whether the defendant had targeted these people. And that is something we do know the answer to. And again, that would be going into details I don't want to do at this time.
Steve, is there any indication this was any sort of copycat from the Monterey Park?
Question was whether this is any evidence of copycat of Monterey Park, and we believe the answer is no to that. Not just simply we're not sure. We believe the answer is no.
Can you elaborate on the gun incident?
Yeah, anytime on any crime, any felony crime that somebody uses a handgun or a rifle, any firearm, uses a firearm, under California law, that enhances the penalty. It adds, in a case like this, for each count, it adds 25 years to life on top. Now again, if the penalty is life without parole or death, that's fairly academic. But it exists. If a robbery occurred down the street here and somebody used a gun, they could get up to 5 years for the robbery and 25 to life for the gun if they had used the gun. So that's why we add those enhancements in.
What kind of working visa do you have?
I'm sorry, could you say that?
What kind of working visa do you have?
That's a detail we're looking into, and I don't want to go into that at this point.
How long has it been in the U.S.?
At least a decade. Question was, how long had he been in the United States? At least a decade. I don't know the exact number yet, but at least a decade.
Any brushes with the law prior that you think might be relevant?
We think that there had been some contact previously. We're running that down. At this point, the Sheriff's Office has that on their very long list of tasks to perform, and that is one of them. Basically, in a case like this, what you do is you try as best you're able to go back to the day the person was born and determine every single thing that happened in their life. School, education, grades, everything we can. Maybe a little bit more difficult here because of his background, but that's what we have asked the Sheriff's Office to do and told them they have time to do it.
Is there an incident in another county that you find might be relevant?
We've heard about it. I think you guys might have found it. I know the Sheriff's Office found it, and we certainly are, the Sheriff's Office is aware and looking to get all the precise detail on it.
What about the gun? Can you tell us what made when you bought it?
Not going into when he bought it, where he bought it. I can tell you it's a handgun. I will say it's a Ruger, but and it's a semi-automatic firearm. What type of a gun I was asked.
Is he here legally?
We've been talking to the State Department to get the clear answer to that. I don't want to suggest whether he is here legally or illegally till we find out what exactly his status is. He did have at one point proper papers to be here. Whether that was still in existence, to be determined. Right. Good. You're stumped. Great. Thank you all. Yeah, go ahead.
Where the shootings took place physically? Was it in the trailer, in the fields, or what facility?
I will mention to you that there were shootings in the trailer and outside the trailer. I'll tell you that much.
Can you see whether the farms, we live a lot about the conditions these workers are living in. Are your office going to look at what's happening in terms of the living conditions?
I think our office will focus on the prosecution, but I have spoken with the county manager of this county, Michael Callaghy. I have spoken with Dave Pine, the president of our board of supervisors. They have been out there. They have seen some of the squalor that exists out there. And the answer, I believe, as the county manager told me this morning, which is now we know about it, and now we have to act on it. So I believe there will be steps taken to deal with that situation. My focus, in my office's focus, will be on holding this man accountable for what he did. Okay? Great. Thank you all very much. I appreciate it, and appreciate you being here. Take care.
All right, so we were just listening in there. That is the district attorney for San Mateo County in California. His name is Steve Wagstaff. Let's just recap all of the details we learned. We learned quite a bit of new information. I'm Andrew Kraft. Thanks for being with us here on your Wednesday afternoon. We also do have new video of that suspect, 67-year-old Chun-Li Zhao. He just appeared there in court for his arraignment, and we just got this new video of him in court fed back to us. Let's take that. And there he is. Okay, this is what the district attorney told reporters, that they are seeking possibly, well, the charges that they are issuing to Zhao carry either the death penalty or life in prison without the possibility of parole. They have charged him with 7 counts of murder and 1 count of attempted murder as well. So based on the assessment that Zhao is a Chinese citizen and presents a danger to the community, the DA asked for him to be held without bail. The DA said he has plenty of motives to run. Zhao spoke only once during the arraignment, saying yes to confirm his name. He wore a red jumpsuit there, as you see. He was handcuffed to his waist. He held a yellow paper in front of his face almost the entire time. So like I said, he's been charged with 7 counts of murder, 1 count of attempted murder. If convicted, he will face either life in prison or the death penalty. They would not say just yet, prosecutors, if they are seeking the death penalty. That, of course, is determined by the conviction once this goes to trial. The DA said he will find out as much as possible before deciding whether to seek capital punishment, like I said. The DA said that his team has an idea on what the motive was for the shootings, but declined to elaborate. So it does look like the DA's team has some type of inclination about a possible motive. They wouldn't say anything further than that. This is interesting, though. You heard from the DA there. He said they don't believe the attack was a copycat of the Monterey Park shootings. So that was something a lot of people had been asking themselves here in the newsroom. That was a question of a lot of ours. Okay, so like I said, he's being held without bail. We also are getting more of a sense of the nature of the crime scene. 4 victims were found at the first site. 3 victims were found at the second site, and those kind of alternated between found in the trailers, work trailers, and outside of them. And then we know that Chun-Li Zhao drove himself to that sheriff substation, and he was apprehended there as well. So there was a lot of questions about his residency and immigration status. We also know that essentially he has been here for about 10 years. He's a Chinese citizen. Many reporters asked if he's here illegally. The district attorney said as much, that they have asked the State Department. They did say that at one point in time, he did have the proper papers to be here. They believe he's been in the United States for at least a decade. So he's from China, but he is not a U.S. citizen. And so we're just watching all of this video play back. Let's just listen into this while we have it. Okay, it doesn't look like we do have audio, but let's just kind of re-rack this from the very beginning so you can see 67-year-old Chun-Li Zhao enter the court here. I want to take this. You can see him there sitting down in this orange jumpsuit, a yellow paper he's holding in front of his face so as not to be seen there by the cameras in the court. So this is a story we're going to continue to follow, obviously, here on Live Now from Fox as the state of California reels still after these back-to-back mass shootings there in the state. Of course, this was the scene once Chun-Li Zhao was taken into custody in the parking lot of that sheriff's substation there in San Mateo County. This was caught by a lot of news photographers who were on the scene waiting for updates, and there he was, handcuffed and taken into custody. So quite a turn of events, a lot of new information we learned there from that press conference by the district attorney. in San Mateo County. All right, let's just take a quick commercial break. I'm Andrew Kraft, like I said, just wanted to give a recap of all the new information we learned. We have a lot more stories left on this Wednesday afternoon. We'll have those when we return from break. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox on this very busy Wednesday. In the meantime, we want to focus now on a story coming out of Florida. There seems to be some controversy stirring, especially in the Florida public education system, over the class known as African American History from the AP. You get AP credit when you take this class. Well, Florida Governor Ron DeSantis and other Republican state lawmakers, they want to take this class out of the public school curriculum due to concerns over the teaching of critical race theory and other matters. We're going to be speaking to one of our Fox 35 Orlando reporters about this controversy, but now prominent civil rights attorney Ben Crump is getting involved there in the state, representing some students, some teachers who want to see this back in the curriculum. Let's listen.
Lightly. Now, you're going to hear from them in a minute after you hear from my co-counsel Craig Wisenhut, who has previously been victorious in challenging Governor DeSantis with the mask mandate. But I think Senator Osgood, I do think it's important, though, that we remember what Carter G. Woodson, known as the father of black history, said. He said, if a race has no history, if a race has no worthwhile traditions that are respected and taught to the youth, it becomes a negligible factor in the thought of the world. And it stands in danger, Senator Jones, of being exterminated. And so the question really is this, brothers and sisters. Are we going to let Governor DeSantis or anybody exterminate black history from the classrooms of Florida? Senator Hill will. Will we let Governor DeSantis or anybody exterminate black history in the classrooms across America? No. Yeah, what this really is about is saying you cannot exterminate us. You cannot exterminate our culture, and you can never exterminate the value of our children to this world. Governor DeSantis, are you really trying to lead us into an era akin to communism that provides censorship of free thoughts? Or are we going to make sure that Governor DeSantis understands that we will stand on the American principles of the free exchange of ideas, whether those are ideals and culture of European history, whether those are ideals and culture of German history, whether those are ideals and culture of Japanese history, whether those are ideals and culture of Brazilian, Canadian, everybody who is here in America, you have a right to have your culture, your history respected and taught to the children of America. We say no to censorship. We say yes to community. No to censorship. Yes to community. No to censorship. Yes to community. No to censorship. Yes to community. Because as Dr. King taught us, we're all part of the beloved community. And my final thoughts are simply this. As the court wrote in November, when it granted an injunction against the university boards, it is not for the state of Florida to declare which viewpoints will be deemed orthodox and which will be forbidden from its university classrooms. If Judge Walker holding this to be respected, we must apply the same reasoning to the advanced placement African American studies to be taught in Florida classrooms. The First Amendment protects our students in allowing them to receive essential education on the history of African American and black studies, the court held. The high school teachers are protected against being censored, ensuring an accurate retelling of our shared history in Florida, in America. And what is that shared history, brothers and sisters? It is that black history is American history. 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 And so I will tell you this. Governor DeSantis is going to get a lesson of his own today from these young, brilliant students. Because as the Bible has taught us, God ordains strength out of the mouths of babes. And before you hear from these brilliant students who represent the best that we have to offer the future. I want to have you hear a little bit about the technical arguments of the lawsuit that will be filed or interplayed in the current lawsuit that is in the federal courts from a great lawyer, a great advocate, Attorney Craig Wisenhunt.
So good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I know that everyone's truly excited to hear technical legal arguments at the end of a lot of rousing speeches, but that one of the reasons this lawsuit is so important is because if we do not learn from our history, we are doomed to repeat it. And we have been here before, and Ron DeSantis clearly did not learn from history.
Okay, this press conference taking place today with prominent civil rights attorney Ben Crump, who's now taking this case on there in the state of Florida. This, of course, on the cusp and eve of Black History Month. And this is quite a brewing controversy in the state of Florida. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis is involved. And let's talk about it even further. We want to bring into the conversation Fox 35 Orlando reporter Matt Trezza. He's been on this story today with a closer look. And Matt, thanks for being with us. What exactly is going on here? Get our viewers up to speed about how this all started.
Well, basically, there's this new course. It's called AP African American Studies. It's an advanced placement course for high school students, but one that is considered a college-level course, gives students college credit. And throughout the state of Florida, Ron DeSantis thinks this is part of a woke curriculum, a woke agenda. He keeps using that word, and that he doesn't want certain parts of the course to be brought, to be introduced as part of this new curriculum. So the Education Department of the state of Florida has labeled out 6 sections of the course that are violating the state's new education law, which is called which people refer to as the Stop Woke Act. And if those 6 sections are changed by the College Board, which oversees the AP test, then there is the possibility that the course may be introduced throughout the state of Florida. But as things stand right now, the state is currently rejecting it. Take a look. Attorney Ben Crump made the announcement in Tallahassee this afternoon.
He does not negotiate with the College Board to allow AP African American Studies to be taught in the classrooms across the state of Florida, that these 3 young people will be the lead plaintiffs in a historic lawsuit.
Crump and his supporters want to make sure that all Florida high schoolers are able to take the college-level course. And they had strong words for Ron DeSantis, whose administration has rejected the advanced placement course.
By rejecting the African American History Pilot Program, Ron DeSantis has clearly demonstrated that he wants to dictate whose story does and doesn't belong.
The governor's office has objected to certain parts of the proposed course that his office has decried as being woke. They specifically point out 6 sections of the curriculum they say go against state education law. These are intersectionality and activism, Black queer studies, movements for Black lives, Black feminist literary thought, the reparations movement, and Black study and Black struggle in the 21st century.
I do think that it's important that we stick to teaching children the facts about African American history and not certain ideologies that we see being interwoven into that curriculum as it has been proposed.
Now, again, the College Board is the organization that oversees advanced placement programs, and this is considered still a pilot program, only currently being rolled out in 60 high schools before it gets rolled out nationwide. So there's still changes that could be made, and for their part, state officials say there are still ways that the course could be changed in order to satisfy the education requirements for the state of Florida, and it could be then taught here in the state. But as of now, the DeSantis administration is still rejecting it.
All right, Matt Trezza, as always, we appreciate your time with this story. Thanks for bringing it to us, and we'll talk again. Thanks so much.
Absolutely.
Okay, we do want to get just a little bit more as well from our Fox 13 Tampa team. Craig Patrick also explores this issue there in the state. Let's listen.
Well, Florida has drawn controversy and national attention for banning a class on African American studies. Well, today, the governor and the state education department provided more details on why they rejected the AP course from being taught in state high schools. Fox 13 political editor Craig Patrick in now to explain. Craig?
Well, for background, this is a new class that students in Florida could have taken if it hadn't been banned. It's an advanced placement course in high school, meaning if they passed a test at the end of the year, they could have gotten college credit for it. But the state says that it banned this. It first said from Florida schools, and the claim that it's inappropriate and has no educational value.
This course on Black history, what's one of the lessons about? Queer theory.
Well, here the state is referring to a lesson on Black queer studies that includes readings from Yale professor Roderick Ferguson. We found some of his writings on the topic, and they cover the gay rights movement in the Black community, which he describes as more than a single-minded focus in the fight for sexual freedom. The governor and State Department of Education also flagged a lesson on the topic of movements for Black lives.
If you read actually what's in there, they're advocating things like abolishing prisons. Now that's a radical political position.
Here they appear to be citing a statement from a group called the Movement for Black Lives that states prisons that inflict violence against blacks must be abolished. The DeSantis administration also flagged lessons on the topics of activism and intersectionality. That's the premise that society and government policy can drive lasting systemic racial and economic inequality. Here the state cited readings from Robin D.G. Kelly. He's the chair of the history department at UCLA. The state asserts that he argues that activism, rather than the university system, is the catalyst for social transformation. We don't know the context, but on its face, that's a statement that our civil rights pioneers, including Dr. King, would appear to agree with.
Racial injustice and economic injustice cannot be solved without a radical redistribution of political and economic power.
The governor said his administration has different standards for teaching African American history, which he describes as teaching the basics.
That's what our standards for Black history are. It's just cut and dried history. You learn all the basics, you learn about the great figures.
And the AP College Board states this is more, or in Florida would have been more than just a class on African American history, that it would have covered other ground too, from African American literature, the arts, humanities, culture, etc. And in a statement, the AP Board, which governs and basically creates these classes, states that students in this class are never required to agree with a particular opinion or adopt a particular ideology, but they are expected to analyze different perspectives. Again, this is or would have been an AP class, a college-level class offered to high school students who would have chosen to take it, again, if Florida would have allowed it.
Okay, Craig, well, the DeSantis administration says that this African American Studies course violates state law, too. How so?
Well, you do have the relatively new state law that drew controversy last year that bans discussion of sexual orientation or gender identity in schools. Now, those who passed it say it generally deals with students in lower grade levels, K through third grade. However, there's a clause that states it can be any grade in high school if not deemed age or developmentally appropriate. Who does the deeming? That ultimately could be left to the state to make a determination, which is where the state could construe this particular course to be illegal, again with the lesson that the governor cited on queer studies. Now, you also have a ban on what's called critical race theory, which technically does not exist in Florida public schools, but the state defines it as curriculum that gets into systemic racism that can make students feel guilt or discomfort because of their race, and because of the content covered in this class, that can be construed under the law of Florida as being illegal as well.
Okay, well, as it is for now, the students in high school students in Florida will not be able to take this AP class in African American Studies. Okay, thank you, Craig.
All right, we thank Fox 13 in Tampa. So it does look like the College Board and the state of Florida kind of at an impasse. College Board isn't budging on making those modifications. The state is requesting to comply with that law. So very interesting story there out of the Sunshine State. Speaking of Florida, we have some beautiful Live Now looks on the beach. This one is in Bradenton Beach. This one is in Clearwater as well. So very serene, tranquil setting there. We're going to take a quick commercial break. We have a lot more stories left on this Wednesday. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We have a lot more stories left to get to. I want to give you an update on one that we've been following really for the course of the month here. Take a look at this photo. This is 25-year-old Abigail Zwerner here. Well, she's hired an attorney. She's now suing the Newport News School District. Remember, she was shot in that first grade classroom January the 6th by that 6-year-old boy. Well, she'll now, like I said, be suing the school district because concerned staff warned administrators at Rich Neck Elementary 3 times that that 6-year-old boy had a gun and was threatening other students in the hours before he shot and wounded 25-year-old Abigail Zwerner. But the administration was, quote, paralyzed by apathy and did not call police, remove the boy from class, or lock down the school. That is what Abigail Zwerner's lawyer is alleging. And so we want to hear this report from Fox News' Anna Eliopoulos, and then we'll hear from the lawyer in a press conference today.
Abby and these other teachers at Rich Neck Elementary School tried to do the right thing on January 6th, the day of the shooting. On that day, over the course of a few hours, 3 different times, 3 times, school administration was warned by concerned teachers and employees that the boy had a gun on him at the school and was threatening people. But the administration could not be bothered. This tragedy was entirely preventable if the school administrators responsible for school safety had done their part and taken action when they had knowledge of imminent danger. But instead, they failed to act and Abby was shot. This morning, I sent notice to the Newport News School Board of the intent to file a lawsuit on Abby's behalf. This should have never happened. It was preventable. And thank God Abby is alive. But had the school administrators acted in the interest of their teachers and their students, Abby would not have sustained a gunshot wound to the chest, a bullet that remains dangerously inside her body.
Okay, so you're just listening in. That was Diane Toscano. She's Abigail Zwerner's attorney. She held that press conference today. We're going to hear just a little bit more. Those are some of the key highlights there. But she said that Zwerner first went to an administrator around 11:15 in the morning on the day of the shooting and said the boy had threatened to beat up another child, but that no action was taken. Let's just hear more from Zwerner's attorney.
Shortly after 1 p.m., when a third teacher tells administrators of another boy who is crying and fearful, that he bravely confesses to his teacher that the perpetrator showed him the gun at recess and threatened to shoot him if he told anybody. What did administrators do? Did administrators call the police? No. Did administrators lock down the school? No. Did the administrators evacuate the building? No. Did they confront the student? No. When a fourth employee who heard about the danger asked the administrator for permission to search the boy, he was denied. He was told to wait the situation out because the school day was almost over. Let that sink in. Tragically, almost an hour later, violence struck Rich Neck Elementary School. Abby Zwerner was shot in front of those horrified kids, and this school and community are living the nightmare. All because the school administration failed to act. Were they not so paralyzed by apathy, they could have prevented this tragedy. This morning, I sent notice to the Newport News School Board of the intent to file a lawsuit on Abby's behalf. This should have never happened. It was preventable. And thank God Abby is alive. But had the school administrators acted in the interest of their teachers and their students, Abby would not have sustained a gunshot wound to the chest, a bullet that remains dangerously inside her body. 3 weeks ago, Abby was a cheery young woman with a big heart and loved educating young people. She had a very bright future and a career she loved. Today, she's between surgeries and physical therapy appointments with a career in question. How could anyone find the courage to confidently face a class of students again? I hope the Newport News School District will do the right thing. And everyone should pay close attention to their response, because will they send a message that teachers are expendable? That this is just a hazard of the job if you teach Newport News? Their response will hover over this community and this school district for decades. And since they can't roll back time and undo the callousness of the bureaucracy, they can do the right thing and admit what went wrong and fix it and take care of Abby now. Thank you.
Okay, so Diane Toscano there, she's the attorney for a 25-year-old Rich Neck Elementary school teacher, Abigail Zwerner, who was shot by one of her 6-year-old first grade pupils, in that classroom there at Rich Neck Elementary in Newport News, Virginia. Remember, just a couple of weeks ago, we got news that school administrators had searched the backpack one time and had found no evidence. They didn't find the gun in the backpack, but still the 6-year-old shot his teacher. Now, this attorney there for Zwerner is alleging that concerned staff warned administrators 3 times that 6-year-old had a gun. And so this is a story we're going to stay on top of here on Live Now. We want to take just a quick commercial break. We have a lot more left in store for this hour. We'll have that when we return. And welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. We want to bring you now a story out of Memphis, Tennessee, and the deadly police beating death of Tyree Nichols after a traffic stop in Memphis. Now we know that 5 Memphis police officers have been fired from the force in relation to this. We're also hearing from the U.S. Attorney for the Western District of Tennessee talking about this case. He held a press conference earlier today. He updated us on the investigation of that traffic stop that led to Tyree Nichols' death. He also mentioned the video is not yet ready to be released publicly. Some local outlets in the area are reporting, though, that body camera video could be released by the end of this week on Friday. Right now, though, we do want to show you some of that press conference there in Memphis. We also showed you some of the press conferences earlier this week about this particular story. A prominent civil rights attorney, Benjamin Crump, representing some of the family of Tyre Nichols. Let's hear from the U.S. Attorney in the Western District of Tennessee on this story.
The first Assistant United States Attorney, and Doug DePodesta, the acting Special Agent in charge of the FBI Memphis Field Office. Last week, we announced that the United States had opened a federal civil rights investigation into the circumstances leading to the tragic death of Tyre Nichols. Earlier this week, I had the privilege of meeting with Mr. Nichols's mother, father, grandmother, and aunt. I had the privilege of hearing from them about Tyre, a young man who enjoyed skateboarding, Starbucks, and sunsets at Shelby Farms. I would like to share with the community what I told Mr. Nichols's family. What I said was that the Department of Justice cares deeply about potential violations of constitutional rights here in Memphis and throughout America. I said we have opened a criminal civil rights investigation. I told them this federal civil rights investigation will be thorough, it will be methodical, and it will continue until we gather all the relevant facts. As with any other federal investigation, we will go where those facts take us. I delivered that message to them, and I want this community to hear that message as well. As I told Mr. Nichols's family, our federal investigation may take some time. These things often do. But we will be diligent, and we will make decisions based on the facts and the law. My office is working hand in hand with the Civil Rights Division in Washington, as well as the FBI and other law enforcement partners. Our team includes very experienced federal prosecutors from our office here in Memphis. It includes very experienced FBI agents from the FBI Memphis Field Office, and it includes a very experienced attorney from the Civil Rights Division. We have been in constant, very constructive communication with the Shelby County District Attorney, as well as state and local law enforcement agencies about this case. I'm thankful for that, and I expect that will continue. Finally, I know there is significant public interest in the release of the video that was shown to Mr. Nichols's family. The state and local authorities have responsibility for determining when to release video from this incident to the public. What I will say on behalf of the federal authorities is we want people to express their right to be heard, but we want them to do so in a peaceful and nonviolent way. I'll close by saying that I grew up in this city, and I care deeply about this city. I want this city to be a place where justice is done. The United States is committed to following the facts and the law, guided by principles of justice every step of the way. Thank you for your time this morning.
Sir, can I have just one question? Not on the investigation, just on why.
Okay, no questions taken there. Let's talk about this story even further. This is what we know. That was the U.S. Attorney for the Western District of Tennessee, his name Kevin Ritz. He said his office is working with the DOJ's Civil Rights Division in Washington as it investigates the case of Nichols. Nichols died 3 days after his arrest on January the 7th, and he noted and acknowledged that this investigation at the federal level may take some time. So let's talk about internally, though, the Memphis police officers who were fired. An internal police probe concluded Friday of last week resulted in the firings of the 5 black officers involved in the arrest. They're identified as Tadarius Bean, Demetrius Haley, Emmett Martin III, Desmond Mills Jr., and Justin Smith. The Memphis Police Director, C.J. Davis, said the officers violated department policies by using excessive force and failing their duties to intervene and render aid. All 5 officers were hired between March of 2017 and August of 2020. That's according to statements made by the Memphis Police Department. So this civil rights investigation was announced last week. The Tennessee Bureau of Investigation also is looking into the use of force used by the officers. That's the state police agency that typically investigates when police are involved in arrests that lead to deaths. Now, we also heard from Ben Crump, representing the family of Tyre Nichols, urging authorities to release body camera footage of the entire encounter. So video footage of that arrest, of course, has not been made public yet. Local officials are urging it to be released either this week or next week. Local reporting suggests it could possibly be released on Friday. And so we will stay up to date on this story. Tyre Nichols was only 29 years old. He was shot, pepper sprayed, and restrained when he was pulled over for a traffic stop near his home. He was returning home from a suburban park where he had taken photos of the sunset. The legal team said officers beat Nichols for 3 minutes in a, quote, savage encounter. And they were likening this to the infamous 1991 police beating of L.A. motorist Rodney King. That was Crump and his legal team likening this incident to the Rodney King beatings. So we will stay on top of this story, like I said here. In the meantime, though, we want to give you an update on yet another story that we are following as well, this time out of Florida. And authorities have made a significant arrest in a murder investigation, the murder taking place just last year, into this Microsoft executive. He was murdered in Jacksonville Beach, Florida, in front of his very, very young child there. Well, now a suspect has been taken into custody. Authorities announced this as much today. Let's show you some of that press conference, and then we're going to speak to one of our reporters about the particulars of this case.
Conspiracy to commit murder, second degree murder with a weapon, accessory after the fact to a capital felony, and child abuse, all directly related to the murder of Jared. In just a moment, State Attorney Nelson will speak briefly about
MinnesotaGrown.com.
All of a sudden I just heard pop, 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 pop.
Now on Fox 9 News at 5, a suspect in custody and an officer in the hospital. What we know about the shooting in White Bear Lake. Piecing the puzzle together, testimony in the Cody Forencamp murder trial from the main detective investigating Deshaun Hill's murder. A debt-free U.S. Bank Stadium, that is the goal from Governor Walz, how he plans to make it happen. Plus, the Gopher women's hockey team on a great winning streak, and they plan to keep it going against the Bulldogs.
This is Fox 9 News at 5.
Well, snow coming down throughout the morning and afternoon, making it very slippery out there on the roads. And of course, that gets dangerous. A man who spun out was changing his tire when he was hit by another car spinning out. Incredibly, he was able to stand up and he was walking around. This happened on 694 and Rice Street in Shoreview this morning. Just another reminder to stay in your vehicle in situations like that. It is dangerous out there. And this isn't the last of winter weather, of course, that we're going to see this week. Good evening. I'm Kelsey Carlson.
And I'm Amy Hucker. Thanks so much for joining us tonight. Let's bring in Chief Meteorologist Ian Leonard. So, Ian, a little more snow coming, and then the bottom drops out in those temperatures.
And like I've been saying all winter long, a little bit of snow gets you a lot of problems. And that's what we had today, a little bit of snow. This is the last 6 hours as this very weak clipper finally begins to exit. It's been on and off scattered flurries, less than an inch. Just a little bit of snow. Right now, a difference in temperatures from the mid to upper 20s, the cities to Red Wing, but then you look up here to Detroit Lakes and Bemidji, you think there's a bit of a change slowly taking place. The wind all out of the northwest right now, gusting 20 plus miles per hour. And look at the wind chills here out to the west, all sub-zero. Tomorrow's a little cooler. Then we get a little warmer on Friday, and then we get a lot cooler as we head on into the weekend. It is an Arctic blast, the likes of which we haven't seen so far this year. and it is here for a while. So we'll talk about that Arctic blast and your next shot of snow. It's coming sooner than you think. I've got it here in about 10 minutes.
All right, we'll see you then. Thank you, Ian. We're learning more about what happened before an officer was shot Tuesday night while serving a warrant in White Bear Lake.
After a more than 4-hour standoff, that suspect taken into custody early this morning. Fox 9's Rob Olson joining us live. So, Rob, this is the second time now an officer has been shot in just 2 days in Minnesota.
Yeah, that shooting Monday morning in Winstead and then last night here in White Bear Lake. Both instances of officers serving arrest warrants, although they ended differently. In Winstead, the suspect took his own life. Here, the suspect taken into custody. But as you mentioned, it was more than 4 hours that this apartment building had to be evacuated before that happened.
I live on the second floor, right above.
Right above.
Yes.
Jim Saltness lives right above the White Bear Lake apartment, the one with the broken windows and the patio door that was the center of Tuesday night's standoff, where a White Bear Lake officer was shot 3 times while serving an arrest warrant for felony domestic assault around 9:30 p.m.
I was watching TV, and all of a sudden I just heard pop, 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 and quite honestly assumed that it was fireworks.
Jim says he then went out on his deck and saw the woman who lives in that downstairs apartment out on the outdoor entrance stairway.
Still not thinking those were gunshots. I just asked her if she was okay. She said, no, the police put me out here. I can't get back in. Will you let me in? I said, well, no, not if the police put you there, obviously.
More police then arrived and evacuated the building. And around 2 a.m., the suspect was taken into custody and booked for attempted murder. Charges are still pending. The 33-year-old has a history of mental health commitments dating back to 2008, but most recently this last July. It's unclear in court records when he was released. He has 2 previous misdemeanor domestic assault convictions, both involving his mother. The most recent one in 2020, a witness reported he'd said, "How do you and your boyfriend want to die? With a baseball bat or a knife?" But it was once again at his mother's apartment on Tuesday where White Bear Lake police say he shot that officer 3 times in the midsection. They're not releasing the officer's name, only that he's a veteran of the department and in stable condition.
That's pretty amazing that he, 3 gunshot wounds and made it through. That's awesome.
Yeah, the officer taken to the hospital by the fire department here. The BCA assisting in this investigation as well. They were here until around midday or early afternoon. Live in White Bear Lake, Rob Wilson, Fox 9.
The U.S. Bank Stadium would be debt-free this year, 2 decades early, under Governor Tim Walz's new spending plan. The stadium's reserve is bursting at the seams with electronic pull tab revenue.
Political reporter Theo Keith is at the Capitol tonight, and so Theo, the governor wants to use that cash to settle the debt.
Yeah, the Walz administration says that paying off the debt now instead of making payments over the next 22 years as scheduled would save taxpayers more than $200 million. Less than 10 years into its life, U.S. Bank Stadium may be mortgage-free. Remember when the stadium got built, electronic pull tabs were legalized to cover the $30 million a year debt payments. After a slow start, e-pull tabs have soared in popularity, and so have tax collections. Money has been piling up in the Stadium Reserve Fund. Now Governor Tim Walz wants to sweep $368 million out of the reserve fund to settle the remaining debt in June, the earliest date the stadium's construction bonds can be paid off.
I think that this really gets us to a place that we couldn't have anticipated just 10 years ago. Do you remember, just even paying for the stadium was a challenge, and those first couple of years were rocky.
The governor's deal forgives $60 million in payments from the city of Minneapolis. That's a much sweeter deal than the city was presented a year ago, when a last-minute deal to pay off the stadium stalled in the divided legislature. The city objected because it wouldn't see much of the savings.
Minneapolis has been a good partner on the stadium.
So I'm not quite sure why we need to cut a deal with Minneapolis when they are getting a tremendous benefit from the state, because the state is going to be basically paying off their debt.
There's a new play now called in by the governor, and it has one last wrinkle. The state would pay nearly $16 million toward a secure perimeter that the Stadium Authority wants. Walz still has to get it through the DFL legislature. And Minneapolis officials say that this governor's plan is a starting point, but they are still looking for more. They are looking for help with the operating expenses and capital projects that they have to kick in to U.S. Bank Stadium. So this deal is not done yet. As for that secure perimeter I mentioned in the story, we did not hear back from the Stadium Authority today as to what exactly that is. Kelsey?
All right, thank you, Theo. Minnesota one step closer to legalizing marijuana. A legal marijuana bill is getting its first ever hearing in the state Senate today. Republicans had blocked it in previous years. The Judiciary Committee is in the first of 18 committee stops in the Senate. 3 House committees have already signed off. You would receive a $2,500 rebate for buying or leasing a new electric vehicle under proposal in the Minnesota House. The rebate would be $500 on a used EV. The bill from Coon Rapids Democrat Zach Stevenson calls for spending $20 million on the rebates. Minnesota would join several states offering breaks on top of the federal EV tax credit. The bill cleared one House committee this morning and heads to another.
Well, for the very first time, the jury and Deshaun Hill Jr.'s family watched surveillance video of the young man's deadly encounter on a North Minneapolis sidewalk. This footage shows the 15-year-old and a gunman pass each other before the suspect fires 3 rounds. Prosecutors have charged Cody Forencamp with second-degree murder. Our Paul Bloom was in the courtroom. Paul, it's hard to imagine just how traumatic it was to watch that video.
Amy, I have to say this video really captured the senselessness of the entire tragedy. Of course, Deshaun Hill Jr.'s family, loved ones, they've been here throughout the trial. Many were in that courtroom when that video was played for the first time. There were gasps, there were tears, there was obviously plenty of anger. In fact, at one point, the judge did have to pause proceedings and remind the gallery about courtroom decorum so as not to unduly influence the jurors who were watching as well.
It was a cold-blooded killing, and there's no other way to put it.
Deshaun Hill Jr.'s family attorney speaking on their behalf immediately after watching surveillance videos of the deadly shooting of their promising 15-year-old son and brother for the very first time. The Minneapolis North High starting quarterback on the sidewalk near Wally's Foods at Penn Avenue and Golden Valley Road, noontime, February 9th. Perhaps a slight brush of the arm with the gunman, who's wearing distinctive red sweatpants and a hoodie. Hill is in a walking boot from a football injury. Doesn't appear to break stride in the footage. The shooter, though, would stop, pivot, reach into his backpack, and fire 3 rounds towards Hill's backside. One would strike the young man in the head. The prosecution spent Wednesday with their lead case investigator, retired homicide sergeant Matthew Wente, on the stand, attempting to connect the dots directly to the defendant.
Next thing you hear is pop, pop, pop. 3 bullets. D. Hill falls to the ground dead at 12:30 when he should have been in school.
The jury of 12 and 3 alternates focused their attention on an oversized courtroom TV monitor to watch a handful of videos and still photos from the neighborhood tracking the shooter in those distinctive red pants. Hours earlier, it appears that very same man is in gray sweats when he is beaten up inside Wally's and robbed of his cell phone at knife point. The footage capturing his agitation afterwards. Deshaun's family wondering if he just snapped in that moment on the sidewalk.
The video surveillance, the way they've linked this stuff together, there is no doubt about what happened and whether or not there should be a conviction in this case.
And the evidence in this trial would show that Cody Forencamp had family living in a home in that very neighborhood. As for when he would have changed from those gray sweatpants when he appears to be mugged to the red sweatpants at the time of the shooting, obviously it'd be up to this jury to determine whether or not that is in fact the same suspect, whether that is in fact Cody Forencamp. We do expect this case to get to the jury for deliberations tomorrow, closing arguments on the docket for Thursday morning. We're live at the Government Center for you tonight. Paul Bloom, Fox 9.
Well, a man is dead after a shooting in Minneapolis this afternoon. Officers responded to the 2200 block of Emerson Avenue North just after noon. They found a man in his 40s with gunshot wounds. Officers and medics rendered aid, but he died from his injuries. So far, no arrests have been made, and anyone with any information is asked to contact police or Crime Stoppers. An 18-year-old has been charged with murder for a shooting last month in Minneapolis. This happened after an altercation at a bus stop near Lake Street. That's close to the popular area known as Eat Street. Jose Dominguez is charged with second-degree intentional murder in the shooting death of 31-year-old Derek Harding Reyes.
Well, if you live in Minneapolis and park on the street, you'll want to listen to this. The city is implementing a new single-side parking plan to clear the snowpacked streets, and it starts tomorrow. At 9 o'clock tomorrow night, parking will be banned on all even sides of non-snow emergency routes. The new restrictions are taking effect to help clear the way for emergency vehicles, which are currently having a hard time making it through the narrow streets.
When there's an emergency, whether it be a fire or a medical emergency, seconds matter and certainly minutes matter. The amount of snow that we've had combined with two-sided parking has made many of these side streets impassable.
Parking is allowed on snow emergency routes, parkways, and the odd-numbered side of the non-snow emergency routes unless otherwise posted.
All right, the Gopher women's hockey team having an incredible season. They've won their last 10 games. So coming up, how they're preparing for their next opponent, which is the UMD Bulldogs.
Yeah, plus, we have fun with this every single year. It's time to name the MnDOT snowplows. We're going to take a look at a few of the creative finalists when we come back.
Justin Jefferson's remarkable season could score him one of the NFL's biggest honors. The superstar wide receiver has been named one of the finalists for MVP. Jefferson led the NFL with 128 catches and more than 1,800 yards receiving this season. And he also scored 8 touchdowns. Now, the other finalists, this is interesting, they're all quarterbacks. Patrick Mahomes, Jalen Hurts, Josh Allen, and Joe Burrow. Jefferson was also nominated for Offensive Player of the Year. The winners will be announced at the NFL Honors, and that is on February 9th.
Both Gopher men and women hockey teams are in the top 3 in the country. The men ranked number 2 and the women number 3.
And while the women are coming off a weekend sweep at Bemidji State, they know that the next 3 weeks will really show what they're made of. Dawn Mitchell has more now from Ritter Arena.
The number 3 Gopher women are currently in a 10-game winning streak, but they know one thing: action is about to get kicked up a notch.
This is just great prep for playoffs.
Nothing gets you prepared for postseason play like facing 3 top 10 teams in a row. Number 5 UMD, number 1 Ohio State, and number 8 Wisconsin, respectively.
I think this is a really good test for us. And we also did that in the first half. We had Duluth, Wisconsin, Ohio all back to back. So that was also a learning curve for us as well.
I think our coaches do a really good job of just sticking to our game and playing how we always play, no matter who we're playing. If we stick to our game, I think we have a really good chance.
Freshman Madison Kaiser was named WCHA Rookie of the Week after recording 4 assists over the weekend sweep of Bemidji State. And Captain Taylor Heisey named Forward of the Week, her 4th honor of the season, after 2 goals and 3 assists against the Beavers. It extended her lead in the national scoring race and her point streak to 10 games, which just happens to correspond with the Gophers' 10-game winning streak.
She's just been tremendous. You know, oftentimes the Patty Kazmaier Award or the Hobie Baker or whatever it is goes to maybe a senior that doesn't return. And here she is back, obviously, for her 5th year, but playing at just as high a level, which is really hard to do. I don't think she's just one of the best players in the country. I think she's one of the best players in the world.
But now, for Heisey and the Gophers, it's first things first. Take care of the Bulldogs.
They're playing great, unbeaten in their last 9, and sweep of Wisconsin a couple weeks ago, and so in their barn it will be a tough task.
So next up, the Bulldogs in Duluth. At Ritter, Dawn Mitchell, Fox 9 Sports.
And you can watch that game on Fox 9 Plus. Puck drop Saturday, 3 o'clock. And you can also catch the Bulldogs facing the Huskies on Friday and Saturday nights on Fox 9 Plus as well.
All right, it's time. You can now cast your vote again to name 8 MnDOT snowplows.
All right, here we go. The DOT releasing those finalists today. So there were 60 of them out there that they've kind of whittled it down to. Here are just a few. Skoal Plow.
Yeah.
Camp Snoopy.
Scoopy.
Scoop there. Oh, sorry.
Camp Scoopy.
I'm already messing it up. Camp Scoopy. Scoop, there it is. Here's our list. And Taylor Drift.
Yeah, and there's also Sir Plows a Lot, Ain't My First Snowdio, Freeze Louise, and Harmon Chillabrew.
These are so good. You can vote for up to 8 for the 8 districts. Voting closes on Friday, February 3rd at midnight.
Head to fox9.com for more information on how to vote. And I would say McLeonard, McPlowface Leonard.
No, I don't. No, my name should be nowhere near this. But the one that's on the very, very end of the list.
Taylor Drift? You didn't like that?
Taylor Drift, it's okay.
Okay.
Harmon Chillabrew?
Harmon Chillabrew is very good. But at the very end of the voting list, you have to go all the way to the bottom. You're a Blizzard, Harry.
Oh, that's good.
Harry Potter.
It's good. I like it.
Yeah.
I like it.
Good stuff.
Chillabrew is very, very good.
I like Freeze Louise. Freeze Louise. I'm going to start just saying that now.
I love how people come up with these because they're all so creative.
They're
year
way
after
more
year
creative
after
and
year.
witty than I am.
I know. I can't think of one. Except for Ian McPlowface.
And I'm fine without that ever making it on the list. I'm good. Here's storm vision over the last 6 hours. Now, if you just look, you'll see the flow here out of the northwest. That flow is going to be problematic as we wake up tomorrow morning and work through tomorrow afternoon because it means things are going to cool down. Cool down as we work our way over the next 24 hours. And then it's a little bit of a blip. Jennifer, can you hit that button for me? She saw me coming. No, can you put it in play mode for me? Jennifer, can you come and do the rest of the forecast? There we go. See? She always takes such good care of me. Okay, so look, that area of low pressure also brought finally, and I say finally in quotation marks, bold, italicized, and underlined in a different color, finally brought snow to Chicagoland, 3 to 5 inches. That's their first real snow of the season so far. See the clouds beginning to edge back as some cooler, drier air begins to work in. Take the clouds away and that cooler, drier air also beating back the flurries as the Clipper departs off to the southeast. We'll call it mainly cloudy right now, 25 degrees, but look at the wind chill at 13 with a gusty wind out of the north-northwest. We're in for more snow late Thursday night into Friday morning. Going to vault forward. Look at the time. Tomorrow at 6 p.m. Here comes the snow overnight. This is a bit of a commute buster come Friday morning, but as quick as it arrives, producing probably an inch, it is also gone as we roll through Friday morning at 8 a.m. But again, timing is everything, and this is all about Friday morning. A January freeze on the way. I want to just give you a little glimpse ahead starting Thursday morning at wind chill temperatures. Minus mid-teens, and we stay sub-zero with wind chill all day long. There's a little reprieve when the winds drop as we head through the overnight into Friday morning, and then look at Friday afternoon with wind chills all sub-zero. A little taste of what's to come, even without factoring in wind chill. This Arctic blast that arrives this weekend takes a temperature in the upper 20s today and brings a high, a paltry high, a minuscule high of just 4 as we work our way into Sunday and, more importantly, beyond. This is not going to be a small blast of Arctic air. Once we get through Friday morning, the flurries are done. Look from Saturday and Sunday and beyond, well below average temperatures. Average high actually went up a degree today to 24 degrees, as we should technically, on average, be coming out of the coldest week of the calendar year. Instead, we are on the precipice of the next ice age.
Yeah.
And it's not pretty, my friends.
It was a funny movie, though.
Funny movie. The little dude looking for the walnut. Is that what he was looking for, a walnut?
Yeah, acorn, I think, maybe.
Acorn?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Something like that. All right. Thanks, Ian.
Thank you. Coming up, keeping baby food safe. The FDA issuing new guidance on the amount of lead that has been found in baby food.
Plus, we've seen a lot of layoffs in the tech industry lately, but there's one position that actually needs more workers. That and more coming up after the break. The Food and Drug Administration is proposing some new limits on the amount of lead in processed baby food. It applies to children under 2 years old. The agency's new draft guidance proposes limits that could reduce exposure by 27%. Exposure to high amounts of lead can impact kids' brains and their nervous systems, and that can lead to things like learning disabilities and behavioral difficulty.
The tech industry may be facing massive layoffs, but one area still remains strong, and that's cybersecurity. While 57,000 people were laid off in tech in January, those big tech companies are not touching their cyber defense positions. In fact, the demand for cybersecurity is growing due to a shortage of workers. Last year, there were about 70 cybersecurity workers for every 100 open roles. And to meet that demand, it is estimated that 530,000 people are going to need to be hired.
If you drive a Volvo, listen up. The company is recalling several models all over the world. Nearly 107,000 vehicles are being recalled due to a possible issue with the brakes. A report from the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration says a brake control diagnostic error may cause some issues with the anti-lock brake system. The issue, they say, could increase the risk of a crash. Now, the models affected include the C40, XC40, S60, V60, XC60, V90 and XC90. Still ahead, the U.S. and Germany both announcing some new shipments of tanks to Ukraine as officials in Kyiv say they need them as soon as possible.
And an effort to expand health care services in rural Minnesota, how your community could be impacted by the new law.
We focus on you.
just a dusting of snow making it slippery out on those roads this morning. Take a look at that. Pickup truck with the trailer losing control and then rolling over. That was 94 in Woodbury about 9:30 this morning. And yeah, we saw that. Those spots just really too slick for folks. Not great for drivers. It was really beautiful as it fell and a fairly mild day.
Yeah. We talked about this late last night on our late news with Ian. Definitely feeling and looking a lot more like winter. Chief Meteorologist Ian Leonard is here now, and so it sounds like the cold is going to stick around in addition to these little snow appearances that we're seeing.
I mean, these are just little, I call them puffs of snow, but a little snow at the right temperature makes for a lot of problems on the roads. And it was a little snow, less than an inch region-wide, as the remnants of the Clipper finally pull a few scattered flurries off to the southeast this evening. You'll still see a stray flake every once in a while. Part of the viewing area, not so bad temperature-wise. Mid to upper 20s from Eau Claire back into the cities down to Faribault. Well, once you head north and west of St. Cloud, suddenly the temperatures drop off. Detroit Lakes at 1, Bemidji at 5, Alexandria right now at 11. The cooler air spilling in on this northwest wind, and it will continue to spill in through the overnight and right through the day tomorrow. The key to tomorrow's forecast isn't necessarily the temperature. It's going to be the wind chill, and that's something we haven't talked an awful lot about through the month of January. But look here to the west. Bemidji, Detroit Lakes, Morris, Newham, all in the negative double digits. Most of the Fox 9 viewing area, include the metro, are sub-zero with wind chills starting tomorrow morning at sunrise through the entire day. Friday's a different story. Another puff of snow before we start talking about a big change in the forecast. And I've got it for you here in about 15 minutes.
All right, Ian, thank you. And you can stay on top of the forecast if you download the Fox 9 weather app. There you'll find the latest forecast, warnings, traffic conditions, school closings, and radar as well. It's free on App Store or Google Play.
Millions of Americans are under some kind of winter weather alert tonight. Snow and rain causing a lot of issues. People in southeast Texas spent the day cleaning up from a tornado. Fox's Casey Stiegel shows us the damage from this winter storm.
A line of powerful storms is moving across the U.S. one day after spinning up tornadoes in the south. In Texas and Louisiana, more than a dozen reported twisters toppled trees and knocked out power to thousands of customers.
You heard your house being ripped apart, that's it.
Here in Pasadena, Texas, we're seeing the worst of the damage. The National Weather Service confirmed an EF2 tornado tore through this area and nearby Deer Park on Tuesday. Gusty winds collapsed buildings and ripped roofs off of homes.
We lost part of the roof of this building here. Went down and found that the hallway was blocked over on the other side.
Dozens of utility crews have been on the ground restoring power. Local officials are asking people to stay off the roads as the cleanup gets underway.
Our public works is working overtime, and we're being supported by a lot of agencies and/or local municipalities.
Further north, a massive storm is carrying snow and rain from the Central Plains to the northeast. Forecasters expect parts of the Midwest to see up to 8 inches of snow through Thursday. Snow plows were out early Wednesday morning, scrambling to treat roads.
The snow comes, then you have the snow on top of the ice, and it's just an ice skating rink after that.
Back here in the Lone Star State, teams from the National Weather Service are now on the ground officially surveying the tornado damage. In Pasadena, Texas, Casey Stiegel, Fox News.
Battle tanks from the U.S. and Germany are heading into Ukraine. This as Russia ramps up its offensive. As Fox's Alex Hogan reports, today's announcement from President Biden is actually a reversal from a previous decision.
That's what this is about, helping Ukraine defend and protect Ukrainian land.
President Biden making it official today. The U.S. will send 31 Abrams battle tanks to Ukraine to help push back a Russian offensive. It's a reversal of a previous decision. The Pentagon had said the Abrams tanks were not a good fit for the Ukrainian military because they require extensive training and maintenance. Details are currently being worked out between Washington and Kyiv.
We'll begin to train the Ukrainian troops on these issues of sustainment, logistics, and maintenance as soon as possible. Delivering these tanks to the field is going to take time.
The announcement came just hours after Germany said it would supply Ukraine with Leopard battle tanks. A number of other Western allies also sending Leopards, including Poland and Finland. But with the Russian offensive moving deeper into eastern Ukraine, some here are worried the initial shipment might not get here on time or in big enough numbers to turn the tide.
We need more than 20 tanks because in comparing, Russians have much more weapon systems and much more tanks.
Moscow says that today's announcement will not make a difference, and any American tanks sent to Ukraine will, quote, burn. There are also signs Russia is planning a new offensive, with Vladimir Putin doubling down on his justification for the war.
The aim is to protect Russia from the threats that are created on the territories that are historically ours.
Germany says its tanks will arrive in about 3 months. There's still no word when American tanks should arrive in Ukraine. In Kyiv, Ukraine, Alex Hogan, Fox 9.
The man accused of a deadly mass shooting in Half Moon Bay, California, is charged with 7 counts of murder. Police saying there's a connection between the suspect and the victims, possibly a case of workplace violence. The suspected shooter used to work at the farm where he first opened fire. 4 people were killed there at that site before police say he went to another farm a few miles away. In total, police say the shooter killed 7 people.
Efforts to improve health care in rural Minnesota has some renewed support now from Congress. President Biden has just signed the reauthorization of the Offices of Rural Health Care Act. It was a bill that was co-sponsored by Minnesota Senator Tina Smith. Now, these federal funds will pay for the support of doctors and clinics in rural communities across the country. Even as the population of rural Minnesota is expected to drop in the next 30 years, Senator Smith says this funding is critical.
One is that rural communities tend to be a little older, and as a result, they tend to be a little, sicker. And so you have to make sure that communities don't get drained of the healthcare assets, the doctors and nurses and clinics and hospitals that they need so that people can get healthcare close to where they live.
In fact, data from the state demographer's office shows 1/3 of all rural Minnesota residents will be over the age of 65 in just the next 10 years.
Well, a lot of Minnesota workers have been seeing pay raises. According to the Department of Employment and Economic Development, the state now has the 8th highest average wages in the country. Nick Halter of Axios Twin Cities says 90% of all Minnesota workers now make more than $15 an hour. He says this is a part of a shrinking wage gap in the state.
And the people on the lower end of the spectrum pay-wise are getting bigger raises, and the people on the higher end are not getting as much. And one of the biggest industries is financial services industries, bankers, that kind of a thing, which makes sense. Interest rates have gone up. There's less people to work in home mortgage, for example, and that type of a thing.
Halter also points out that unfortunately inflation has been outpacing raises. However, he also says that Minnesota still has one of the strongest job markets in the country.
The James Beard Awards announcing its 2023 semifinalists today, and several local chefs made the cut. The nominees for Best Chef Midwest include Ann Ahmed of Kaluna, Christina Nguyen of Hi Hi, Karin Tomlinson of Muriel, and Yia Vang of Union Hmong Kitchen. Sean McKenzie, pastry chef of Cafe Series, received a national nomination for Outstanding Pastry Chef or Baker, and he is also the head baker at Rustica and the pastry guru for the Cardamom over at the Walker Art Center. So congratulations.
Well, more astronauts are headed to space. We're going to have details of the next trip to the International Space Station coming up.
And if you want to take a trip to the Boundary Waters this summer, well, you can now reserve your spot. What months you can now buy permits for? That's coming up next.
NASA is getting ready to send its next group of astronauts to the International Space Station.
The SpaceX Crew 6 mission will head to the Space Lab late next month. 2 Americans, Stephen Bowen and Woody Hoberg, as well as an astronaut from the UAE and a Russian cosmonaut will all be on board the Dragon Endeavour capsule. The Falcon 9 rocket scheduled to launch from Kennedy Space Center in Florida, and this is NASA's 6th crew rotation flight involving a U.S. commercial spacecraft.
This crew will be scheduled for about 250 experiments for research. They'll also be doing technology development for exploration, as well as commercial low Earth orbit activities.
Now, once the Crew 6 mission arrives at the ISS, they'll switch places with the members of the Crew 5 mission, who should return to Earth sometime in early March.
And while we're still in the thick of winter, here's a sign that warmer weather is not too far away. You can now start reserving your Boundary Waters Canoe Area Wilderness Permit. These are for trips between May 1st and September 30th. Just head to recreation.gov. Officials say that BWCAW permits are in high demand, and they often are reserved very quickly. So act now. All right, some great animal moments captured on trail cameras up north. Isn't that great? The Voyagers Wolf Project sharing this video from the summer. A group of otters making their way through the woods, and there's so many of them. We were able to count about 9, but looks like they're just enjoying a summer day. Makes us think of a warmer and perhaps happier, easier time, right? No, snow's not that bad.
Rolling around. All right, heavy snow blanketing Japan today, and that's been forcing hundreds of flight cancellations and really disrupting train travel there. They say about 3,000 people were stranded at 2 train stations, and it is unusually cold for Japan right now.
All right. Today, not so bad cold-wise.
Not so bad.
Yeah. But you've been telling us we have to prepare for this.
Yeah, I wish it was sort of that long, slow glide into what we're talking about, but it's not. It's almost like Mother Nature is going to hit us with her purse.
Yeah. Yeah, that too.
And there's a lot of stuff in there. It's whack.
Yeah, ouch.
Hey, when you see that many otters together, you know, it's a gaggle of geese.
I know, I was going to look
up
what
a murder
group
of crows.
Otters.
It's a flock of sheep.
We're looking. Googles. Oh, what?
It's a raft.
A raft.
A raft of
Producer
otters.
Natalie.
Producer Natalie in my ear. A raft. Isn't that funny?
I like that because they do swim together, so it's like a raft in the water. Love it.
Yeah. Cool.
Otters, cool.
You know what? You can't say you didn't learn anything today.
That's right.
That's it right there. Tomorrow you'll be at the water cooler going, hey, this is great coffee. Do you know what a bunch of otters is called? Oh, did I say this coffee is good? It's fantastic. And you'll be the smartest person in the office tomorrow. Look at the clouds here, all rotating down around this very weak Clipper system that brought our little puff of snow today. Big time snow in parts of Chicagoland. Finally, 3 to 5 inches of snow, their first real snow of the season. For us, the clouds finally beginning to pull away with the snow flurries. You might see a stray flake over the next hour, but we are finished with the snow. For now, there's a live look outside. Man, St. Paul looking golden tonight. 25 degrees, a dew point of 20. It's a little humid outside, a wind chill at 13 with a breeze, a blustery wind out of the north-northwest. More snow possible here late Thursday night into Friday morning. And again, this is poor timing working into the Friday morning commute. Going to take you forward in time. Thursday at 6 p.m., here comes the wave of snow so that by midnight we'll pick up flurries, snow showers into the morning. Chance here we pick up an inch or an inch plus, but it is quickly gone as we head through about 9 a.m. and that's it in terms of snow. Then we start to talk about our January freeze on the way. Let me give you a little foreshadow here. Starting the clock tomorrow at 7 a.m. These aren't actual numbers, actual temperatures. These are wind chill temperatures. So that tomorrow we're sub-zero in the metro the entire day. A brief reprieve as we head through the overnight, but then Friday, look at these wind chill numbers, all sub-zero, and that's a taste of what's to come because the Arctic blast arrives this weekend with actual high temperatures approaching 0. 20s today. By Sunday, a high of 4. Great googly moogly, you're saying to yourself, he's lost his mind. This is where I tell you that basically I'm not going out anytime next week, but I have to go out on Saturday because that's when the temperatures drop. It becomes downright cold, a high of 7 under a generally cloudy sky, but it's my first polar plunge of the season. For my friends, the over 8,000 athletes of Special Olympics Minnesota. This coincides with Hockey Day Minnesota up in White Bear Lake. They'll be skating on the lake. I'll be jumping into it. Somewhere along the line, we'll all meet up and say, hey, isn't it great?
Yeah,
when in actuality, we're saying, I don't like this.
It builds character, right?
Oh, look, yeah, you are a mom to say that. That's like if I ate peas, eventually I'd get hair on my chest. That was a good one from my mom.
It's the only thing that gets us through hard things. We just have to say it builds character, right?
Eat your peas.
That's right.
My dad used to say everything put hair in your chest. I'm like, why would I want that, Dad?
All right, thanks, Ian. Now it's time to look at what's popular on our website, fox9.com.
First up, the calls for Hamline University's president to resign. Faculty there calling for the school's president, Fanice Miller, to resign. 86% of the members voted at a meeting yesterday saying that they no longer have faith in her decisions when it comes to academic freedom. And this stems from an art professor who was recently dismissed from her job after showing images of the Prophet Muhammad in her class.
Minnesotans definitely want to know who would and would not qualify for those rebate checks under Governor Walz. His plan, individuals making less than $75,000 a year would receive $1,000 checks. Married couples earning less than $150,000 would receive $2,000. Parents would receive an additional payment of $200 per dependent child, up to $600.
Also popular on our website right now, your chance to name a snowplow in Minnesota. That voting underway on MnDOT's website, and you can choose up to 8 names. More than 10,000 ideas were submitted, and then of those, MnDOT whittled it down to 60. The results will be released later this month. Just a couple of examples for you. Just Scraping By.
Good one.
Love it. And Fleetwood Mac.
Love it.
How about that? Again, you can find all those stories on fox9.com.
Still ahead tonight, we'll let you know just how much longer you'll be able to use somebody else's Netflix account. That's still going on, but not for long.
People do that?
Sure they do.
I'm just kidding. I've heard. Plus, spring isn't too far off. The Twins getting ready for the season. Twins Fest is this weekend. We're going to run through some of the events coming up. Twins fans can step up to the plate and start getting excited for the upcoming season starting this weekend.
Yeah, Twins Fest is returning, and for the first time in 3 years, Twins Fest will be an in-person event. Woo! More than 60 current and former Twins players and coaches will be in attendance. Things kick off Friday with a new event called Twins Fest Live at the Fillmore in Minneapolis. Matt Hodson of the Twins Director of Business Communications says it's a more intimate event that will let the players really showcase their personalities.
Personality. They're going to be playing some games against each other, calling up fans onto the stage, playing against them. We'll have a live band. It's new, it's different for us this year, but it's a chance really to let the players, their personality, their off-field way they interact with each other really shine.
After Friday's festivities, there will be Signature Saturday at Target Field, where players will be signing autographs. There will be some interactive games, a yard sale, and more. And if you're interested in attending Twins Fest, you can get more detail on all the events and buy tickets at the Twins official website.
If you share your Netflix password or you use somebody else's, you won't be able to for much longer, at least for free. Netflix says they're going to start charging users for sharing their password by the end of March. The company hasn't released information on how that policy will work or a specific date it will start implementing it. Netflix says there is account sharing in more than 100 million households. Justin Bieber has sold the publishing rights for his music catalog. $200 million was the price tag. The buyer, UK investment company called Hypnosis. It includes more than 290 Bieber songs, and that sale is reportedly the largest acquisition for Hypnosis and one of the largest for an artist of Bieber's generation. Last year, the company bought Justin Timberlake's publishing rights for $100 million.
Socialite, DJ, and reality TV star Paris Hilton is a mother. She posted a photo on Instagram of her holding a baby's hand with the caption, "You are already loved beyond words." This is her first child with her husband, venture capitalist Carter Ream, and the couple did not give any details about the baby's birth or when he was born. But there's that picture, very sweet. Still ahead on Fox 9, adorable video of a baby gorilla standing for the first time.
Plus, it is a sight to behold in a Buffalo neighborhood.
Look at that.
Coming up, what it took to create this giant snowman in a family's front yard. Birthday wishes going out to Cincinnati Zoo's beloved hippo Fiona. She turned 6 years old yesterday. The zoo live streamed the celebration. The birthday girl sharing her cake with her baby brother Fritz as a crowd sang happy birthday. Fiona became an internet sensation after she was born 6 months premature, and the animal care team's efforts to save her, along with Fiona's personality, have just won hearts all over the world.
And if that wasn't cute enough for you, here's video of a baby gorilla at the Fort Worth Zoo standing for the first time. You can do it, buddy. Watch as 3-month-old Bruno pushes himself off the ground, stands up with some support from mom, Gracie. He stays upright for several seconds, and mom needs to get out her phone and take some pictures of this. The zoo says Bruno has been squirming a lot more in recent days and could be reaching out or crawling on his mom when she's trying to nap. So good job, Bruno.
Typical January weather has returned. Round 1 came today with another not far out. Plus, a big change for the weekend. Then another police officer shot. What happened in White Bear Lake? Later, making U.S. Bank Stadium debt-free, the new plan to pay it off. And Frosty gets a growth spurt, sending his reputation sky high.
Our neighbors would be on a trip or something in Florida, and they'd say, yeah, I was talking to someone, and they said they heard about the snowman in Buffalo, Minnesota.
This is Fox 9 News.
First up tonight here at 6, a live look outside as the snow falls lightly and we prepare for the deep freeze. This is 94 in Cedar in the heart of Minneapolis. That's what it looks like right now. Traffic moving pretty typically for a rush hour.
Yeah, calm now, but there was an incredibly close call on the highway earlier today. Watch this driver who slid off the road get out of his car. Then another vehicle loses control and comes in sliding, plowing the first car right into that person and then sending him flying. But after a few seconds, you do see him get up and walk around. Thank goodness, but there has to be some injury of some sort because that was quite a hit. State Patrol arrived on the scene shortly after, and they are assessing to see how he's doing.
My goodness. And Ian's been saying it here the last couple of days. Just a very little bit goes a long way, and it can really create some dicey conditions. And it sounds like there might be another puff on the way.
Yeah, that was a little puff of snow this morning, less than an inch, and it created some really big problems in the morning commute, less than an inch region wide. And now you see it beginning to taper over the last 6 hours. The Clipper finally pulling away off to the southeast. How about that? The saintly city almost painted in gold. 24 degrees right now, but with wind chill, it feels like 11. And as Amy just alluded to, there's more snow on the way Thursday night into Friday morning. Another light puff possibly affecting your Friday morning commute. And then if you haven't heard it yet, there is a January freeze on the way that really turns into an Arctic blast from the weekend all the way into the first few days of February. So this is more than just like a, oh, it'll be fine, it's a day. Oh, it's a couple of days. This is one of those, I'm not going out kind of forecasts. Or at least that's maybe just my house. We'll talk about how cold it gets and how long it sticks around. That's the key, coming up here in about 15 minutes.
All righty, and thank you. New here at 6, Brooklyn Park Police investigating after a school bus runs over a 6-year-old boy. Authorities say the bus dropped off the child in a parking lot on the 8700 block of Edinbrook Crossing around 3 this afternoon. And then the bus ran over the child's lower extremities. Police were able to locate the bus and the driver, who said they were unaware that the bus hit the child. The boy is in the hospital, we're told, with non-life-threatening injuries.
A White Bear Lake police officer is in stable condition after being shot while serving a warrant last night. Now, this prompted a 4-hour standoff, and today we've learned more about what led up to the shooting. Fox 9's Rob Olson is live in White Bear Lake, and so, Rob, there's a history with this suspect.
Yeah, a history here, according to the court records, of some mental health, civil commitments, and some domestic assault, basically for some threats here. And that's kind of what happened here last night. An officer serving a warrant for an outstanding domestic assault warrant here, shot 3 times, leading to the evacuation of this apartment building. And as you mentioned, a standoff that stretched more than 4 hours.
I was watching TV and
all of a sudden I just heard pop, 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 pop.
What Jim Salton has heard from the apartment directly below him, he first thought were fireworks. Quickly learned then a White Bear Lake police officer had been shot 3 times while serving a warrant for felony domestic assault.
As more police started coming, then you could hear the screaming, and that's kind of when they started going up and down the halls and knocking on doors and telling you to get out of here.
That began a standoff at 9:30 that lasted until 2 a.m. when the suspect was taken into custody and booked for attempted murder. The BCA remaining on the scene until early Wednesday afternoon. The suspect is the adult son of Jim's downstairs neighbor.
You don't know him? No, I mean, I've seen him out on the deck a few times, but never had a conversation with him.
More police then arrived and evacuated the building. At around 2 a.m., the suspect was taken into custody and booked for attempted murder. Charges are still pending. The 33-year-old has a history of mental health commitments dating back to 2008, but most recently this last July. It's unclear in court records when he was released. He has 2 previous misdemeanor domestic assault convictions, both involving his mother. The most recent one in 2020, a witness reported he'd said, "How do you and your boyfriend want to die? With a baseball bat or a knife?" But it was once again at his mother's apartment on Tuesday where White Bear Lake police say he shot that officer 3 times in the midsection. They're not releasing the officer's name, only that he's a veteran of the department and in stable condition.
That's pretty amazing that he, 3 gunshot wounds and made it through. That's awesome.
The White Bear Lake police saying that they're not identifying any of the officers involved in this incident. That one that's in the hospital in stable condition was taken there by the fire department. And as you saw, the BCA was assisting in this investigation and remained on scene until early this afternoon. Live in White Bear Lake, Rob Olson, Fox 9.
For the very first time, Deshaun Hill Jr.'s family, alongside a jury, watched a video of the young man's deadly encounter in Minneapolis nearly 1 year ago. As Paul Bloom explains, the troubling video shows the 15-year-old athlete pass by the gunman who turns around and starts shooting.
It was a cold-blooded killing, and there's no other way to put it.
Deshaun Hill Jr.'s family attorney speaking on their behalf immediately after watching surveillance videos of the deadly shooting of their promising 15-year-old son and brother for the very first time. The Minneapolis North High starting quarterback on the sidewalk near Wally's Foods at Penn Avenue and Golden Valley Road, noontime, February 9th. Perhaps a slight brush of the arm with the gunman, who's wearing distinctive red sweatpants and a hoodie. Hill is in a walking boot from a football injury. Doesn't appear to break stride in the footage. The shooter, though, would stop, pivot, reach into his backpack, and fire 3 rounds towards Hill's backside. One would strike the young man in the head. The prosecution spent Wednesday with their lead case investigator, retired homicide sergeant Matthew Wente, on the stand, attempting to connect the dots directly to the defendant.
Next thing you hear is pop, pop, pop. 3 bullets. D. Hill falls to the ground dead at 12:30 when he should have been in school.
The jury of 12 and 3 alternates focused their attention on an oversized courtroom TV monitor to watch a handful of videos and still photos from the neighborhood tracking the shooter in those distinctive red pants. Hours earlier, it appears that very same man is in gray sweats when he is beaten up inside Wally's and robbed of his cell phone at knife point. The footage capturing his agitation afterwards. Deshaun's family wondering if he just snapped in that moment on the sidewalk.
You saw this defendant walking around like a crazed animal. Back and forth pacing. The way they've linked this stuff together, there is no doubt about what happened and whether or not there should be a conviction in this case.
Evidence would show Cody Forencamp had family living in a home in that very neighborhood. Now, it's unclear exactly when he would have changed into the red pants. It appeared he slipped in the snow and got the grays wet. Obviously, it'll be up to a jury to determine whether or not that is one and the same person. Also on Wednesday, those jurors watched a recording of a sometimes volatile police interrogation where Forencamp denied being the shooter, but appeared to acknowledge getting mugged inside Wally's. We do expect this case to go to the jury Thursday after closing arguments. Reporting from the Government Center, Paul Bloom, Fox 9.
Also in court today, a man accused of killing a woman by beheading her. Alexis Sabarit is charged with murdering America Thaler in Shakopee in July of 2021. According to court documents, Sabarit told a friend he planned to cut her head off several days before she was killed. Today, Sabarit waived his right to a trial by jury, and then all evidence was just handed over to the judge. That judge is now expected to give a verdict on March 22nd. If you live in Minneapolis, you'll want to listen up. That city taking major steps here to reopen those snow-packed streets.
But they have to implement a new partial street parking ban to get there. Starting tomorrow night, parking will be banned on all even sides of non-snow emergency routes, which are mostly side streets. The new restrictions are intended to help clear the way for emergency vehicles. Parking is allowed on snow emergency routes, parkways, and the odd-numbered side of non-snow emergency routes unless otherwise posted. Meantime, in St. Paul, the capital city says that they will not follow suit. Instead, they're monitoring the snowbank situation on a case-by-case basis, and they will take action as needed. Well, some of you get the shovels out, the snow blowers and the plows. Others get to work packing and playing in the snow.
That includes a family up in Buffalo. Look at this. They decided to make a super-sized Frosty the Snowman. Karen Scullin saw this. She said, I've got to go there and check out this sky-high creation firsthand.
There's no denying Frosty Phoebe is fat. At about 30 feet tall and 20 feet across, this dude is carrying a wide load. But today, Eric Phoebe is trimming the fat, shaping him up to look his best. Upkeep is an everyday thing, but it's not nearly the work that went into building him.
Get all the snow from the neighborhood, pile it up right here, and then I take a snowblower and blow one big pile.
It all started last Friday. It took 40 hours and the entire weekend. Temporary stairs up the backside helped get the 75-pound hat on top of Frosty's head. The big boy also needed a big set of mittens.
He said, can you grab me some of your mittens? And I said, for what? And he said, the snowman. And I'm like, nope, I will sew some.
Now his wooden eyes, traffic cone nose, and never-ending smile seems to be watching and peeking around every corner. And there's only one thing that makes him have a bad day.
When it's sunny out or it's over 30 degrees, I'll come home from work and I notice that it's shrunk a little bit. So I'm out here adding snow to it nonstop.
Now this is actually the fourth big snowman the Phoebes have built. The first one was 12 feet, then 20 and 25 feet in 2022. This year, though, he's taller and wider than ever. The Phoebes say expanding their family makes them happy, but seeing others enjoy their work is even better.
So nice seeing the community come together and just people from, like he said, Bloomington, all over Minnesota come to see it. And it's just so neat to meet new people.
In Buffalo, Karen Scullin, Fox 9.
Oh, that is so amazing. I still am kind of perplexed on how he built it.
I love that they sort of love this. It's like a pet or, almost a member of their family. They put so much work into it. They really care.
Also, Karen says that anybody is welcome to go by Buffalo Run Road and
Rodeo Drive.
Yeah, not Rodeo.
Not Rodeo.
Yeah.
Rodeo. Go check it out. All right, still ahead. It's time to name a snowplow. We're going to show you some of the options and then tell you how to vote.
Plus, it's already been an incredible season for the Gopher women's hockey team, and now they're preparing for their next opponent, the UMD Bulldogs. Gopher women's hockey team has been flying 10 straight wins and a perfect 12-0 record at home.
They're coming off a sweep in Bemidji, and then they want to keep it rolling on the road this weekend, facing 5th-ranked Minnesota Duluth. But the challenge doesn't end there. Don Mitchell has more now from Ritter Arena.
The number 3 Gopher women are currently in a 10-game winning streak, but they know one thing: action is about to get kicked up a notch.
This is just great prep for playoffs.
Nothing gets you prepared for postseason play like facing 3 top 10 teams in a row. Number 5 UMD, number 1 Ohio State, and number 8 Wisconsin, respectively.
I think this is a really good test for us. And we also did that in the first half. We had Duluth, Wisconsin, Ohio all back-to-back. So that was also a learning curve for us as well. I think our coaches do a really good job of just sticking to our game and playing how we always play, no matter who we're playing. If we stick to our game, I think we have a really good chance.
Freshman Madison Kaiser was named WCHA Rookie of the Week after recording 4 assists over the weekend sweep of Bemidji State. And Captain Taylor Heisey named Forward of the Week, her 4th honor of the season, after 2 goals and 3 assists against the Beavers. It extended her lead in the national scoring race and her point streak to 10 games, which just happens to correspond with the Gophers' 10-game winning streak.
She's just been tremendous. You know, oftentimes the Patty Kazmaier Award or the Hobie Baker or whatever it is goes to maybe a senior that doesn't return. And here she is back, obviously, for her 5th year, but playing at just as high a level, which is really hard to do. I don't think she's just one of the best players in the country. I think she's one of the best players in the world.
But now, for Heisey and the Gophers, it's first things first. Take care of the Bulldogs.
They're playing great, unbeaten in their last 9, and sweep of Wisconsin a couple weeks ago, and so in their barn it will be a tough task.
So next up, the Bulldogs in Duluth. At Ritter, Dawn Mitchell, Fox 9 Sports.
And don't forget, you can watch that game on Fox 9 Plus. Puck drops Saturday afternoon at 3 o'clock. You can also watch the Bulldogs men's team face the Huskies on Saturday night on Fox 9 Plus as well.
All right, snowplows might be one of the most important Minnesota staples, so why would we not name them? MnDOT is opening up their voting on the website today to name 8 snowplows.
Yeah, there are 60 options to vote for, and with several clearly inspired by singers and other celebrities. These are just a few of them. Alice Cooper, Beyonce, Blizzo, Kim Kardashian through the snow.
A few more finalists include Blader Tot Hot Dish, Hippoplautomus, Just Scraping By, and Orange You Glad to See Me.
Yeah, I think we need to get some companies to sponsor some wrapping of the snowplows so that you know which one is in your area.
Right.
And when you pass it, you can see the name.
I think we all have decided that the writing after they name them is a little small.
Yes, yeah.
It's not exactly, you're like, it goes by and you're like, wow.
And each of them need their own Twitter account or Instagram page. So that
wow, you are getting really in depth here.
I know, sorry. Now I'm going to leave you now because I'm going to go work for
I was going to say, you just got yourself a job.
Today not a plowing day. Even as we work our way into Friday, really not a plowing day. We're not talking about a lot of snow, but a little snow at the wrong time of day, i.e. the morning commute, can be problematic. That's where we were this morning. We'll be back there again Friday morning. And the system that came through overnight just scooted to the south in enough time to really draw on some moisture working up from the south and the southeast. The key there is that our friends in Chicago finally got some snow, 3 to 5 inches for us. It was less than an inch region-wide, and it is done now. Look at the cloud deck pulling off to that area of low pressure to the southeast, and there goes the snow. Like I said, less than an inch. Poor timing, though, first thing this morning. St. Paul in the background. It's not a bad evening if you're bundled. 24 degrees doesn't seem so bad, but how do you feel about a wind chill of 11? Because wind chill is a big part of the story here, in particular over the next 48 hours. Let's talk about our next chance of snow. Go forward in time with me. Thursday, 6 p.m. and this wave of snow begins to move down 94 as we head into late Thursday night. It is with us into early Friday morning, but by 5 or 6 a.m. it should be tapering about another inch, and again, poor timing, the Friday morning commute. A January freeze on the way. I want to start you here just looking at wind chills as we work through the day on into Thursday night and then Friday. Friday from 8 a.m. forward, our wind chills are all sub-zero, just to kind of get you ready for an Arctic blast that arrives this weekend. And in terms of temperatures, today wasn't bad. Regionally, mid to upper 20s. By Sunday, yeah, not so much. My forecast high Sunday, a minuscule paltry 4 degrees. Look, a bit of a roller coaster to get there. Sub-zero wind chills Thursday and Friday. Friday morning, that puff of snow, perhaps an inch into your morning commute, something to keep in mind. By Saturday, the cold arrives, and the cold dominates the forecast going forward. The final few days of January, the first few days of February, nothing but cold. You know, last night on Twitter and on Facebook when I was posting the forecast, I intermixed cold and chilly together. And it started this whole discussion. Well, what's the difference between cold and chilly? I'm like, nothing.
Chili is delicious. By the way.
Yes, that's what I should have said. See, I need you more
Beans or no beans, spaghetti, no spaghetti. There's
no spaghetti.
So much debate.
Lots of beans, cube steak.
Period.
Pow! That's it. That's all I got.
Okay. No,
Don't stop looking for more recipes. Stop begging. All I'll tell you is it is going to get really, really cold from Saturday on.
All right, Ian, thanks. U.S. lawmakers increasing support for rural health care. How federal funding will help doctors meet the demand in their communities. Some good news for many Minnesota workers. They've been getting pay raises.
The bad news is that inflation is often, though not always, outpacing those increases.
For most people, these wages have not offset inflation. However, for example, construction and manufacturing workers, their wages in the last 3 years have gone up more than inflation. The last 2 years, people who work in service jobs, hospitality jobs, their wages have gone up more than inflation.
According to Nick Halter of Axios Twin Cities, 90% of all Minnesota workers now make more than $15 an hour as part of what he calls a shrinking wage gap in the state, where people on both ends of the spectrum have salaries that are closer than before. The Minnesota Department of Employment and Economic Development say that the state now has the 8th highest average wages in the country. Healthcare in rural Minnesota getting a boost from Congress.
President Biden just re-signed the State Offices of Rural Health Act. This was a bill co-authored by Minnesota Senator Tina Smith. It helps rural areas provide better health care services. In Minnesota, the program has helped rural obstetricians, for instance, keep up with their skills.
Well, in Cloquet, Minnesota, they came up with this idea of a mobile obstetrics training van, a place that they did with the Office of Rural Health to fill that gap, to help through simulated training allow obstetrics doctors to obstetricians to brush up on their skills. That's, I think, a great example of how a special need can be met in one community.
The senator's bill reauthorizes federal funding for the State Office of Rural Health Care. The act was first passed in 1990.
One of Minnesota's most popular stadiums cost the state a lot of money.
So how are we paying it off? We'll tell you about the new plan to make U.S. Bank Stadium debt-free.
This is Fox 9 News.
Oh my, check out this shot. This Beautiful. Is a live look right now at the Blacknick Memorial Bridge connecting Duluth and Superior, Wisconsin. I love that shot. Hey, thanks so much for joining us. Get used to the return of snow because this is just round one for the rest of the week.
Yeah, we have these snow appearances happening throughout the week. There is more on the way, plus a major change this weekend. So let's go straight to meteorologist Jennifer McDermott with the latest. Jennifer?
Tim, Kelsey, yes, get used to the snow and do not get used to this very mild weather that we've had lately, in terms of temperatures at least, because once again, we were above average for daytime highs today. But this weekend, big changes on the horizon. Right now, mostly cloudy sky. We still have a few snowflakes flying in far southeast Minnesota. These will continue to move on over towards the east and southeast as this little clipper system continues to peel away from us. So behind it is this cold front, and a high pressure system will be sinking down, and that's going to allow us to welcome in a rather chilly, a rather cold air mass for us on our Thursday. Live look outside, cloudy, quiet for the most part on this Wednesday evening. 24 is our current temperature. Winds from our north-northwest at 16, making it feel more like 11 degrees. Now, temperatures across the state are in the 20s, but out towards the west, that's where we have the single digits. 0 in Detroit Lake, 7 degrees right now in Wilmer, and with gusts coming in from the northwest, anywhere from 20 up to 30 miles an hour, it's giving us these wind chills. Here in the Twin Cities, it feels like 11 degrees, not bad. Out towards our west, though, it feels like 19 below in Morris. It feels like 14 below in Wilmer, 16 below for a current feels like temperature in Windham. When these temperatures get a little more scary, Tim, Kelsey, I'll let you know when the cold Arctic blast arrives.
Oh, thanks, Jennifer. Appreciate it. Okay, U.S. Bank Stadium should be debt-free this year, and this is 2 decades early, and all happening under Governor Tim Walz's new spending plan.
The stadium's reserve is bursting at the seams with electronic pull tab revenue, and as political reporter Theo Keith explains, the governor wants to use that cash to wipe away the debt.
The Walz administration says that paying off the stadium's debt now, instead of making payments over the next 22 years as scheduled, would save taxpayers more than $200 million.
Less than 10 years into its life, U.S. Bank Stadium may be mortgage-free. Remember when the stadium got built, electronic pull tabs were legalized to cover the $30 million a year debt payments. After a slow start, e-pull tabs have soared in popularity, and so have tax collections. Money has been piling up in the Stadium Reserve Fund. Now Governor Tim Walz wants to sweep $368 million out of the reserve fund to settle the remaining debt in June, the earliest date the stadium's construction bonds can be paid off.
You know, I think that this really gets us to a place that we couldn't have anticipated just 10 years ago. Do you remember
plans to pay off the stadium debt for the past year, but have disagreed over how to do it.
We have an opportunity here to make a difference to our state debt and to protect a state asset.
In 2022, a last-minute deal stalled in the divided legislature over objections from the city of Minneapolis over the amount of savings it would see. This new play call from the governor is much sweeter for the city. It forgives $60 million in payments from Minneapolis. There's one last wrinkle. The state will pay nearly $16 million toward a secure perimeter that the Stadium Authority wants. Walz still has to get it through the DFL legislature.
Minneapolis officials see the governor's plan as a starting point, but they want help with operating expenses and capital projects too, so this deal is not a done deal yet. As for that secure perimeter that I mentioned, I asked the Stadium Authority what exactly that means and have not heard back. From the Capitol, Theo Keith, Fox 9.
In national news, the U.S. has seen more than 36 mass shootings this year, less than 1 month into 2023. The rash of deadly violence has some politicians talking about gun control. Last year, President Biden signed what had been hailed as the most comprehensive gun bill in about 3 decades. The bipartisan legislation boosts funding for mental health resources and aims to prevent dangerous people from accessing guns. But the chance of a divided Congress coming together to push more gun measures is slim.
California has the strictest gun laws there are, and apparently that did not work in this situation too.
weapons cross state lines. So until we have a federal law banning these mass murder assault weapons, the state laws are, of limited efficacy.
According to data compiled by Northeastern University and the Associated Press, there have been 535 mass killings since 2006, claiming nearly 2,800 lives.
Well, a disgraced South Carolina lawyer is on trial facing double murder charges for allegedly killing his wife and son. Fox's Mills Hayes is live for us outside of the courthouse where opening arguments started today. And Mills, how did the state kick off presenting this case?
Well, Tim, state prosecutors compared Alex Murdaugh to a storm, similar to the storm that we're seeing here. You can't really tell that much behind me, but it is pouring. And they also said that gunshot residue and cell phone data from the night of the killings will prove that Alex Murdaugh is the killer. We have a set of 12 jurors. 8 of them are women, 4 of them are men. Now, Alex Murdaugh isn't just any lawyer. The Murdaugh family has been a powerful force in the Low Country, holding the chief prosecuting office for nearly a century, and the family had a private personal injury law firm as well. The Murdaugh legacy started to unravel back in 2019 after a boat crash. Murdaugh's now deceased son Paul is accused of driving a boat drunk and killing 19-year-old Mallory Beach. After the boat crash, years of investigations revealed dozens of financial crimes committed by Alex Murdaugh. State prosecutors say Paul and Maggie were killed next to the dog kennels on the family's property, about a third of a mile away from the main house.
The evidence is going to show that neither Paul nor Maggie had any defensive wounds, as if they didn't see a threat coming from their attacker. And the evidence is going to show that the defendant, Alex Murdaugh over there, told anyone who would listen that he was never at those kennels. But the evidence is also going to show from these things that every one of us, most of us carry around in our pocket, that he was there.
Murdaugh is represented by State Senator and Attorney Dick Harpootlian. He says there are no eyewitnesses or any forensic evidence like fingerprints to tie Alex to the murders. He also said that Alex and Paul had filmed a Snapchat video together laughing just hours before the murders, meaning that the two had a good relationship and there was no reason for the killings.
You're going to hear their witnesses explain the catastrophic injuries to Paul, that his head literally exploded, and whoever shot him with that shotgun was probably no more than 3 feet away. You'll see pictures, a white t-shirt, no blood on it. Those are facts. Those aren't theories.
Murdaugh's surviving son, Buster, and a few of his siblings were sitting behind him in court today. They are also on the witness list, so we do expect to see some of them take the stand. Tomorrow, we will kick off the state witnesses at 9:30. In Walterboro, Mills Hayes, Fox 9.
All right, Mills. We're also following major developments in another murder case. Police have arrested 61-year-old Henry Tenton in the ambush killing of Microsoft executive Jared Bridgen. Now, Tenton will face several charges, including conspiracy to commit murder, second-degree murder, accessory after the fact to a capital felony, and child abuse, too. Now, the 33-year-old was gunned down back in February in Jacksonville, Florida. Investigators say that he pulled over to move a tire out of the roadway when he was shot repeatedly in front of his then 2-year-old daughter.
Nothing was stolen from him. His 2-year-old daughter remained strapped in the car seat in the back. This was a planned and targeted ambush and murder.
Now, authorities did not reveal many new details about this case, but said Tenton did not act alone and they will continue to investigate. Now, Bridgen's ex-wife and her current husband remain suspects in this case. New here at 6 o'clock, the superintendent of the school district where a 6-year-old boy shot his teacher will leave coming up at the end of the month.
The news comes on the same day the teacher filed a lawsuit against the district. As Fox's Anna Eliopoulos reports, an investigation found administrators were warned 3 times that the boy had a gun and was threatening other students.
3 times. School administration was warned by concerned teachers and employees that the boy had a gun on him.
The Virginia first grade teacher shot by her 6-year-old student 3 weeks ago is filing a lawsuit against Newport News Public Schools. Abby Zwerner's attorney says the shooting was entirely preventable, as 3 separate teachers at Rich Neck Elementary School warned administrators on January 6th about a child with a gun who was threatening people.
Were they not so paralyzed by apathy, they could have prevented this tragedy.
According to her attorney, the first warning came from Zwerner around 11 a.m. She reported the 6-year-old threatened to beat up another child. An hour later, a second teacher searches the student's backpack over concerns of a gun. When they tell administrators the child may have put the gun in their pocket, their concerns were dismissed.
The school administration failed to act.
Administrators also doing nothing when a third teacher reported the student may have been showing off a gun at recess. A fourth employee asked permission to search the child and was denied. Then, right before school ends, Zwerner is shot and critically wounded. She was released from the hospital last week, but her attorney says the road to recovery will be long.
Today, she's between surgeries and physical therapy appointments with a career in question.
No charges have been filed against the first grader or the student's parents. It's still unclear how the child gained access to the weapon, which the parents say was secured. Anna Eliopoulos, Fox 9.
Well, a terrible crash involving a moose in St. Louis County. A family of 3 hit the moose in their car on Highway 53. And the St. Louis County Rescue Squad sharing this photo. They say the family only had minor injuries. The young bull moose did not survive, but take a look at the damage in that car and just how serious that could have been. Well, we're not the only one getting a dose of winter snow right now.
In fact, many regions in the country are getting hit. And we're taking you on a tour from the Midwest to the East Coast next year on Fox 9 News at 6:30.
Well, a massive storm system bringing snow down a massive stretch of states right now.
In fact, we've got team coverage from the Northeast to the Midwest. So let's begin with Madison Scarpino. She's in St. Louis, Missouri tonight.
Thankfully, only a few minor crashes and slide-offs in the St. Louis area this morning. The Missouri Department of Transportation crews have been out all night plowing the snow from the roads and are continuing to plow for most of the day. The storm is hitting everywhere in many parts of the Midwest, from Chicago to Indianapolis to Cleveland. The snow is coming down quicker than these crews can plow, so officials are still asking people to stay off the roads if you can. Conditions have been quickly changing here since early this morning. The snow really began coming down in waves around 3 a.m. local time and just started to slow down late morning. State Highway Patrol says most interstates are still wet and the majority of secondary roads were covered. Because it's mixed with the rain, the snow here is extremely slushy, which can cause drivers to lose control. MoDOT in St. Louis says because of the heavy snow, the biggest concern is their equipment. In a lot of the impacted areas, a winter storm warning will remain in place for most of the day. In St. Louis, Madison Scarpino. Now over to Austin Westfall in New Jersey.
Before today, the National Weather Service said only 1/10 of an inch of snow had fallen in northern New Jersey so far this winter. Usually at this point in the year, 6.5 inches normally fall on this region. But as we take a look here today, a good amount of snowfall has already come, and snow drought conditions might be lessening, at least in the northern part of New Jersey. But there are several other larger cities in the Northeast that have yet to see their first snow. Take a look. D.C., Baltimore, Philly, New York City, Boston. All to this point, they've all seen much less snow than usual since September 1st. Boston is about 13 inches below what it's normally at. And as far as the other 4 cities, they have not seen any measurable snowfall, which is defined as 1/10 of an inch of snow. These cities have seen traces of snow, but nothing that's enough to meet that 1/10 thresholds. As far as New York City goes, it's been 323 days since they saw their last measurable snowfall. If 9 more days pass and they still haven't gotten any snow, they will beat their record for the longest period of time without any snow. Here in Morristown, New Jersey, Austin Westfall, Fox 9.
On Texas, in addition to all the snow and rain, dozens of tornadoes also passing through the region. The worst damage was seen in the town of Pasadena, just outside of Houston. The storm whipped up powerful winds that downed trees and knocked out power to thousands.
And some families in Texas are having a little bit of fun with their winter run-in here. This is a time lapse from the Panhandle. A family recruited some help from their neighbors to get a little bit creative, and they built a dragon. Mom recorded this and says that she used to build similar snow sculptures with her grandkids and cousins when she was a child. Grandparents, I should say. Yeah, so there it is, the dragon out there.
Oh, that's pretty cool.
Yeah. Why not, right?
Get
Especially
out
down in
and
Texas when
play.
you don't see this that often.
Get out and play. I
Yeah,
love it. You know, we have a luge track running between our house and the neighbors right now.
so fun.
And you know, it's just like, well, whatever the day brings, just go out and create it.
Yes, have fun, be creative. See, when I was little, I just stuck to the snowman situation. I should have done that kind of thing.
Snowball fights.
Dragons and forts. Sometimes we would make igloos.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That was fun. Good stuff. Or we'd put like little snow ramps at the bottom of the hill.
Oh, yeah, of course,
That way
right.
when you go sledding. Anyways, we still have plenty of snow outside, don't we? We picked up a little bit of snow today, a little bit, but it did create quite a few wrecks here and there along the roads because of the slick roadways. But we have another chance of snow, and that's going to be arriving Thursday into Friday. We're also going to talk about the January freeze that is finally on the way. Let's be honest, we've been a little spoiled so far this month. And then the Arctic blast that's arriving this weekend, and how long it's going to be staying in our forecast. That's all in our 7-day. Right now, mostly cloudy sky for all of us across the northern plains. Over towards our southeastern corner of Minnesota, that's where we do have a few light snow showers falling near La Crosse, Preston, leaving Rochester and moving over towards Eau Claire on the Wisconsin side. And it's all due to this Clipper system that's currently sitting on top of mainly Wisconsin. This will continue to drive down towards the south and east, and as it does so, it's going to allow for this surge of cold air to join us for Thursday. However, fun fact, a little warm front is going to try and find its way into the state come Thursday night and into Friday, so our temperatures are going to be climbing overnight into overnight Thursday into Friday. Right now, mostly cloudy sky outside. 24 is our current temperature. Winds from the northwest at 16, making it feel more like 11 degrees. Temperatures across the metro in the 20s. 24 for Shakopee, 23 in White Bear Lake, 25 currently in Cottage Grove, but out towards our west. Ooh, there's that chilly air moving in. 8 degrees right now in Alexandria, 3 currently in Morris. Winds coming in gusting up to 20 to 30 miles an hour out of the northwest. Therefore, it is giving us a little bit of a wind chill, mainly out towards the western half of the state. It feels more like 14 below in New Ulm, 17 below in Windham, 18 below zero for a current feels like temperature over in Morris. So overnight, forecasting a low of 6 degrees. That cold air will be surging in across the rest of the state. Breezy with cloudy periods. By tomorrow afternoon, 16 for our daytime high. Yeah, finally below average. The month of January, as I mentioned, has been pretty mild. Clear sky. We'll see some sunshine. You just won't feel it. And then by tomorrow evening, temperature of 16 degrees. So tomorrow evening into our Friday morning, our temperatures will be climbing. But then another cold front races in and our temperatures spill back down. So right now our futurecast is showing us that we'll have a little bit of clearing sky overnight, and into our Thursday we'll see plenty of sunshine. And then by Thursday night into Friday, that's our next chance for snow. Right now it's looking to be fairly light, similar to what we had this morning. Maybe an extra inch is what we'll pick up. So 16 for your high temperature tomorrow, dropping to 16 by tomorrow night, but overnight climbing to around 31 degrees by the morning. But as soon as around lunchtime for Friday, our temperatures will be crashing. Overnight low of 0, Saturday 7 for a daytime high. Over the weekend, overnight lows drop to the double digits below 0, and that cold Arctic air stays with us throughout the rest of the 7-day forecast. So the big hefty parka, Kelsey, Tim, it's time to get it out.
One more time, right?
Yeah,
both of them.
Yeah, both of them.
Layer.
Thanks, Jennifer. Coming up, do you like a little chili with your beer? Now you can have them both in one can. How Hormel is teamed up with the Twin Cities Brewery to add some spicy suds to your Super Bowl party.
James Beard Awards announced its 2023 semifinalists today.
And several local chefs have made the cut. The nominees for the best chef in the Midwest include Ann Ahmed of Kaluna, also Christina Nguyen of Hai Hai, Karen Tomlinson of Mariel, and Ye Vang of Union Hmong Kitchen. Oh, he's such a good chef. Also, Sean McKenzie, the pastry chef of Cafe Series, received a national nomination for Outstanding Pastry Chef or Baker. He is also the head baker at Rustica and the pastry guru for Cardamom at the Walker Arts Center.
Oh, congratulations. Always a good showing for those awards.
Speaking of food, Super Bowl. Just around the corner.
Just a couple weeks away. Many will have some chili on the table, maybe some cheese to top it off, and of course beer in the fridge. But what would you say if we combined all three of those things? Well, some
absolutely
say,
not.
Not a good idea, but
somebody's done it. Yeah, Minnesota-based Hormel is teaming up with Minneapolis brewery Modest for a special beer just in time for the Super Bowl. The limited edition Hormel Chili Cheese Brew features an American lager mixed with spices and cheese powder to create the flavor of Hormel chili cheese dip. If that sounds like something you want to try, you can buy a 4-pack through either Hormel or Modest's website.
it's worth a try.
I'd like to have a sip.
Yes, I don't know if you want to have a 6-pack.
I don't know. Got to try it first.
All right, thank you for joining us.
I'm going to have so much more on Fox 9 Plus at 7 o'clock, starting in just a couple.
Let's go places.
Tonight on Fox 9 Plus at 7, typical January weather has returned. Round 1 came today with another not so far out. Plus, a big change for the weekend. Then another police officer is shot. What happened in White Bear Lake? And later, making U.S. Bank Stadium debt-free, the new payoff plan. And Frosty gets a big growth spurt, sending his reputation sky high.
Yeah, our neighbors would be on a trip or something in Florida, and they'd say, yeah, I was talking to someone, and they said they heard about the snowman in Buffalo, Minnesota.
This is Fox 9 News.
Well, first tonight, we want to give you a live look outside. This one at I-94 and Cedar Avenue. We've had some on and off flurries throughout the early evening, but here's what you need to prepare for. We've got a deep freeze that's coming this weekend. That's what it looks like outside right now, but pretty calm and incredibly close call, though, on our highways earlier today. Check this out. We got a driver who slid off the road, gets out of his car, and then another car loses control and slides. Watch right there. Oh boy, here it comes. Yeah. He is okay. He gets up and walks around after a couple of seconds there. The State Patrol arrived on the scene shortly after, so it looks like he was going to be okay, although stunned a little bit. Okay, so these little snowfalls catch a lot of people off guard, and we've got more on the way. So let's get your weather first here tonight with meteorologist Jennifer McDermott. Hi there, Jennifer.
It's a little bit of snow, but it clearly can create quite a bit of problems outside, and we do have that second round arriving around Thursday night and into Friday, and then after that, that's when the cold really begins to sink in across Minnesota and Wisconsin. So right now, mostly cloudy sky for all of us across the state. And then meanwhile, down towards our south and east, that's where a majority of the snow, what's left at least, is currently falling over locations like Preston, over towards La Crosse, Fountain City. And this is all spinning away from us, associated with this clipper system that's currently sitting over majority of Wisconsin. As this continues to dive down towards the south and east, that's going to allow for a cold air mass to surge into the state, allowing for us to have a rather cold Thursday for once. Yeah, for once, because this month of January, let's be honest, we've been rather spoiled temperature-wise. It's been pretty mild, above average. Mostly cloudy sky right now. 23 is our current temperature, but when our daytime highs, Tim, struggle to make it above zero, I'll let you know in our 7-day coming up.
Okay, sounds good, Jennifer. New tonight here, Brooklyn Park Police are investigating after a school bus runs over a 6-year-old boy. Now, police say the bus dropped the child off in a parking lot on the 8700 block of Edenbrook Crossing. That was about 3 this afternoon. The bus ran over the child's lower extremities and then left the scene. Police were able to find that bus and the driver, who said that they were unaware that the bus hit that child. The boy is now in the hospital with non-critical injuries. Okay, a White Bear Lake police officer is in stable condition after they were shot while serving a warrant. This happened last night, prompting a 4-hour standoff. Today, we've learned more about what led up to the shooting. Our Rob Olson has the latest.
I was watching TV, and all of a sudden I just heard pop, 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 pop.
What Jim Sultan has heard from the apartment directly below him, he first thought were fireworks. Quickly learned then a White Bear Lake police officer had been shot 3 times while serving a warrant for felony domestic assault.
As more police started coming, then you could hear the screaming, and that's kind of when they started going up and down the halls and knocking on doors and telling you to get out of here.
That began a standoff at 9:30 that lasted until 2 a.m. when the suspect was taken into custody and booked for attempted murder. The BCA remaining on the scene until early Wednesday afternoon. The suspect is the adult son of Jim's downstairs neighbor.
You don't know him? No, I mean, I've seen him out on the deck a few times, but never had a conversation with him.
More police then arrived and evacuated the building. At around 2 a.m., the suspect was taken into custody and booked for attempted murder. Charges are still pending. The 33-year-old has a history of mental health commitments dating back to 2008, but most recently this last July. It's unclear in court records when he was released. He has 2 previous misdemeanor domestic assault convictions, both involving his mother. The most recent one in 2020, a witness reported he'd said, "How do you and your boyfriend want to die? With a baseball bat or a knife?" But it was once again at his mother's apartment on Tuesday where White Bear Lake police say he shot that officer 3 times in the midsection. They're not releasing the officer's name, only that he's a veteran of the department and in stable condition.
That's pretty amazing that he, 3 gunshot wounds and made it through. That's awesome.
Yeah, again, the White Bear Lake Police Department said they wouldn't be identifying any of the officers involved in this. The one who was shot, transported to a hospital by the fire department, again in stable condition, and the BCA assisting in this investigation. In White Bear Lake, Rob Olson, Fox 9.
Well, for the very first time, Deshaun Hill Jr.'s family, alongside a jury, watched the video of the young man's deadly encounter in Minneapolis nearly 1 year ago. As our Paul Bloom explains, the troubling video shows the 15-year-old star athlete pass by the gunman, who turns around and starts shooting.
It was a cold-blooded killing, and there's no other way to put it.
Deshaun Hill Jr.'s family attorney speaking on their behalf immediately after watching surveillance videos of the deadly shooting of their promising 15-year-old son and brother for the very first time. The Minneapolis North High starting quarterback on the sidewalk near Wally's Foods at Penn Avenue and Golden Valley Road, noontime, February 9th. Perhaps a slight brush of the arm with the gunman, who's wearing distinctive red sweatpants and a hoodie. Hill is in a walking boot from a football injury. Doesn't appear to break stride in the footage. The shooter, though, would stop, pivot, reach into his backpack, and fire 3 rounds towards Hill's backside. One would strike the young man in the head. The prosecution spent Wednesday with their lead case investigator, retired homicide sergeant Matthew Wente, on the stand, attempting to connect the dots directly to the defendant.
Next thing you hear is pop, pop, pop. 3 bullets. D. Hill falls to the ground dead at 12:30 when he should have been in school.
The jury of 12 and 3 alternates focused their attention on an oversized courtroom TV monitor to watch a handful of videos and still photos from the neighborhood tracking the shooter in those distinctive red pants. Hours earlier, it appears that very same man is in gray sweats when he is beaten up inside Wally's and robbed of his cell phone at knife point. The footage capturing his agitation afterwards. Deshaun's family wondering if he just snapped in that moment on the sidewalk.
You saw this defendant walking around like a crazed animal, back and forth pacing. The way they've linked this stuff together, there is no doubt about what happened and whether or not there should be a conviction in this case.
Evidence would show Cody Forencamp had family living in a home in that very neighborhood. Now, it's unclear exactly when he would have changed into the red pants. It appeared he slipped in the snow and got the grays wet. Obviously, it'll be up to a jury to determine whether or not that is one and the same person. Also on Wednesday, those jurors watched a recording of a sometimes volatile police interrogation where Forencamp denied being the shooter, but appeared to acknowledge getting mugged inside Wally's. We do expect this case to go to the jury Thursday after closing arguments. Reporting from the Government Center, Paul Bloom, Fox 9.
All right, if you live in Minneapolis, the city is taking major steps now to reopen those snow-packed streets. It's starting a new partial street parking ban. This all begins tomorrow night. Parking will be banned on all even sides of non-snow emergency routes, which are mostly side streets. The new restrictions are intended to help clear the way for emergency vehicles. Parking is allowed on snow emergency routes, parkways, and the odd number side of non-snow emergency routes, unless it's otherwise posted. Meantime, in St. Paul, the capital city says they will not follow suit. Instead, they're monitoring the snowbank situation on a case-by-case basis and will take action as needed. While some of you get out the shovels, blowers, and plows, others get to work packing and playing. And that includes a family up in Buffalo who decided to make a super-sized Frosty the Snowman. Our Karen Scullin headed there, had to see it for herself, of this sky-high creation.
There's no denying Frosty Phoebe is fat. At about 30 feet tall and 20 feet across, this dude is carrying a wide load. But today, Eric Phoebe is trimming the fat, shaping him up to look his best. Upkeep is an everyday thing, but it's not nearly the work that went into building him.
Get all the snow from the neighborhood, pile it up right here, and then I take a snowblower and blow one big pile.
It all started last Friday. It took 40 hours and the entire weekend. Temporary stairs up the backside helped get the 75-pound hat on top of Frosty's head. The big boy also needed a big set of mittens.
He said, "Can you grab me some of your mittens?" And I said, "For what?" And he said, "The snowman." And I'm like, Nope, I will sew some.
Now his wooden eyes, traffic cone nose, and never-ending smile seems to be watching and peeking around every corner. And there's only one thing that makes him have a bad day.
When it's sunny out or it's over 30 degrees, I'll come home from work and I notice that it's shrunk a little bit. So I'm out here adding snow to it nonstop.
Now, this is actually the fourth big snowman the Phobies have built. The first one was 12 feet, then 20 and 25 feet in 2022. This year, though, he's taller and wider than ever. The Phobies say expanding their family makes them happy, but seeing others enjoy their work is even better.
So nice seeing the community come together and just people from, like he said, Bloomington, all over Minnesota come to see it. And it's just so neat to meet new people.
In Buffalo, Karen Scullin, Fox 9.
That's quite a snowman. Oh my goodness, it's huge. And what does it look like come later in the spring when this all melts and starts falling down? Hey, still coming up, it's time to name a snowplow here in Minnesota. We're going to show you some of the options. The names are fabulous, by the way. And we're going to tell you how you can vote. And plus, it's already been an incredible season for the Gopher women's hockey team, and now they're preparing for their next opponent, which is the UND Bulldogs. So the Gopher women's hockey team is really on a roll right now. 10 straight wins and a perfect 12-0 record at home. And they're coming off of a sweep up in Bemidji and look to keep it rolling on the road this weekend. They face number 5 ranked Minnesota Duluth. And our Dawn Mitchell tells us how the challenge doesn't end there.
The number 3 Gopher women are currently in a 10-game winning streak, but they know one thing: action is about to get kicked up a notch.
This is just great prep for playoffs.
Nothing gets you prepared for postseason play like facing 3 top 10 teams in a row. Number 5 UMD, number 1 Ohio State, and number 8 Wisconsin, respectively.
I think this is a really good test for us. And we also did that in the first half. We had Duluth, Wisconsin, Ohio all back-to-back. So that was also a learning curve for us as well.
I think our coaches do a really good job of just sticking to our game and playing how we always play, no matter who we're playing. If we stick to our game, I think we have really good really good chance.
Freshman Madison Kaiser was named WCHA Rookie of the Week after recording 4 assists over the weekend sweep of Bemidji State. And Captain Taylor Heisey named Forward of the Week, her 4th honor of the season, after 2 goals and 3 assists against the Beavers. It extended her lead in the national scoring race and her point streak to 10 games, which just happens to correspond with the Gophers' 10-game winning streak.
She's just been tremendous. Oftentimes the Patty Kazmaier Award or the Hobie Baker or whatever it is goes to maybe a senior that doesn't return. And here she is back, obviously, for her 5th year, but playing at just as high a level, which is really hard to do. I don't think she's just one of the best players in the country. I think she's one of the best players in the world.
But now, for Heisey and the Gophers, it's first things first. Take care of the Bulldogs.
They're playing great, unbeaten in their last 9, and a sweep of Wisconsin a couple weeks ago, and so in their barn it will be a tough task.
So next up, the Bulldogs in Duluth. At Redder, Dawn Mitchell, Fox 9 Sports.
All right, Dawn. Well, snowplows might be one of the most important Minnesota staples, so why not name them, right? It's time again, our favorite contest of the year. They've opened up the voting website today to name 8 plows across the state, MnDOT that is. There are 60 options to vote for, with several clearly inspired by singers and other celebrities. Here are just a couple of them. There's Alice Scooper, Beyonce, pretty clever there, Blizzo, Kim
awesome.
Kardashian through the snow, and a few more finalists include Blader Tot Hot Dish, Hippopotamus, Just Scraping By, Orange You Glad to See Me, and my favorite, which is not on our list here, is Mary Tyler Moore Snow.
Oh, I love that.
Isn't
That's
that perfect?
awesome.
Yeah.
That's pretty good.
Mary Tyler
Lizzo's
Moore
pretty
Snow.
fun.
I love that one.
Yeah, that one's pretty fun. Well, our plows, they didn't have too much snow to deal with today, but it still
but it just made everything super slick out there.
I know. And the same situation's going to happen before we get to the weekend as well. The plows will have a little bit of snow to work with, but not a whole lot, but enough to create some icy spots.
And then the
here
deep
and there.
freeze. So.
And then remember in January when things get brutally cold and it never arrived? Well, it's going to arrive. It's just going to arrive this weekend and into the month of February. So this is what we have to talk about. More snow for Thursday and Friday. The January freeze is finally on the way. And then the Arctic blast arrives as soon as this weekend. And we're talking dangerously cold temperatures. So you'll definitely want to take a look at the 7-day here in just a second. Mostly cloudy sky for all of us across the state. A few snowflakes still flying in far southeast Minnesota and extending up into western portions of Wisconsin. And it's all due to this area of low that will continue to slide on over towards the south and east, and as it does so, allowing for us to open up the door for a cooler surge of air, cooler than where we've been hanging out in, with the above average highs in the 20s and 30s. Tomorrow we're talking teens for high temperatures. Live look outside, cloud cover 23, dew point of 18, winds from the north-northwest sustained at 15, making it feel more like 10 degrees. Across the metro, all of us are in the 20s, 24 in Richmond, 22 in St. Louis Park, 23 in Shakopee, but take a peek out west. The single digits and below zero now. This is actual air temperature. Detroit Lakes 2 below, 1 below in Bemidji, and that purple color indicating the colder temperatures will continue to sink in across the state as we head further into tonight. Winds coming in from the northwest, gusting up to 20 to 30 miles an hour, mainly in the southwestern corner of the state, and that's where we have the harshest of the wind chills. It feels like 19 below currently in Windham, feels like 12 below in Bemidji, 9 below for feels like right now in Mankato. Overnight, this is going to get interesting. Overnight, forecasting a low temperature of 6 degrees, cloudy. By tomorrow afternoon, we'll see some sunshine. 16 for a high temperature. So the sun is not going to be working, but it is going to be very nice to see it at least. And then by tomorrow evening, temperatures stay steady at 16 degrees. Overnight, Thursday into Friday, our temperatures are going to be climbing. And that's what's interesting about this, because then by Friday, our temperatures will be falling. So typically, we see that the other way around. We see temperatures falling overnight, temperatures climbing during the day, but we're going to reverse that over the next couple of days. So overnight, mostly cloudy sky. And then by tomorrow, quickly clearing that cloud cover out, we'll see the sunshine. And then Thursday into Friday, that's that next chance of snow. All looks to be light, very similar to what we experienced this morning. Maybe half an inch to an inch of snow, but it is going to be occurring during the Friday morning commute, which could cause some slick spots. 16 for your high tomorrow, staying steady in the teens, climbing into the low 30s by Friday morning. By Friday afternoon around lunchtime, cold front sweeps through, and that's when we say goodbye to the mild temperatures for quite a while. Saturday, daytime high of 7, overnight lows in the double digits below 0, and then we just stay cold as we head into the month of February. In fact, if I had a 10-day forecast, I think the temperatures would be even colder than where we are forecasting for next week. Yeah, I think the coldest air will be sinking in towards the end of next week. So, big parka time.
You just knew when we had that January thaw a couple of weeks ago that this was coming, right?
It was bound to come.
That was not going to be the end of it. All right. Thanks so much. U.S. lawmakers are growing support now for rural health care. How federal funding will help doctors meet the demand in their communities. Okay, we've got some good news from many Minnesota workers as they've been getting pay raises. The bad news? Inflation often, although not always, outpaces those increases.
For most people, these wages have not offset inflation. However, for example, construction and manufacturing workers, their wages in the last 3 years have gone up more than inflation. The last 2 years, people who work in service jobs, hospitality jobs, their wages have gone up more than inflation.
That's our friend Nick Halter over at Axios Twin Cities. He says 90% of all Minnesota workers now make more than $15 an hour as part of what he calls shrinking wage gaps in the state, where people on both ends of the spectrum have salaries that are closer than before. The Minnesota Department of Employment and Economic Development says the state now has the 8th highest average wage rate in the country. Now, Minnesota Governor Tim Walz puts pen to paper today to sign into law 26 extra weeks of unemployment benefits for hundreds of Iron Range workers. North Shore Mining has been shut down since May 1st. That's nearly 9 months ago. The company has since laid off more than 400 of its original 580 workers. Unemployment benefits in Minnesota typically expire after 6 months, but this new bill will double that. North Shore Mining is expected to remain closed through at least April. Well, health care in rural Minnesota is getting a boost from Congress. President Biden just re-signed the State Offices of Rural Health Care Act. Now, this was a bill co-authored by Minnesota Senator Tina Smith. The bill helps rural areas provide better health care services. In Minnesota, Senator Smith tells me that the program has helped rural obstetricians keep up with their skills.
Well, in Cloquet, Minnesota, they came up with this idea of a mobile obstetrics training van, a place that they did with the Office of Rural Health to fill that gap, to help through simulated training allow obstetrics doctors to obstetricians to brush up on their skills. That's, I think, a great example of how a special need can be met in one community.
Now, the senator's bill reauthorizes federal funding for the State Office of Rural Health Care. The act was first passed back in 1990. One of Minnesota's most popular stadiums costs the state a pretty penny. So how are we paying it off? We're going to tell you about the new plan to make U.S. Bank Stadium debt-free.
Fox 9 News at 7:30.
This is a live look tonight at the roads out there in St. Louis Park. Highway 100 and Excelsior Boulevard. Traffic moving very slowly, but boy, we had that light dusting of snow today that just made the roads ever so slick. In fact, this is going to be just round one of several more that we're going to have this week before we plunge into the deep freeze coming this weekend. Jennifer McDermott joins us now. Boy, we got kind of a roller coaster going on, don't we?
We really do. Our temperatures for the month of January, we've been rather spoiled with them. We've been staying above average, mild, in the mid to upper 20s, 30s.
We've been spoiled.
We've been spoiled. In fact, I don't think we've been below 0 this month, which is wild for the month of January.
Yeah.
So it's due. It's due. It is time now for the Arctic blast to arrive. So, yeah, get out the layers because you will need them as soon as this weekend. For tonight, we're staying rather comfortable temperature-wise for January standards. Our average high is 23, and right now we're sitting at 23 degrees. Mostly cloudy sky for majority of us across the state. Any leftover flurries we may have are mainly down in southeastern Minnesota near Preston, La Crosse, moving away from Rochester, moving away from Austin, and over into the Wisconsin side near Eau Claire and Black River Falls. Here in the Twin Cities, we may have a couple of snowflakes here and there, but it's not going to amount to anything. We have this clipper system that brought in the light dusting to an inch of snow across central and southern Minnesota. It's moving down towards the south and east, and behind it, we are allowing for the cold air to sink in. Now, this is not the Arctic air. This is just going to be a brief, cold Thursday before we warm back up on Friday. And then, Tim, the Arctic air arrives as soon as Friday night. How cold we get, I'll let you know coming up.
Oh, it's going to be cold. Thanks, Jennifer. Okay, U.S. Bank Stadium could be debt-free this year, and that would be 2 decades early. This is all under a new spending plan from Governor Walz. The stadium's reserve fund is bursting at the seams with electronic pull tab revenue. And as our political reporter Theo Keith explains, the governor wants to use that cash to wipe away the debt.
The Walz administration says that paying off the stadium's debt now, instead of making payments over the next 22 years as scheduled, would save taxpayers more than $200 million. Less than 10 years into its life, U.S. Bank Stadium may be mortgage-free. Remember when the stadium got built, electronic pull tabs were legalized to cover the $30 million a year debt payments. After a slow start, e-pull tabs have soared in popularity, and so have tax collections. Money has been piling up in the stadium reserve fund. Now Governor Tim Walz wants to sweep $368 million out of the reserve fund to settle the remaining debt in June, the earliest date the stadium's construction bonds can be paid off.
You know, I think that this really gets us to a place that we couldn't have anticipated just 10 years ago. Do you remember, just even paying for the stadium was a challenge, and those first couple of years were rocky.
Lawmakers in both parties have been pushing plans to pay off the stadium debt for the past year, but have disagreed over how to do it.
We have an opportunity here to make a difference to our state debt and to protect a state asset.
In 2022, a last-minute deal stalled in the divided legislature over objections from the city of Minneapolis over the amount of savings it would see. This new play call from the governor is much sweeter for the city. It forgives $60 million in payments from Minneapolis. There's one last wrinkle. The state will pay nearly $16 million toward a secure perimeter that the Stadium Authority wants. Walz still has to get it through the DFL legislature. Minneapolis officials see the governor's plan as a starting point, but they want help with operating expenses and capital projects too, so this deal is not a done deal yet. As for that secure perimeter that I mentioned, I asked the Stadium Authority what exactly that means and have not heard back. From the Capitol, Theo Keith, Fox 9.
Well, in national news tonight, the U.S. has seen more than 36 mass shootings so far this year. That's less than 1 month into 2023. And the rash of deadly violence has some politicians talking about gun control. Last year, President Biden signed what had been hailed as the most comprehensive gun bill in about 3 decades. The bipartisan legislation boosts funding for mental health resources and aims to prevent dangerous people from accessing guns. But the chance of a divided Congress coming together to push more gun measures forward is really slim.
California has the strictest gun laws there are, and apparently that did not work in this situation too.
Weapons cross state lines, so until we have a federal law banning these mass murder assault weapons, the state laws are, of limited efficacy.
Now, according to data compiled by Northeastern University and the Associated Press, there have been 535 mass killings since 2006, claiming nearly 2,800 lives. A disgraced South Carolina lawyer is on trial facing double murder charges for allegedly killing his wife and his son. Fox's Mills Hayes is live outside of the courthouse where opening statements began today. And Mills, how did the state kick off presenting the case today?
Well, Tim, the state compared Alex Murdaugh to the storm that's coming in here into South Carolina. And they said that there is gunshot residue and cell phone data that proves that Alex Murdaugh is the killer. Now, there are 12 jurors. 8 of them are women. 4 of them are men. And these are the people that will decide Murdaugh's fate. But let's all remember that Murdaugh is not your typical lawyer. The Murdaugh family has been a powerful force in the Low Country, holding the chief prosecuting office for nearly a century. And the family had a private personal injury law firm, too. The Murdaugh legacy started to unravel back in 2019 after a boat crash. Murdaugh's now deceased son, Paul, is accused of driving a boat drunk and killing 19-year-old Mallory Beach. After the boat crash, years of investigations revealed dozens of financial crimes committed by Alex Murdaugh. State prosecutors say Paul and Maggie were killed next to the dog kennels on the family's property, about a third of a mile away from the main house.
The evidence is going to show that neither Paul nor Maggie had any defensive wounds, as if they didn't see a threat coming from their attacker. And the evidence is going to show that the defendant, Alex Murdaugh over there, told anyone who would listen that he was never at those kennels. But the evidence is also going to show from these things that every one of us, most of us carry around in our pocket, that he was there.
Murdaugh is represented by South Carolina State Senator and attorney Dick Harpootlian. He says there are no eyewitnesses or any forensic evidence like fingerprints to tie Alex to the murders. He also said that Alex and Paul had filmed a Snapchat video laughing together just hours before the murders, meaning the two had a good relationship and that there was no reason for the killings.
You're going to hear their witnesses explain the catastrophic injuries to Paul, that his head literally exploded. And whoever shot him with that shotgun was probably no more than 3 feet away. You'll see pictures, white t-shirt, no blood on it. Those are facts. Those aren't theories.
Alex Murdaugh's surviving son, Buster, and a few of his siblings were in the courtroom today sitting behind him, and many of them are on the witness list, so we do expect to see them testify on the stand. But tomorrow, the state prosecutors will kick off their arguments by bringing up their first witness, and we will see body camera footage from the night of the shooting from the law enforcement that responded to it. In Minneapolis, Mills Hayes, in Walterboro, Mills Hayes, Fox 9 Plus.
It's all good. We're welcoming you back anytime here, Mills. Thanks. Well, the teacher shot by a 6-year-old student earlier this month is now suing the school district. An investigation found school administrators were warned 3 times that this boy had a gun and was threatening other students. As Fox News reports tonight, those repeated warnings went unheeded.
3 times, school administration was warned by concerned teachers and employees that the boy had a gun on him.
The Virginia first grade teacher shot by her 6-year-old student 3 weeks ago is filing a lawsuit against Newport News Public Schools. Abby Zwerner's attorney says the shooting was entirely preventable, as 3 separate teachers at Rich Neck Elementary School warned administrators on January 6th about a child with a gun who was threatening people.
Were they not so paralyzed by apathy, they could have prevented this tragedy.
According to her attorney, the first warning came from Zwerner around 11 a.m. She reported the 6-year-old threatened to beat up another child. An hour later, a second teacher searches the student's backpack over concerns of a gun. When they tell administrators the child may have put the gun in their pocket, their concerns were dismissed.
The school administration failed to act.
Administrators also doing nothing when a third teacher reported the student may have been showing off a gun at recess. A fourth employee asked permission to search the child and was denied. Then, right before school ends, Zwerner is shot and critically wounded. She was released from the hospital last week, but her attorney says the road to recovery will be long.
Today, she's between surgeries and physical therapy appointments with a career in question.
No charges have been filed against the first grader or the student's parents. It's still unclear how the child gained access to the weapon, which the parents say was secured. Anna Eliopoulos, Fox 9.
And we're not the only ones getting another dose of winter snow. Many regions across the country are getting hit, and we're going to take you on a tour from the Midwest out to the East Coast, when Fox 9 News at 7 continues. All right, we've got a massive storm system that's bringing down snow in a massive stretch of states. We've got team coverage from the Northeast to the Midwest. So let's begin with Madison Scarpino, who's in St. Louis, Missouri tonight.
Thankfully, only a few minor crashes and slide-offs in the St. Louis area this morning. The Missouri Department of Transportation crews have been out all night plowing the snow from the roads and are continuing to plow for most of the day. The storm is hitting everywhere in many parts of the Midwest, from Chicago to Indianapolis to Cleveland. The snow is coming down quicker than these crews can plow, so officials are still asking people to stay off the roads if you can. Conditions have been quickly changing here since early this morning. The snow really began coming down in waves around 3 a.m. local time and just started to slow down late morning. State Highway Patrol says most interstates are still wet and the majority of secondary roads were covered. Because it's mixed with the rain, the snow here is extremely slushy, which can cause drivers to lose control. MoDOT in St. Louis says because of the heavy snow, the biggest concern is their equipment. In a lot of the impacted areas, a winter storm warning will remain in place for most of the day. In St. Louis, Madison Scarpino. Now over to Austin Westfall in New Jersey.
Before today, the National Weather Service said only 1/10 of an inch of snow had fallen in northern New Jersey so far this winter. Usually at this point in the year, 6.5 inches normally fall on this region. But as we take a look here today, a good amount of snowfall has already come, and snow drought conditions might be lessening, at least in the northern part of New Jersey. But there are several other larger cities in the Northeast that have yet to see their first snow. Take a look. D.C., Baltimore, Philly, New York City, Boston. All to this point, they've all seen much less snow than usual since September 1st. Boston is about 13 inches below what it's normally at. And as far as the other 4 cities, they have not seen any measurable snowfall, which is defined as 1/10 of an inch of snow. These cities have seen traces of snow, but nothing that's enough to meet that 1/10 threshold. As far as New York City goes, it's been 323 days since they saw their last measurable snowfall. If 9 more days pass and they still haven't gotten any snow, they will beat their record for the longest period of time without any snow. Here in Morristown, New Jersey, Austin Westfall, Fox 9.
All right, Austin. Well, some families in Texas are having some fun with their new winter wonderland. This is time-lapse video from the Panhandle area. A family recruited some of their neighbors to get a little creative, and they built a snow dragon. The mom recorded it all and says she used to build similar snow sculptures with her grandparents back in the day, and she had to take a picture of this and share it.
That's pretty cool.
Darn cool.
Yeah,
right?
that's fun.
Yeah. We need to send them down some of our snow.
Oh, yeah. We got plenty of snow to share.
We'll
don't
share.
We?
We're share. We're good.
Who wants
that way.
snow? We got it. We got a lot of it.
No.
Yes, and we added to it today.
And we're going to get more.
And we are getting more. So.
And then Canada's going to share with us something we don't necessarily want. That's this weekend. I'm not going to spoil her forecast.
Oh my gosh, this weekend and even beyond.
It's going to be nuts.
It's going to be very brutally cold. We've been spoiled so far this month. So, yes, we all knew it was going to arrive at some point this winter, and it's on its way. And so is snow. We have more snow arriving Thursday into Friday, and then our January freeze is finally on the horizon. And then by this weekend, the Arctic blast arrives. So cold air masses are definitely in our 7-day forecast. Dangerously cold temperatures. Right now, mostly cloudy sky for most of us. Maybe a few flurries here and there for the remainder of this evening and into tonight. But the bulk of the very light snow is over towards southeast Minnesota and over towards west central portions of Wisconsin, spanning from Preston, Fountain City, up towards Eau Claire, Black River Falls, and that will continue to meander down towards our south and east as this little clipper system continues to drive down towards the south and east. And as it does so, it's going to allow for that colder air mass to really sink in across the state. It'll be short-lived. We will have a warm-up, but that will also be very short-lived, and then we'll have the long Arctic blast in our 7-day. Right now, mostly cloudy sky on this rather quiet Wednesday evening. 23 currently, dew point 18. Winds from our north-northwest at 15, making it feel more like 10 degrees. Across the state, we are sitting, or across the metro rather, we are sitting in the 20s, 23 in Cottage Grove, 21 in Orono, 22 in Forest Lake, but no 20s out towards our west. In fact, we are starting to see temperatures climb, or fall rather, to below 0. 2 below in Detroit Lakes, 5 for a current air temperature in New Ulm, 24 in New Richmond, 32 in La Crosse. So that purple shade indicating the colder air mass is going to continue to spill across the state as we head further into tonight. Thanks to our winds, partly, and thanks to our winds coming in from the northwest, gusting up to 15 to even 30 miles an hour. And because of that, it feels like this. It feels like 16 below New Ulm. So the actual air temperature may be above zero over towards our west for majority of our friends over towards western Minnesota, but majority of them feel like the teens, if not the 20s below zero. 20 below for feels like right now in Morris here in the Twin Cities, it feels more like 10 degrees. Overnight dropping to 6 for a low temperature. So our temperatures will plummet overnight, breezy at times, cloudy at times by tomorrow afternoon. A clear and sunny sky, but the sun isn't really going to be working for us because we are only climbing to a daytime high of 16. And then by tomorrow evening, temperatures stay steady in the teens. And then after tomorrow evening into Thursday night, overnight, temperatures will be climbing into the 30s by Friday morning. So that's our brief little warm up. But it's very brief because by Friday afternoon, those temperatures begin to plummet once again. Overnight, the snow continues to shift over towards our south and east. By tomorrow, mostly, if not sunny skies. And then our next chance of snow arriving Thursday night into Friday morning. It's looking very similar to what we experienced this morning. Very light snow, maybe in half an inch to an inch when all is said and done by Friday afternoon. But it could impact the Friday morning commute. So 16 for that high tomorrow. Temperatures climbing Thursday night into Friday morning. Friday morning sitting in the 30s. So as kids head off to school Friday morning, it will be comfortable for January standards. But then by Friday afternoon, the cold air really begins to sink in. You will know when that cold front passes by because the winds will pick up and our temperatures will fall down. 0 for an overnight low on Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, single-digit highs, overnight lows, double digits below 0, and even beyond the 7-day into the month of February, temperatures are looking brutally cold.
When our Humpty Dumpty winter fell off the wall, right?
Seriously,
oh
yes.
My goodness. Oh, thanks, Jennifer. Coming up, like a little beer with your chili? Well, now you can have them both out of the same can. How Hormel is teamed up with a Twin Cities brewery to add some spicy suds to your Super Bowl party. Bottoms up.
furniture.
Well, the James Beard Awards announced its 2023 semifinalists today, and several local chefs all make the cut. The nominees for Best Chef in the Midwest include Ann Ahmed of Kaluna, also Christina Wynn of Hi Hi, Karen Tomlinson of Mariel, and Yi Vang of Union Hmong Kitchen. Also, Sean McKenzie, the pastry chef at Cafe Series, received a national nomination for Outstanding Pastry Chef or Baker, and he's also the head baker at Rustica and the pastry guru for the Cardamom over at the Walker Arts Center. So congratulations to all of them. And speaking of food and snacks, the Super Bowl, it's just around the corner, and I think a lot of people are going to have chili on the table, maybe some cheese to top it off, and of course some beer in the fridge. What would you say if we combined all of those things into one? Minnesota-based Hormel is teaming up with Minneapolis brewery Modest for a special beer just in time for the big game, the limited edition Hormel Chili Cheese Brew. Features an American lager mixed with spices and cheese powder to create that flavor of Hormel chili cheese dip. If you want to try it, you can buy a 4-pack through either Hormel's website or Modest Brewery's website. Oh boy, that's a lot to swallow. Thanks for joining us. Kelsey and Amy.
Definitely. It's very, very interesting because these documents, they date back to the Obama era with then Vice President Joe Biden, and also dating back to the Trump administration with Mike Pence. Does the time frame of these, just the fact that these are so maybe not new classified documents, does that change any dynamic of this?
Well, one of the interesting things is that the Obama administration is who passed the executive law that we're now dealing with, the executive order about classification of documents. And that became enacted in 2010. So we're interested that we're going back that far. But no, I don't think legally it's significant. Because again, you have to show that intent. And the Biden team and the Pence team are showing, please search everywhere. Please, we're inviting you. We're not hiding anything. It shows sloppiness. It shows carelessness. I don't know that it shows an intent, a legal issue. But again, from the American public on my kitchen table, if I bring it up with people, my neighbors, and I say it, here's what they all say. They all got something. What's wrong with these people? Move on. I don't understand. So I think that's really where we're at today.
Definitely. It's very, very interesting because there's also been a special counsel for Trump. There's now been a special counsel for Biden. It does a similar tactical move by the DOJ go here? Do they pull another special counsel, or how does that work with Mike Pence?
I would think they probably will, because Garland's very interested about showing the difference between DOJ and the rest of the executive branch. DOJ is technically part of the executive branch, the president's branch. But Biden and Garland, when they came into power, said, hey, we're going to go back to traditional norms before Trump was in power, and we're going to separate it. And because there might be a flavor, a smell of impropriety, even the appearance of impropriety, because it is, after all, Biden's DOJ, Merrick Garland has always tried to take a step extra to try and protect the integrity of DOJ, so I would expect that to happen.
Definitely. Thank you so much for joining us here on Live Now from Fox. Andrew Lieb, certainly attorney, discussing all of these classified documents. Are there any parting words, any final thoughts you want to leave with our audience here tonight?
Yeah, I think that they need to understand that even though things sound politically the same, legal technicalities make a difference, and it's not necessarily a witch hunt if you go after one and not the other, because there are legal elements that have to prove. I know it sounds like a headache, but if you read the statutes, there is a legal difference.
Definitely. That's going to be certainly a term one of the three people in this scenario use. So we appreciate you joining us here on Live Now from Fox, and great insight into what we're learning day by day with these classified documents. Thank you again.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you so much. As we continue on here on Live Now from Fox, we're going to continue to dive into all of these stories. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break. Welcome back into Live Now from Fox. Certainly diving into all of the top headlines. We were just talking about those classified documents found at former President Donald J. Trump's residence in Florida, also at the Wilmington, Delaware home and residence of Joe Biden, then as vice president, and also Mike Pence in Indiana. We also heard the different members of Congress speak out against all of this that is happening. I want to take you back to Capitol Hill from earlier today as the Democrats were talking about this as they're holding a weekly press conference. Let's listen in.
And yes, I have stood shoulder to shoulder with young women as they face the solemn decision of whether to have an abortion. Having stood in that room, I can tell you this. This is a decision that is never made lightly. It is one of the biggest and most difficult life-changing decisions a woman can make. That is why I believe firmly that it is a decision that must remain in the exam room between a woman and her doctor and the people closest to her, not on the floor of the House of Representatives. years. Last Sunday would have marked the 50th anniversary of Roe v. Wade, the case that protected every woman's right to make decisions about her own body. But this is the first anniversary in 50 years that women no longer have those protections. Today, it is more important than ever that we reinstate the rights that were afforded by Roe, because women across the country deserve the right over their own bodies, the choice about when or if to have a family, to control their own livelihood, and the basic assurance that they are protected equally, just as men are with the laws in this country. As the most extreme members among us push for a federal abortion ban and attempt to criminalize doctors who have cared for their patients, it is more important than ever that we stand strong on behalf of all women. As a doctor, as a member of Congress, as a woman, and as an American, I will fight every single day for these protections. It's a priority of mine. I know I stand in good company with all of the members on this stage and in our caucus, and we fight as we will continue to fight for every woman's right to make her own healthcare decisions. So thank you very much, and I would love to turn it over now to my colleague, Congresswoman Sydney Kombliger-Dove from California.
Thank you. And I just want to start by saying, as a Californian, I too want to extend my prayers to the victims of the mass shootings in Monterey Park, Half Moon Bay, Oakland, and Des Moines, Iowa. It is no doubt that the pro-choice movement was dealt a massive blow last June. This conservative activist Supreme Court overturned decades of precedent. They stripped away Americans' freedom to make their own health care decisions, specifically a woman's right to make choices about her own body and a doctor's right to provide her care. And as a result, they are putting all of our lives at risk. Republicans across the country are trying to bring us back to the days of back alley coat hanger abortions with deadly consequences. Women are being forced to travel hundreds of miles, leaving their children behind, risking their jobs, all to have access to basic health care. This harms the women who are most at risk of having less access to health care in the first place: poor women, Black and brown women, women in rural communities. But we will not allow them to drag us back to the 1970s. This movement has always been bigger than Roe. We saw it in red state Kansas, where voters shocked the nation by coming out to protect abortion access in their state. We saw it again in November, where voters across the country stood up and showed out for abortion rights. Voters said, women matter, healthcare matters, freedom matters, abortion matters. And even still, extreme Republicans have been itching to enact a nationwide abortion ban. Extreme Republicans have already proposed one. They want to control women, take away our freedoms, and limit our bodily autonomy. To them, The Handmaid's Tale isn't a horror, it's a fantasy. But this movement is the woman king, and we are not going without a fight. We will not let the Republican Party erode the rights of women across the country and turn out the light of democracy. I am here to say, as a proud member of the Board of Directors for Planned Parenthood Los Angeles, that women have the right to control their own personal decision-making. Women have the right to fully control our bodies, lives, families, and futures. And we have a responsibility to put an end to politicians inserting themselves into doctors' offices and the uteruses of women throughout the country. I will now yield to Representative Skolton. Thank you.
One day, a few years ago, on a day not too different from this one, my husband and I received some of the most devastating news expected parents can receive. Our hoped-for first child, our daughter, had received a terminal diagnosis, Turner syndrome, was considered incompatible with life. I remember so much about that day, the look on our doctor's face, the phone call to our pastor. But what I remember most distinctly was the absence of government intervention and the freedom my husband and I had to make the choice that was best for us. After much prayer and consideration, and with eyes wide open, we chose to give our daughter every chance at life we possibly could. So much made that choice possible. The knowledge that we could, with the love and support of our family and faith community, our good health insurance, flexible, good paying jobs, we could support a child with even severe disabilities. And the knowledge that if we ever got to the point where my health or life was threatened, or the pain for our daughter would be too much, that we could choose to terminate the pregnancy. We had so much freedom to make the choice we wanted. For us, that choice was life. This week, we're marking 50 years since Roe versus Wade gave women the critical reproductive right to seek an abortion. But today, we live in a country where women have less freedom and fewer rights than half a century ago. Last week, Republicans launched the 118th Congress with a regressive anti-family bill that undermined parental rights and was not intended to actually pass into law, but rather divide the American people and pit us against each other over an issue where, in fact, we actually share a lot of common ground. As a pro-choice Christian, I deeply honor the sanctity of life, and I'm ready to work with Republicans and Democrats on legislation that will give women more choices and flexibility when faced with unexpected pregnancy situations. Studies continue to demonstrate that criminalizing women and doctors outlawing abortions does not actually lead to reduced abortions. If Republicans had really been interested in honoring the sanctity of life, including the life of the mother and children born into less than ideal circumstances, they could have introduced legislation to ensure access to affordable health care, expand the child tax credit, or increase educational opportunities for parents and children. But they did not. They could have supported working families by raising the minimum wage or helped address housing instability. But they did not. They could have introduced any number of pieces of legislation that would actually support parents and give them more options when bringing a child into this world. But they did not. I'm here to talk about solutions. It's why the people of West Michigan sent me here. I invite my Republican colleagues to join us in coming together to truly honor the sanctity of life by supporting families facing hard times and difficult choices. I'm ready to get to work. Thank you. I yield back to the chair.
Thank you, Hillary, Sydney, and Yadira for sharing those words. Questions? In the back.
This one's actually for Congressman Liu. You wrote an op-ed recently on AI and regulating AI and the potential dangers of it. Just wondering your thoughts on what Congress can do with the technology that's growing this quickly, and then additionally, if there's room for bipartisan agreement on if this is something Republicans and Democrats look like they can work together on.
Thank you for your question. I do believe this is a bipartisan issue. You have artificial intelligence, which has done amazing things for our society, but if it's left unregulated and unchecked, it can cause harm. We've already seen some of the harms it's caused. We had a Tesla car simply stop in a tunnel in San Francisco that then resulted in a multi-car accident where 9 people were injured. You have this new program now called ChatGPT, which is free on the internet, and it will write essays for you. It will do all sorts of things. It makes it very hard for teachers and professors to now figure out if a student wrote it or if a computer program did. And you have all sorts of harms in the future that we don't even know about. And so I think Congress should step up and start looking at ways to regulate artificial intelligence. It's really hard to go from zero right now, virtually no regulation, to, for example, a federal agency, so you have to take steps in between. I think one step is to have a commission that looks at these very hard issues and makes recommendations to Congress as the best way to regulate AI.
Can I just follow up on the AI question for just a moment, though? You know, we've seen Congress struggle to regulate crypto. We've seen struggles with, say, Section 230. It's a divided Congress. Might be hard to get things done this year. I mean, doesn't Congress, you say you can't just start at, you have to start at zero. It's hard to kind of speed up, but because of the history of Congress being behind the curve on some of these tech issues, why would this not fall into that abyss as well?
It absolutely is going to be immensely difficult to regulate artificial intelligence. It is, first of all, a subject that's not well understood, even by experts. But But you know what else is a subject not well understood? How molecules interact with hundreds of millions of unique human beings, and yet we stood up an entire FDA to regulate pharmaceutical drugs. So it can be done. You just have to take steps to get there, and I think it's something we have to start pursuing because technology and artificial intelligence is accelerating at a rate much faster than I think we can even comprehend at this point.
2 AI questions to start. I mean, that wasn't on my bingo card. Wasn't on my bingo card. Lisa?
When may I write my
Lisa? Go.
Thank you. On the topic of abortion, 2 weeks ago the House passed a concurrent resolution condemning attacks on with the resolution pro-life activists and facilities. Most every Democrat voted against that, including all of you on the stage. Can you just tell us why you voted against that? Something that Majority Leader Scalise today brought out as an example of Democrats being unreasonable. Tell us why you voted against it.
Look, we oppose all violence. Specific to that resolution, we felt that it was important for us to send the message that so many of these facilities aren't what they are billed as, and we wanted to be very clear that when Republicans advance proposals and policies, senses of Congress that are just political and don't have anything to do with true issues, that members are free to vote however they want. All of us shared that opinion, but and voted opposed to this. But I think it's important what my colleagues had mentioned, and I'm going to yield to them, is that the first 3 bills that Republicans advanced were attacking women's reproductive freedom. That's who Kevin McCarthy has enabled. He had to make all of these promises to attack women's rights in order to secure the votes for the speakership. It's an unfortunate state of play is where we are, but it highlights the extreme nature of where House Republicans are within their agenda. I'll yield to Sydney Kamlager if she wants to.
Yeah, I would just say that was a Republican, gotcha and red herring. We should be opposing violence across the board. I come from a state where not only patients have been attacked, but also providers that are providing abortion care are being attacked daily. And so that wasn't in that resolution language. And if you are going to call out violence, you should call it out across the board. This is not about pitting women against one another. This is about standing up for what's right, and that's protecting a woman's right to choose and her right to access abortion care.
Hillary Scholten.
The resolution only went halfway. It only condemned violence on one side of the aisle. When I read the resolution, I was inclined to condemn violence. We condemn all forms of violence. But instead, what we did was got together and introduce a counter resolution that condemned violence across the board, including against pregnancy resources, but also abortion clinics, which receive substantially more times the violence than these pregnancy resource centers or churches do. We take the violence seriously. I've certainly been subject to a lot of heated harassment as well for my stance as a pro-choice Christian. It's a heated area, and we have to lower the temperature on this issue, but we're not going to do it by...
You're just listening to some leaders there on Capitol Hill talking. We're going to get to the Republican side in just a little bit. We want to bring you some new information that we're learning right now here on Live Now from Fox. Certainly some big news out of Virginia, a story we're following very, very closely here on Live Now from Fox. As the superintendent in Newport News, Virginia, has been removed from his position after a teacher was shot by a 6-year-old student in the classroom. In a 5-1 vote on Wednesday, the school board decided to remove George Parker, the third of effectively February 1st. This news comes just hours after it became public that the elementary school admits that they knew the 6-year-old student was armed and a threat. According to reports, school officials had been warned that the young student was threatening students and was seen with a gun. Let's listen in here to this school board meeting out of Virginia here on Live Now from Fox.
we need to see opportunity. Madam Clerk, please take the roll.
Mr. Harris?
For.
Mr. Hunter?
Against.
Ms. Amon?
For.
Dr. Best?
For.
Mr. Brown?
For.
Ms. Searles Law?
For.
The motion carries 5-1.
Effective February 1st, 2023, Dr. Parker will be relieved of his duties as superintendent of Newport News Public Schools. It is important that we state that this decision was made without cause being defined in his previous contract, as Dr. Parker is a capable division leader who has served Newport News for nearly 5 years through some extremely challenging circumstances. This decision is based on the future trajectory and needs of our school division. In addition, I must relate, we do appreciate the progress for the division under Dr. Parker's leadership in developing a long-range facility improvement plan and expanded student programs through a focus on mentorship and student leadership.
That was the school board meeting there out of Newport News. Certainly some big news that the school board moving to remove George Parker III from that role as superintendent. There was also a lawsuit announced today by representation for the teacher. I want to take us out to this press conference as they announce a lawsuit after being shot by that 6-year-old after people in the school admit that the young student was seen with a gun. Here's more from this.
Good morning. I'm Diane Toscano, spelled Toscano, and I'm with Toscano Law Group, the founder. I represent Abby Swarner. I'm going to make a statement and I will not be taking any questions. First, just a little bit about my law firm for those who don't know about us. We are based in Virginia Beach and focus on state and federal criminal defense and civil litigation. I'm a former prosecutor turned defense attorney, and I've been litigating cases in this community for more than 15 years. Abby Swarner is the best of us, an optimistic, dedicated, and caring elementary school teacher who endured the unthinkable, being shot purposely by a 6-year-old student in front of her first grade class while teaching. I have been with Abby twice since she left the hospital, and I communicate with her daily. I can report to you that she is home recovering and gaining strength every day. We are grateful for the outpouring of support that Abby has received from teachers, students, and parents in this community and across the country. But the road to full recovery will be long, and as her physical condition improves, the psychological wounds cut deeply and remain fresh, and the psychological scars will be lasting. I admire Abby's courage and her unwavering care for her students, their education, and their health and welfare. And we want to thank all the teachers in Newport News who sacrifice each day and strive to provide a safe and healthy educational environment to their students. We especially want to thank Abby's fellow teachers at Rich Neck Elementary, who unfortunately are living this nightmare along with her. These teachers are selfless. One teacher even went into the classroom after Abby was shot and restrained the shooter until police arrived. See, Abby and these other teachers at Rich Neck Elementary School tried to do the right thing on January 6th, the day of the shooting. On that day, over the course of a few hours, 3 different times, school administration was warned by concerned teachers and employees that the boy had a gun on him at the school and was threatening people. But the administration could not be bothered. This tragedy was entirely preventable if the school administrators responsible for school safety had done their part and taken action when they had knowledge of imminent danger. But instead, they failed to act and Abby was shot. When the first incident of the day happened, at around 11:15 to 11:30 a.m., Abby went to a school administrator, as was protocol, to tell them that the 6-year-old had threatened to beat up another child that same day. But the school administration could not be bothered. They didn't call security, they didn't remove the student from the classroom, the school administration failed to act. Later on, around 12:30 p.m., when another teacher went to a school administrator, as was protocol, and told the administrator that she, the teacher, took it upon herself to search the book bag of the boy that was suspected to have brought the gun to school. The teacher then tells that same administrator that she believes the boy put the gun in his pocket before going outside for recess. But the administration could not be bothered. The administrator downplayed the report from the teacher and the possibility of a gun, saying, and I quote, "Well, he has little pockets." This is outrageous. Given the opportunity to call the police over a report of a potentially armed student, the school administrator failed to act and protect the school. Shortly after 1 p.m., when a third teacher tells administrators of another boy who is crying and fearful, that he bravely confesses to his teacher that the perpetrator showed him the gun at recess and threatened to shoot him if he told anybody. What did administrators do? Did administrators call the police? No. Did administrators lock down the school? No. Did the administrators evacuate the building? No. Did they confront the student? No. When a fourth employee who heard about the danger asked the administrator for permission to search the boy, he was denied. He was told to wait the situation out because the school day was almost over. Let that sink in. Tragically, almost an hour later, violence struck Rich Neck Elementary School. Abby Zorner was shot in front of those horrified kids, and this school and community are living the nightmare. All because the school administration failed to act. Were they not so paralyzed by apathy, they could have prevented this tragedy. This morning, I sent notice to the Newport News School Board of the intent to file a lawsuit on Abby's behalf. This should have never happened. It was preventable. And thank God Abby is alive. But had the school administrators acted in the interest of their teachers and their students, Abby would not have sustained a gunshot wound to the chest, a bullet that remains dangerously inside her body. 3 weeks ago, Abby was a cheery young woman with a big heart and loved educating young people. She had a very bright future and a career she loved. Today, she's between surgeries and physical therapy appointments with a career in question. How could anyone find the courage to confidently face a class of students again? I hope the Newport News School District will do the right thing. And everyone should pay close attention to their response, because will they send a message that teachers are expendable? That this is just a hazard of the job if you teach Newport News? Their response will hover over this community and this school district for decades. And since they can't roll back time and undo the callousness of the bureaucracy, they can do the right thing and admit what went wrong and fix it and take care of Abby now. Thank you.
You heard the lawyer there for the teacher in Virginia that was shot by that 6-year-old, and the superintendent just tonight been voted by the school board to be fired there, George Parker III. So certainly a story we're continuing to follow here on Live Now from Fox. Of course, we're following all the top stories around the country, and I want to take you right back out to Monterey Park, California, as they remember the 11 victims of this shooting over the weekend. We saw Vice President Kamala Harris on the ground there, paying her respect to the life and legacy of those people. They were just celebrating the Lunar New Year. Let's listen in to this vigil here on Live Now from Fox.
When tell you, Siu Juan Yu.
Marciano Martinez Jimenez.
I Xian Xian, Ji Xian Liu, Qi Zhong Chen, Jing Xi Liu, Yi Tao Bing,
Jose Romero Perez. Mario Navarro. And all other lives that have been lost since the beginning of the new year.
Please join me in prayer. I know we're gathered here with many different faiths, traditions, spiritualities, or maybe none at all. So I invite you to participate as you'd like. Sasana Yi here will be leading in some movement while I pray, an embodied prayer, and you're invited, if you don't have a candle in your hand, you're invited to join safely as a way to pray and connect our spirit and pray for those whose spirits we've named. Holy One of many names, we gather because we believe that prayer and action make a difference. We believe that our gathering here tonight, our honoring, our remembering, lifting up these names, these lives, these beloveds in our families and in our communities. We remember because they are not forgotten. We pray tonight for their souls, and we pray for their families and all those who are suffering and grieving and who will be for weeks and months to come. We pray also for their families and wider communities who are also impacted by this trauma, as it's mass shooting upon mass shooting in our countries, and that probably is all of us that are affected. We pray for our healing, that we will not be triggered but find ways to seek peace. We pray also for those who commit violence, because they also are part of our communities, and we pray for their healing and their coming closer into the fold. May this tragedy inspire us. May this tragedy provoke us to not be numb, to not be cynical, to not give up, to not despair. We can mourn, but we must keep on. We must keep on believing that we can create a society where real and lasting safety and security can come through us by investing in our communities, by demanding the support that all people need, from mental health care, elder care, child care, good jobs, economic security, housing, connection with nature, and connection with each other. May we stand together tonight and beyond tonight, every day, together with one another, grounded in our principles of love and compassion and solidarity over fear. May it be so. Amen.
Hello, my name is Andrew Park, and I'd like to welcome you all here. We represent an organization called Tribe, and just wanted to give a little background on who is hosting you. AAPI Unite, just about a year and a half ago, in the middle of the pandemic, a group of leaders got together from Chinatown, Little Saigon, Eastlake, and San Antonio to form this outfit, AAPI Unite. As many of you know, these three neighborhoods, it's not where just many of us live, but also serve as an anchor for social, cultural, and economic vitality. We found that there's always been a natural symbiotic relationship between the three neighborhoods, but various leaders, organization, government wasn't necessarily working together in solidarity to bring more for the people. So as we were experiencing multiple pandemics of COVID, racial hate, mental health crises, gun violence, we said, let's come together, spend some time, put in the work to be united so that we could do more, starting with working towards solidarity with each other, with our own groups, but also with other groups. We need that in Oakland. To have collective impact in mind, to bring a greater level of reach.
I am with Asian Health Services. Just so honored to be here. I just wanted to add a little bit to what Andrew shared. That, when the pandemic hit, Asian Health Services, like so many other organizations, we were just trying to be out there, providing testing, vaccinations, whatever we could do, mental health for our community. And I got a call from Andrew going, hey, there's all these coalitions starting, but I don't see